They became most active in promoting the study of the works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao, and in creating party groups within the mass organizations and party branches in localities to serve as the revolutionary core of the mass movement. They were also the most militant in launching workers' strikes and mass actions to expose the anti-national and anti-democratic policies of the reaction. ARI government. The Lava revisionist renegades wished to impose their line of indefinite parliamentary struggles on the proletarian revolutionaries and the people. Their line was engendered by their own bourgeois subjectivist and opportunist world outlook and encouraged by the line of Soviet revisionist renegades. The two-line struggle between the Lava revisionist renegades and the proletarian revolutionaries became so intense that the former wished to inflict physical harm on the latter. The task of demarcating themselves from the counter-revolutionary revisionists and waging a relentless campaign against them was the order of the day. Preparations began with consolidation meetings of the proletarian revolutionaries and mass activists and drafting the documents of re-establishment, rectify errors and rebuild the party and the CPP constitution and programs for a People's Democratic Revolution, PPDR. The Congress of Re-establishment had only 12 delegates representing a few scores of party members and candidate members in the trade unions and youth movement. Soon after the re-establishment of the party in 1968, the proletarian revolutionaries linked up with the majority of the remnants of the People's Army, with a rural mass base of 80,000 peasants, in the 2nd district of Tarlac in central Luzon. In the urban and rural areas, the re-established party inherited the fine revolutionary tradition of the proletariat as well as the senior and middle-aged cadres of long-drawn workers and peasant movements. The mass organizations of workers, peasants, and youth condemned both the Lava revisionist group and the Sumulong gangster clique. The Lava revisionist renegades prated about parliamentary struggle as the main form of struggle, but it was the proletarian revolutionaries who actually continued to lead the legal democratic movement. The proletarian revolutionaries wished to create a nationwide party organization with a cadre and mass character, deeply rooted among the working people, and building a people's army waging protracted people's war. They realized they had to expand the party base from the region of central Luzon. They also saw the necessity of creating guerrilla zones. Thus from the very outset members of the party Central Committee were deployed in particular regions to facilitate nationwide expansion. They understood the importance of building guerrilla zones in different regions at various strategic areas. The mass organizations were virtually nurseries for developing party members in significant numbers. The party members were recruited from the people's organizations in accordance with the mass line. All types of mass organizations were built among workers, peasants, youth, women, and cultural activists. In April 1969 the party led a legal peasant demonstration of 15,000 in Manila and another of 50,000 in Tarlac. Great mass demonstrations were led against the U.S. occupation and war of aggression against Vietnam. The urban-based Kabataan Makabayan acted as the nationwide seeding machine of the National Democratic Revolution. It became the most important source of cadres who were immediately responsible for urban work. It encouraged the rise of progressive unions and federatians such as Kasama and PACMAP and the transformation of reactionary into progressive unions. A most crucial base was laid after the first rectification campaign from 1969 itself. It laid the basis for challenging the fascist rule of the dictator Marcos and firmly upheld that Philippines was an underdeveloped semi-colonial and semi-feudal state, with only comprador type of industrialization, dependent on imported equipment. It criticized and repudiated the right opportunist line and also the left opportunist line that prematurely adopted the path of strategic counteroffensive, which was ineffective and confusing. The revisionist trend even denied correctness of Mao's theory, the need for the united front and mass activists. The forces of movement from 1972 to 77 laid the base in Mindanao. From 1979, new members of the Central Committee were selected mainly from the regional lead ERS. Struggles in the form of mass strikes developed in urban areas. The new People's Army was regularized, with 16 companies formed rapidly in Mindanao. The Preparatory Commission for the National Democratic Front was established in 1974 in accordance with the United Front policy of the CPP. In breaking out of the merger party of the Communist and Socialist parties, MPCSP, the young proletarian revolutionaries launched the first Great Rectification movement in 1966. This criticized and rectified the subjectivist and the left and right opportunist errors from 1942 to 1966, the year when a scion of the Lava family imposed his revisionist line and grabbed leadership in the MPCSP. The proletarian leaders who developed from the workers' and youth mass organizations pursued the rectification movement and prepared the way for the re-establishment of the Communist Party of the Philippines from 1966 to 1968. The CPP waged rectification movements to overcome major errors in ideology, politics, and organization. It successfully waged the Second Great Rectification movement from 1992 to 1998 as an education movement in Marxism-Leninism-Maoism to criticize and repudiate major subjectivist and left and right opportunist errors in the period of 1981 to 1992. It debunked the Lavaite subjectivist notion that the Marcos fascist dictatorship had made the Philippine economy industrial capitalist. This subjectivist error gave rise to right and left opportunist errors. The right opportunists advocated a united front without the leadership of the revolutionary proletariat and kowtowing to the anti-Marcos reactionaries. The left opportunists rejected Mao's strategic line of protracted people's war. What was the cause or significance of the Second Rectification Campaign? JMS, from 1988 onward, the mass base was eroded by 40% and then by another 20% and right opportunism was ascendant. Some party cadres had shifted to right or left opportunism. They even rejected Mao. Thus the party literally had to be reinvigorated to be saved from death. NPA units were redeployed for mass work. The party successfully waged the Second Great Rectification movement from 1992 to 1998 as an education movement in Marxism-Leninism-Maoism to criticize and repudiate major subjectivist and left and right opportunist errors in the period of 1981 to 1992. The Second Great Rectification movement criticized, repudiated, and rectified the right opportunist error of taking out the leadership of the Communist Party and the working class from the National United Front supposedly to attract more people and make the United Front the main weapon of the struggle, and several trends of left opportunism, the most damaging of which overstressed the verticalization of the NPA at the expense of horizontal deployment of the NPA for mass work and which upon failure resulted in blaming those tagged as deep penetration agents as causing the failure and subjecting them to punishment without due process. As a whole, the CPP has learned well from the Second Great Rectification movement by developing the correct balance between armed struggle and mass work and the center of gravity in a relatively concentrated force, e.g., command platoon of a company or the command squad of a platoon, and the relatively dispersed force for mass work, 2/3 of a formation deployed on a wider scale. The line for the NPA is to wage intensive and extensive guerrilla warfare on the basis of an ever-widening and deepening mass base. But the erroneous currents of conservatism and roving rebel bands, which neglect the waging of guerrilla tactical offensives by overemphasizing mass work by armed propaganda teams, has afflicted some regions for extended periods, especially in Luzon and the Visayas. The 1981 plenum of the Central Committee encouraged the exponents of left and right opportunism to espouse urban insurrectionism and parliamentarism, respectively, by allowing both opportunists to spread doubts about the strategic line of protracted people's war. The Politburo meeting favored both types of opportunism. The left and right opportunists came together and confused the line and lumped both the liberal Democrats and the anti-Marcos reactionaries as bourgeois reformists. They adopted the line of monopolizing victory in the anti-fascist struggle which was anticipated as forthcoming. The line of strategic counter-offensive and regularization encouraged the more blatant militarist line of combining urban insurrectionism with military adventurism in Mindanao from 1982 to 1985. Mass organizing was totally abandoned and underground cadres exposed themselves to the enemy in small provincial cities. There was also the trend of seeking military and financial assistance from the Soviet Union and importing heavy military weapons. Couriers were already dispatched to contact parties close to the CPSU. In common with left opportunists, the right opportunists gave utmost importance to legal struggles, not revolutionary armed struggle. As early as 1978–79 one group of right opportunists in the Manila Rizal Party Committee provoked a struggle with the central leadership by insisting on the participation of the Communist Party of Philippines in the farcical elections held by the Marcos regime. The debate was erroneously formulated as one of choosing between participation or boycott in the elections. It led to disruptions in the Manila Rizal Party Committee. The disruptive elements were meted out with disciplinary actions. In 1981, the right opportunists were already advocating replacement of the Proletarian Vanguard Party with a so-called Vanguard Front called New Katipunan. However, the party thwarted this liquidationist proposal. The right opportunist line ran so deep that so-called National Democrats from the ranks of the masses were enrolled into the party without any Marxist-Leninist education. The right opportunists proceed to realize their concept of strategic alliance, which meant denying the role of the party in the anti-fascist alliance. They reversed the trend of drawing cadres from the cities to the countryside. Following the overthrow of Marcos' dictatorship, the political bureau of the party decided that the boycott policy was a major tactical error and forced the party chairman to resign. However, the right opportunists insisted that the error was a strategic one connected to the strategic line of protracted people's war. From 1986 onward, the right opportunists who advocated parliamentarianism as well as those who combined parliamentarianism with urban insurrection within the party to collaborate with those outside the party, such as Christian Democrats and bourgeois populists. Right opportunists openly supported Gorbachev revisionism and attempted to get rid of working-class leadership, advocating that the Communist Party function openly. By 1988 the right opportunists had virtually sabotaged the legal mass movement by colluding with the supporters of urban insurrectionism. Right opportunists had misdirected personnel towards building foreign-funded NGOs and building coalitions out of the same legal organizations towards parliamentarianism. Similarly, the left opportunists concentrated on forming small groups of armed city partisans and ordered them to launch indiscriminate killings, which provoked the enemy to assassinate mass activists and suppress the militant mass organizations. They virtually abandoned mass organizing. From 1988, the bankruptcy of the left opportunist line of combining urban insurrectionism with military adventurism by the conspiratorial and splittist faction supported Gorbachev's line in certain central staff organs, institutions, and organizations. In 1990 they tried to usurp the authority of the central leadership and liquidate the party. They tried to replace the party as the center of the revolution with their version of National Democratic Front. They also attempted to amend the NDF program for a People's Democratic Revolution with a program of bourgeois nationalism. They wished to convert the NDF from a united front into an alliance with a hodgepodge of member organizations and individual members. A concept of an anti-imperialist democratic front was propagated combining the left, middle, and right against the U.S. Aquino regime supposedly to reach the objective of urban insurrection. From 1986 onward, several interregional or regional party committees pushed to build absolutely concentrated companies and adopt some putschist or insurrectionist plan. However, most of them complained about the unreasonable targets imposed upon them by the left opportunists with regard to formation of companies and launching offensives. The 1988 anniversary statement summed up the 20-year history of the party and criticized the imbalances in revolutionary work. In 1989 conferences on mass work were held at regional and inter-regional levels and cadres were redeployed for mass work, especially for recovery and expansion. 1988 party anniversary statement called for rectification, the further strengthening of the party, and the intensification of people's revolutionary struggles. The 1990 party anniversary statement was critical of the errors of regularization and verticalization of the forces at the expense of developing the horizontal forces in stages and called for extensive and intensive guerrilla warfare on the basis of ever-widening and deepening mass base. The acute struggle between the proletarian revolutionary line and the bourgeois opportunist line intensified within the central organ of the party. By 1990–91 the left and right opportunists were forced to retreat earlier. They made a concerted effort in disrupting the mass line. They tried to exploit the crisis faced by the central leadership by trying to usurp power and promote the counter-revolutionary rightist line. Later in 1990, the Political Bureau nullified the erroneous concept of strategic counter-offensive and stopped its implementation. The Military Commission of the Central Committee and the NPA Political Department held the National Central Conference on Political Work in March-April 1990 supporting the proletarian revolutionary line. A major campaign for educating cadres on Marxism, Leninism, Maoism was launched with many classic works reprinted for educating cadres. What has been the role of the New People's Army? JMS. The CPP founded the New People's Army on March 29, 1969. It started with only 9 automatic rifles and 26 other inferior firearms for the initial 60 Red Fighters in the 2nd District of Tarlac Province. The NPA is the main weapon of the people for defeating the enemy and winning the revolution. Without it, the people have nothing. It carries out 3 integral tasks: revolutionary armed struggle, agrarian revolution, and mass base building. It carries out a war of fluid movement and avails of the tactics of concentration, dispersal and shifting as circumstances require. It follows the strategy of protracted people's war, with 3 probable strategic stages: defensive, stalemate and counteroffensive. The NPA applies the principle of centralized ideological and political leadership and decentralized operations, which is very appropriate to the archipelagic character of the Philippines, even as the party's central leadership issues operational guidelines for the national, regional, and lower levels to implement. Currently, the NPA is victoriously carrying out extensive and intensive guerrilla warfare on the basis of an ever-widening and deepening mass base in order to advance from the strategic defensive to the strategic stalemate. Now, the Red Fighters run into thousands and their units operate nationwide in 110 guerrilla fronts in 73 out of 81 provinces. The full-time Red Fighters are augmented by tens of thousands of members of the People's Militia and hundreds of thousands of members of the self-defense units of the mass organizations. These are active auxiliaries as well as reserve force for the NPA. The NPA has surpassed the number, strength, and scale of all previous revolutionary armies in Philippine history. Most importantly, it has grown in strength and advanced since 1969 by carrying out the strategic line of protracted people's war, using the countryside to accumulate strength and create the conditions for the strategic offensive to seize the cities. At the moment, the NPA is striving to advance from the middle phase to the advanced phase of the strategic defensive in order to enter the stage of the strategic stalemate. It has a sound basis for the rapid advance of the revolution because of the tempering and accumulated experience of the revolutionary forces and the desire of the people for revolutionary change because of the worsening crisis of the ruling system and the escalating oppression and exploitation. It strives to arouse, organize, and mobilize the masses of the people in literacy and health campaigns, implementing land reform, and other campaigns, aside from military warfare. It regularly carries out training in self-defense and combat for guerrilla warfare and builds organs of political power. The party gives free play to the autonomy of the mass organizations by working as party groups within but not imposing the party line in a commandist or bureaucratic way. It stresses learning from the masses and not imposing Marxism on them. Today the New People's Army has thousands of Red Fighters. 110 companies exist. The movement today is in the stage of the strategic defensive. The NPA has mastered the art of capturing weapons from the enemy camp and also the art of winning over members of the reactionary army through the military academy since the 1960s. It also treats captured enemy soldiers leniently. In early years, meticulous mass work was done by the Kabataan Makabayan, youth wing, particularly in cities. In the white areas, the revolutionaries do not expose themselves to the enemy. In red areas, already under the people's government, they lead the masses and conduct their activities openly, with security provisions against unreliable elements and possible enemy agents. If the party does not trust the masses and is afraid of facing them, it cannot lead them in the revolutionary process and will wither away or disintegrate as a mere conspiratorial cabal. The party does not blindly eliminate all landlords. The tyrants among them are differentiated from the enlightened ones who are won over on a minimum platform. Instead of just eliminating the tyrannical landlords, they could be tactically asked to acquire weapons for the revolution on the pretext of fighting the NPA. What is the policy of building United Front and the basis of formation of the National Democratic Front? In developing the alliance of the working class with the peasantry in the anti-feudal Untied Front, the CPP has correctly taken the line of relying mainly on the poor peasants, winning over the middle peasants, and neutralizing the rich peasants in order to isolate and destroy the power of the landlord class. The CPP and NPA have taken the key role in carrying out agrarian revolution as the main content of the democratic revolution. As it now stands, the People's Democratic Government has millions of people under its governance and influence. It is mindful of the class line in the National United Front and in the Anti-Feudal United Front in being able to govern the revolutionary mass organizations and the broad masses of the people. The policy of the United Front guides the People's War as well as the various forms of legal struggle in the urban areas in order to promote the armed revolution and attract the support of the people in their millions. The CPP has built the United Front as a weapon of the people for armed as well as for legal struggle. The United Front is embodied in the National Democratic Front of the Philippines as the largest and most consolidated United Front organization. The NDFP consists of 18 allied organizations bound together by patriotic and progressive principles and policies. And it has the flexibility to become the base for an even broader United Front that takes advantage of the contradictions among the reactionaries in order to isolate and defeat the current enemy, which is the most reactionary clique in the country. What are the political achievements of the CPP? JMS, depending on the circumstances, they have carried out the minimum and maximum land reform programs. The minimum program involves rent reduction, elimination of usury, setting of fair farm gate prices and promotion of agricultural production and sideline occupation through independent households and rudimentary cooperation. The maximum program involves the confiscation of land from the landlords and land grabbers and free land distribution and agricultural cooperation in stages. Because of the People's Army and advance of the People's War, the CPP has been able to build the local organs of political power nationwide, from the barangay level upwards. At the barangay level, the barangay organizing committees are appointed and then eventually the barangay revolutionary committees are elected. The local organs of political power constitute the People's Democratic Government of workers and peasants in opposition to the reactionary government of big compradors, landlords, and bureaucrat capitalists. They are composed of the representatives of the party cadres, the masses, and technically capable persons. They oversee and supervise mass organizing, public education, production, finance, self-defense, health and sanitation, cultural affairs, environmental protection, disaster relief and rehabilitation and the settlement of disputes. They are in charge of the People's Militia and the People's Court at the pertinent level. Two conflicting governments exist in the Philippines. The reactionaries are talking nonsense whenever they say that the revolutionaries have not accomplished anything in 50 years by not being able to seize the presidential palace in Manila. They are even more absurd when they attempt to deny the existence and belligerent status of the People's Democratic Government and dismiss it as a mere non-state actor. In fact, this government, duly constituted by the workers and peasants, is growing and advancing wave upon wave until it shall be able to overthrow every level of the reactionary government. At certain levels and in many areas in the Philippines, the reactionary government cannot function without its enlightened local officials obtaining the permission or cooperation of the revolutionary government. As it now stands, the People's Democratic Government has millions of people under its governance and influence. It is mindful of the class line in the National United Front and in the Anti-Feudal United Front in being able to govern the revolutionary mass organizations and the broad masses of the people. The policy of the United Front guides the People's War as well as the various forms of legal struggle in the urban areas in order to promote the armed revolution and attract the support of the people in their millions. How did the CPP carry out ideological education? JMS, the CPP has educated tens of thousands of party cadres and members in the theory and practice of MLM by providing them with 3 levels of party study courses: basic, intermediate, and advanced. These cadres are the ever-growing hardcore of the revolutionary mass movement, institutions of various kinds and specialized fields of work. Party education is meant to enlighten and inspire the party cadres and members among the toiling masses of workers and peasants as well as among the middle social strata of the bourgeoisie. The basic party course provides party cadres and members with a knowledge of Philippine history, the basic problems of the Filipino people and the people's democratic revolution. The intermediate party course is on building the party, the People's Army and the United Front, including a comparative study of successful revolutions led by the proletariat. The advanced party course is devoted to gaining a comprehensive knowledge of materialist philosophy, political economy, scientific socialism, the strategy and tactics of proletarian revolution and the international communist movement. The CPP has contributed greatly to the world treasury of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism by issuing ideological and political documents and by lined works by CPP leading organs and cadres on the position of the party on theoretical and practical issues, on building and developing the party, the People Army and the United Front, criticizing and rectifying errors and shortcomings and analyzing and opposing imperialism and reaction in the Philippines and abroad. HT, JMS, why are you negotiating with Duterte whom you claim is a dictator? JMS, yes, he is autocratic but he did earlier cooperate with the movement in Mindanao and supported progressive reforms. He made positive proposals in 2014. We thought that even if he had defects as a bureaucrat capitalist, we could utilize the contradictions among the reactionaries to split and defeat the ruling system. Duterte was the less reactionary and wished to cooperate 5 years ago. The policy of the United Front was being applied to advance the revolution. The Chinese Communist Party engaged in peace negotiations with the Kuomintang and even had 2 great alliances with it, first, against the northern warlords and next against the Japanese invaders. Mao himself engaged in peace negotiations in Chongqing in an attempt to prevent civil war with the Kuomintang. It is foolish and self-defeating for the Duterte regime to wage an all-out war and commit barbarous acts of state terrorism against the people and all democratic forces, whether these are engaged in armed struggle or not. The people's war in the countryside is advancing while the broad United Front and democratic mass movement in the urban areas are rising up to oust the Duterte regime. The Duterte regime needs the peace negotiations more than the NDFP does, even if the regime does it only as a futile tactic to confound the opposition and confuse the public. But the NDFP is highly principled and competent to stand firmly for the national and democratic rights and interests of the people in the exploration of peace negotiations, actual peace negotiations and otherwise. It is the consistent policy of the NDFP to be open to peace negotiations with the Duterte regime despite its determination to seek the ouster of this regime. It is for the benefit of the people that the peace negotiations resume and stop the Duterte regime from proclaiming martial law nationwide, from calling off or rigging the May 2019 elections and from pursuing the scheme to impose a fascist dictatorship on the Filipino people via charter change for a bogus kind of federalism. The NDFP presumes that, when peace negotiations resume, the way is open to the forging of agreements on social, economic, and political reforms that are desired and needed by the people. HT, what are your views on the criticism of sections of parties that claim that CPP has veered towards rightist path in international line? JMS, let me make one thing clear. Infantile communists cannot distinguish issues and relations in ideology from those in politics. A communist party can have fraternal relations with other communist parties on a MLM ideological basis and friendly anti-imperialist relations with all sorts of parties. In mass work, which is political, a Maoist deals with all sorts of people who have different thoughts and beliefs. There is no such thing as discovering and dealing only with ready-made Maoists among the masses. Also, a Maoist party does not prohibit the United Front organization or the people from having proto-diplomatic and diplomatic relations with non-Maoist governments. Cooperating politically with the revisionist Communist Party does not mean supporting its ideological line or totally supporting its political line or practice. In the 1980s, the left opportunists in the CPP advocated establishing CPP relations with the CPSU. Instead, the CPP allowed the NDF to act like the PLO and seek proto-diplomatic relations with certain revisionist countries like USSR or Eastern Europe on the basis of opposing US imperialism. The CPP never agreed with Dengist revisionism and capitalist restoration. It also never agreed with Soviet revisionism and social imperialism. The CPP analyzed and recognized the revisionist character of the Dengist CCP. In continuing relations with the revisionist CCP up to 1989, the basis was political rather than ideological. By the early 1990s, the CPP took an even more clear-cut and elaborate stand against Soviet and Chinese revisionism. The CPP has opposed the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement, RIM, seeking to impose the principle of democratic centralism on communist parties in violation of the principle of equality and independence among them. At the same time, RIM exaggerated the status and role of the RPUSA. Since the dissolution of the Comintern in 1943, communist and workers' parties have become equal to each other and independent from each other. There has been no Comintern executive committee to treat them as national sections of a world party. The CPP has supported progressive and anti-imperialist non-Maoists like Hugo Chavez in Venezuela, Daniel Ortega in Nicaragua, Fidel Castro of Cuba and Kim Il-sung in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Politically they are more worthy than infantile communists who cannot distinguish ideological from political issues and ideological relations from political relations. The left opportunists in the CPP were the ones who hoped for military assistance from the Soviet Union or pro-Soviet parties from 1982 to 1988. They were accommodated by the CC of the CPP by letting the NDF to explore the possibility of such assistance. By 1988 the Maoists in the CPP started to oppose the left opportunists for major errors of line and crimes in violation of due process. By 1992, the Second Great Rectification movement was launched, targeting mainly the left opportunists. Stand for Socialism Against Modern Revisionism was issued. HT, do you think Mao's military line of protracted people's war is universal? JMS, Mao made clear that because of the chronic crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal country, protracted people's war is possible. Starting from small and weak, the people's army can develop into one that is big and strong. It accumulates armed and political strength in the countryside until conditions are ripe for the seizure of the cities. Like Marx, he warned against playing with insurrection in the well-developed and highly centralized capitalist countries. So far in history, guerrilla partisan warfare can arise successfully under conditions of inter-imperialist war in capitalist countries like France and Italy in WW2. Are there conditions of inter-imperialist war to divide the attention of the monopoly capitalist ruling class and military? Whether the war is carried out in the hinterlands or in the cities, can there be a people's army immediately to give battle to the highly organized security forces of the imperialist state? A number of those who advocate people's war in industrial capitalist countries presume that the ruling system is extremely rotten and that the people are already ready to rise up and it is only a matter of igniting the situation to rally the people to march on the centers of power. That is more like literary imagination than military science and tactics under the command of the party based on materialist dialectics. Mao was absolutely clear that protracted people's war, especially building a people's army from small and weak to big and strong over time, is possible only in semi-colonial and semi-feudal countries because of their chronic crisis and their wide physical and social terrain, countryside and peasantry, for guerrilla warfare to develop into a regular mobile warfare. While there is yet no inter-imperialist war, genuine communists can do what the Bolsheviks did, like penetrating the reactionary army with cadres. The main thing is to do, however, is to form self-defense units among the workers and youth as the hardcore of the proletarian masses. They can exist as self-defense groups during strikes or as athletic groups. For more than 75 years, the imperialist powers have avoided a direct war among themselves because they fear the probability of mutual destruction in a nuclear war. But it is also probable that the crisis and disintegration of the imperialist countries can be so grave and rapid that the masses can take power in cities through uprisings and not through a protracted people's war. The nuclear weapons of Soviet social imperialism became useless when the masses rose up to overthrow it. HT, how do you view the Maoist movement since capitalism was restored in China? JMS, in China itself, the Maoist movement was defeated after the death of Mao, and the coup engineered by Deng Xiaoping and his collaborators was successful. The GPCR was denounced, the communes were dismantled, and capitalist reforms and opening up to the capitalist world were promoted. Analysis is needed to understand, draw lessons and overcome the defeat of Maoism in China from 1976 onward. The Chinese communists are trying hard to bring back the socialist revolution under the guidance of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. The CPP admires the Maoist parties that have waged people's war in such countries as India, Nepal, Peru, Turkey, and the like. In the 1980s the People's War in Peru was very promising. However, Comrade Gonzalo in Peru made a mistake in assessing that People's War was already in the stage of strategic equilibrium and in expecting urban insurrection as a shortcut to victory. He also underestimated the aspect of the United Front. After his arrest, he put forward the line of stopping the People's War to give way to peace negotiations that are supposed to lead to the resumption of People's War. I admire the Communist Party of India, Maoist. It adheres to the theory of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism as guide to revolutionary action. It practices the mass line and pursues protracted people's war with resilience and understanding. After being subjected to concentrated attack in North Telangana, it has reinvigorated itself in Dankaranya to uphold the torch of Maoism. It has skillfully countered the attacks of the reactionary Indian paramilitary forces. Without mass support it could never have succeeded. It is starting to overcome weaknesses and shortcomings in urban areas and in building urban-based mass organizations. Being the proletarian revolutionary party in such a big population, the CPI, Maoist, can play a major role in the world proletarian revolution, like the Bolsheviks in the former Soviet Union and the Communist Party of China under the leadership of Mao. The CPP stands to benefit greatly from the advances achieved by the CPI, Maoist. HT, what is your view of the state of the world today? JMS, US imperialism is on the strategic decline. Acute contractations are intensifying among the imperialist powers. The contention of the imperialist China with the US is of great political significance by way of challenging US global hegemony. Revolutionary forces can take advantage of the inter-imperialist contradictions. Today fascism is rising worldwide, taking different shapes. Maoists can cooperate with non-Marxist but progressive left sections of the people to combat fascism in Europe and elsewhere. A major feature in third world countries is the reign of neocolonialism and neoliberalism. They breed fascism. Neoliberalism and the so-called war on terror combine to promote the rise of authoritarian regimes and state terrorism. Duterte is already on the path of imposing a fascist dictatorship on the Filipino people. He has labeled the CPP and other revolutionary forces as terrorist. He is using all kinds of barbarities against the CPP and other revolutionary forces. He is also targeting all non-communist forces that are critical of his tyrannical regime. He has targeted for repression even the Catholic Church to discourage it from criticizing the criminal acts of his regime. HT, how do you see future of revolution in CPP? JMS, the CPP is very determined to defeat the tyranny of Duterte and the entire ruling system of big compradors, landlords, and bureaucrats servile to US imperialism. Today the CPP has 75,000 members and leads a mass movement of people in the millions. It is in all spheres of society. It is marching from victory to victory because of its adherence to Marxism-Leninism-Maoism as guide to action and because of its application of the mass line in pursuing the people's democratic revolution. it upholds and defends the theory of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, and understands Mao's theory and practice of continuing revolution under proletarian dictatorship through cultural revolution. This ushers in the third stage in the development of Marxism. The CPP has excelled in leading the armed revolution that is among the longest running, strongest, and continuously growing armed revolutions for national liberation, democracy, and socialism in the world. This armed revolution has proven correct Mao's theory and practice of protracted people's war. The CPP has developed this theory and practice in accordance with the specific characteristics of the Philippines in terms of social and physical terrain, with the peasant population as the most numerous class in the mountainous archipelago. What makes the Philippine Revolution most outstanding currently is that it has overcome a long-running fascist dictatorship like that of Marcos and a long series of strategic operational campaign plans of us-lining pseudo-democratic regimes to destroy it. The revolutionary forces and people have become strong precisely by fighting all the series of strategic operational plans that have been undertaken by the US and its Filipino puppet regimes. They have also combated and prevented all attempts of modern revisionism, reformism, and opportunism to undermine and weaken the armed revolution. An encounter with the communist, José María Sison, and the Filipino revolutionary spirit. Interview by Eunice Barbara C. Novio. February 8, 2019. The NDFP is the Revolutionary United Front organization of the Filipino people fighting for national freedom and for the democratic rights of the people. Established on April 24, 1973, the NDFP seeks to develop and coordinate all progressive classes, sectors, and forces in the Filipino people's struggle to end the rule of U.S. imperialism and its local allies of big landlords and compradors, and attain national and social liberation. https://www.ndfp.org. My first encounter with José Sison was during the late night EDS, education, in the mountainous region in the Philippines. Along with other students and activists, we have to understand the meaning of oppression and exploitation right from the book of Kajoma. That time this Kajoma was bigger than all of us. He knew the Philippines and its struggles like the back of his hand. The basic question in ed goes like this. The Philippines is a rich and highly diverse country in terms of natural resources. Why then are we still poor? And the lists of reasons why the Philippines remain in poverty, and the real democracy cannot be achieved until the country is semi-feudal despite industrialization where only the capitalists and the elite families benefited from the labor of the working class. Then we called on the national industrialization, land reforms, protection of the ancestral domains, free education, etc. In short, Filipinos must unite to end the oligarchy. Years later, little has been done to change the Philippines, though there are small victories, especially in the legislative process where people's organization like Bayan Muna, Gabriela, and Anak Bayan are now members of the House of Representatives. 32 years after he left the Philippines to seek political asylum in the Netherlands, José María Sison remains a force to reckon with by any presidents of the Republic of the Philippines. But to the majority of the Filipinos whose only source of news is Facebook, José María Sison is irrelevant and yes, demonized, a communist, NPA, New People's Army, enjoying life in Europe, enemy of the people, etc. His name is always associated to red words on public walls calling for change, oust Arroyo, oust Estrada, oust Aquino, and now oust Duterte, or when big bold letters congratulate Mabuhay ika 50 Aniversario ng CPP-NPA on December 26. His name also crops up whenever students from the University of the Philippines stage mass mobilizations. José María Sison is painted by the government as an aging communist living a comfortable life in the Netherlands, while his followers, the New People's Army, NPA, guerrillas, are waging war in the countryside against the Philippine forces. The basic question in ed goes like this. The Philippines is a rich and highly diverse country in terms of natural resources. Why then are we still poor? For the past 50 years, a protracted war in the Philippines has been ongoing despite ceasefires on some occasions. Both parties seem to be at the losing end, but no concrete plans for peace have been achieved yet. Since 1986, there were over 40 rounds of peace talks between the Government Peace Panel, GRP, and the National Democratic Front, NDF. But none engaged in a word war, not until Rodrigo Duterte became the Philippine president. After a series of failed talks, jailing the NDF consultants, and packets of NPA attacks in various places in the Philippines in late 2016 and 2017, Mr. Duterte signed Proclamation No. 360, which terminated the peace talks with the NDF. He also issued Proclamation No. 374, declaring the CPP-NDF as terrorist organizations. The proclamation is also used to red tag even legitimate people's organizations, and individuals who are opposed to the growing authoritarianism in the Philippines. In August 2002, the United States also regarded him as a person supporting terrorism, but in September 2009, the European Union's second highest court ruled to remove him from the list. Despite his exile, Professor Sison, now 81 years old, does not show of slowing down. Anyway, the People's War has not ended yet. It intensifies. Mr. Duterte declared war on drugs, ordered the massive militarization in the indigenous communities, declared all out of support to Chinese interests in the Philippines, and orders the killings, shooting them in their vaginas, and rounding up of activists, and media people who are critical of his policies. The continuous decline of the economy plunged the Filipinos into poverty. We can only win this war either way, the electoral process or joining the armed movement. We can only win this war either way, the electoral process or joining the armed movement. In this conversation, Professor Sison shares his views on the midterm election, also clarified some issues hurled to him by the reactionary government agent, and the future of the new People's Army when he passed on. He also recognizes the young people as the agents of change, because he was once in their rank. EBN, what are the likely outcome for the mid-May election? JMS, regarding the mid-May election, the most pertinent person to whom questions should be addressed is Duterte himself. Will martial law nationwide be proclaimed or the congressional bill on cha-cha for the bogus federalism and extension of terms be enacted, thus making the mid-May election unnecessary? If it shall be held, will you not rig it because you have complete control of the Cumlic and you order the AFP and PNP to assist the Cumlic, as you have done in the plebiscite on 34 Boliviano in Mindanao? EBN, is there a possibility of no election? JMS, there is a possibility because there is a provision for extension of terms in the lower house bill for the cha-cha. But in case the Senate does not pass the cha-cha or deletes the provision for the extension of terms, Duterte can still hold and rig the elections because he has tight control over the Cumlic and the entire electoral process. The Bangsamoro Organic Law plebiscite is a preview of how he can rig the May 2019 elections. In the plebiscite, the Maranayas are made to appear happy with Duterte and grateful to him for the destruction of Marayway City and the prolonged evacuation of the people. EBN, what does the country need in terms of leadership and new economic policies? JMS, the kind of leadership in the Philippines is one that upholds, defends, and promotes national sovereignty, democracy, social justice, economic development, cultural progress and just peace against the vested interests of foreign monopoly firms, the big compradors, landlords and corrupt bureaucrats. The new economic policies that the Filipino people need are those already spelled out in the NDFP draft of the Comprehensive Agreement on Social and Economic Reforms. They include assertion of economic sovereignty and protection of the national patrimony, economic development through genuine land reform and national industrialization, expansion of the social services, conservation and wise utilization of the environment and independence from the dictates of foreign monopoly firms and banks and the scourge of neoliberalism, the policy of unbridled greed for the benefit of 1% at the expense of the 99% of the population. The kind of leadership in the Philippines is one that upholds, defends and promotes national sovereignty, democracy, social justice, economic development, cultural progress and just peace against the vested interests of foreign monopoly firms, the big compradors, landlords and corrupt bureaucrats? EBN, you always speak about US domination, what about the Chinese? JMS, of course, Chinese imperialism is a growing threat to the Filipino people and the Philippines. It is violating our sovereign rights in the West Philippine Sea. And it wants to make the Philippines its debt colony by offering high-interest loans and overpriced infrastructure projects. China is now acting like Japan before World War II after being in partnership with the US. But until now, the US is still the dominant imperialist force in the Philippines. It is privileged with the treaties, agreements, and arrangements that spell all-round domination of the Philippines in economic, political, cultural, and military terms. EBN, when you were first approached by Duterte during his first term of office to recommend persons for cabinet positions, why did you accept? Did it ever cross your mind that it was Duterte's trap? JMS, when Duterte offered the cabinet posts to the Communist Party of the Philippines no less, we in the NDFP noticed immediately that he was trying to outwit and put the Communist Party in a trap. So I told Duterte categorically that the CPP or its representatives cannot accept any post in his cabinet before the successful completion of the peace negotiations. I also told him reasonably and politely that he could appoint individuals who are patriotic and progressive, highly competent, honest, and diligent. Those individuals appointed by Duterte were not representatives of the CPP or even the NDFP. On their own individual merits, they have been in the government service anyway. Dr. Judy Taguivalo was a retired professor in the State University and Mr. Rafael Mariano was a member of Congress for several terms. For any official representative of the CPP or NDFP to join the Duterte cabinet in 2016 would have meant falling into Duterte's trap and surrendering or selling out to him. A mental mediocre like Duterte cannot outwit the highly principled and politically skillful leaders of the CPP and the NDFP. EBN, is revolution still relevant up to this day? JMS, it is necessary and certainly relevant to wage revolutionary struggle so long as the oppressive and exploitative US-dominated ruling system of big compradors, landlords, and corrupt bureaucrats persists. The entire people, especially the workers and peasants, cannot accept the ever-worsening conditions of oppression and exploitation. EBN, until now, you don't have travel documents. Is it true? JMS, I can be granted by the Dutch Foreign Ministry the temporary single return trip permit to travel called laissez-passer if the purpose is to participate in peace negotiations or visit a seriously ill close relative in a third country, not the Philippines. EBN, if given a chance would you come home? Are you still considered enemy of the state? JMS, the reason why I cannot return is obvious. I would be met at the Manila airports by the same military organization that tortured me and detained me illegally for 9 years, 1977 to 1986. And very recently Duterte no less has threatened to slap and kill me if I return home. I am protected from being deported to the Philippines or a third country by the Refugee Convention and by Article 3 of the European Convention on Human Rights, which prohibits my being put at risk of being sent back to the Philippines, tortured again and subjected to worse criminal action by those in authority. I can decide for myself whether to submit my life, limb, and liberty to those in power who boast of being able to murder people with impunity or to demand sufficient legal and security guarantees for my safety and wait for better conditions of my return. Even if I were foolish enough to ask for a Philippine passport now, it may or may not be granted by the current regime. But I think the regime will allow the grant of the passport because that would put me at the mercy of the regime, which means it can either murder me or put me under duress for the purpose of phony peace negotiations or simply any nasty war campaign. EBN, what future awaits the NDF if something happened to you? You are already, I would say, in the twilight years. JMS, the NDF and the revolutionary movement do not depend on my life or longevity. The revolutionary forces and the NDF were able to grow in strength and advance even while I was in prison and even as I have been abroad for 32 years already. My mission in life is already accomplished, which is to criticize the oppressive and exploitative semi-colonial and semi-feudal system and try to overthrow it in my lifetime. A strong foundation is already established for the younger generations to continue the revolutionary process. Since the age of 19, I have given up any desire to engage in any kind of social climbing or political climbing for myself within the ruling system. My overriding interest has been to carry out the people's democratic revolution. Certainly the NPA will grow in strength and will advance together with the other revolutionary forces, including the CPP, NDF, revolutionary mass organizations and the People's Democratic Government, organs of political power. EBN, do you have message to millennial voters or first-time voters? JMS, the young and all other registered voters should be ready to vote for the patriotic and progressive candidates at all levels of the elections. If the elections are not held for some tyrannical reason, they should be outraged and carry out protest mass actions. If the elections are held but are rigged by the Duterte regime, they should also be outraged and rise up against the tyranny responsible for the electoral fraud. Debunking Duterte's prevarications. 1 Reply to Duterte and spokesman. February 10, 2019. Contrary to the false claims of Duterte and his spokesman Panilo, the revolutionary forces of the Filipino people are winning on a nationwide scale. The CPP, NPA, NDFP, the revolutionary mass organizations and the People's Democratic Government are growing in strength and advancing against the reactionary government. It is the reactionary government of big compradors, landlords, and corrupt bureaucrats that is losing and suffering one defeat after another. It makes false claims of victory only by inventing fake surrenders, fake encounters, and fake development projects for so-called returnees. Its death squads can only murder the innocent and vulnerable who are misrepresented as rebels or terrorists. A tyrannical, treasonous, murderous, corrupt, and swindling regime like that of Duterte has no future but total ignominy. This regime is merely a passing phase in the mortal life of the decadent anti-national and anti-democratic government. It has a demented scheme of imposing a full-blown fascist dictatorship on the people, but this will actually drive the people to greater resistance and greater revolutionary victory. Soon after the murder of the people's hero, Randy Malayo, who is a peace advocate and holder of a safe conduct document under the JASIG in the GRP-NDFP peace negotiations, Duterte offered an insulting and false offer of peace negotiations premised on the surrender and political suicide of the revolutionary forces. Duterte's false offer of peace negotiations is nothing but a cheap demagogic trick to cover up and distract public attention from the criminal actions of his death squads. As far as I am concerned, I have already accomplished the lifetime mission that I set for myself since I was 19 years old. I have already laid the theoretical, political, and organizational foundation for the resumption and development of the Philippine Revolution against foreign and feudal domination. The revolutionary movement is always being reinvigorated by younger proletarian revolutionaries, red fighters, and mass activists by the hundreds of thousands and millions. The increase of imperialist powers since 1991, which now includes China and Russia, has intensified inter-imperialist contradictions and pushed the worsening and more frequent recurrence of the crisis of the world capitalist system. The broad masses of the people suffer more oppression and exploitation than ever before, but are driven to fight more fiercely for national liberation, democracy, and socialism. From the current period of political turmoil and social disorder, we are now in transition to a period of great resurgence of the people's revolutionary forces on a global scale. U.S. imperialism and the local reactionary forces want to destroy the People's Democratic Revolution in the Philippines because it has become one of the major factors for the advance of the global anti-imperialist and socialist movement. 2 Against Marcos's and Duterte's Maharlika. February 12, 2019. Duterte wants to impose his ignorance about the nobility, who were in fact slaves treated as free, and Marcos's post-war invention of a Maharlika regiment in his vain attempt to collect large back pays from the U.S. The U.S. rejected Marcos's back pay claim because U.S. military office knew that the racketeer Marcos was fake and the Maharlika regiment was fake. At any rate, Duterte wants to honor his idol Marcos. Might Duterte try to be the gentleman instead of a Maharlika or else Luzvaman or at least Lapu Lapu? He should also try to delete America from the name US of America and the name Latin America because Amerigo Vespucci was a colonialist. If he changed the name of the Philippines, would the Philippines be better or would he be great despite being tyrannical, traitorous, murderous, and liar? 3. Duterte makes a fool of himself by denying the existence of the people's government. February 12, 2019. In one of his latest rants against me, Duterte makes a fool of himself by denying the existence of the people's democratic government and opposing its vital function of taxation for defraying the costs of administration and various social programs for the benefit of the people. Duterte should be reminded that when he was still mayor of Davao City he publicly acknowledged the existence of the people's democratic government and also publicly urged the owners of taxable properties and enterprises to pay their taxes to this revolutionary government or else incur penalties. Now, he claims that the only government there is in the Philippines is the reactionary government of big compradors, landlords, and corrupt bureaucrats like him. And in glaring despotic style he uses the personal possessive pronoun my to refer to the reactionary government, its public funds, its armed forces and police. Whenever necessary, the NDFP has always pointed out there are two governments in the Philippines, the reactionary one and the revolutionary one of workers and peasants. These two governments are in a state of civil war, as distinguished from national war against foreign aggression, and they are co-belligerents under the international laws on armed conflict, human rights, and humanitarian conduct. 4. On the malicious and futile attempt to summon me to Manila. February 13, 2019. I pity Justice Secretary Menardo Guevara and Manila Judge Marlo Madogomalager for collaborating to have me summoned to Manila and for appearing stupid and grossly ignorant of international law pertaining to my status and my decades-long legal history just to comply with the truly stupid order of their boss Duterte to target me in the proscription case against the CPP and the NPA. The summons to me from the Philippine authorities is worthless and ineffective in compelling me to appear before the Manila court. As a recognized political refugee in the Netherlands, I am protected by the Refugee Convention and by Article 3 of the European Convention on Human Rights, which prohibits my deportation to the Philippines or even to a third country. The legal protection that I enjoy is well tested and proven valid and effective by the legal and judicial processes that I have undergone to have my name removed from the EU list of terrorists and to cause the dismissal of the false charge of committing the alleged murder of certain individuals in the Philippines by ordering from Dutch territory alleged accomplices to commit the crime directly. The European Court of Justice ruled in 2009 that my rights had been violated by being listed as terrorist and subjected to sanctions without being informed of the charges, without the benefit of legal counsel and without availing of judicial review. The ruling also established that I had not been culpable for any terrorist act and took note that, since I was detained by the Marcos fascist regime in 1977, it had been impossible for me to act as an operational leader of the Communist Party of the Philippines or the New People's Army. Earlier, the Dutch Appellate Court in The Hague had ruled in 2007 that I was not an operational leader of the CPP and that there was no proof that I gave orders to NPA personnel. Thus, the false charge of committing murder from the Netherlands was dismissed. The attempt to summon me to the Philippines is malicious and futile. It is a blatantly cheap political maneuver of the tyrannical Duterte regime which has become notorious for committing gross and systematic human rights violations for the purpose of terrorizing the people. I enjoy not only the legal protection of the Refugee Convention and the European Convention on Human Rights but also the moral and political support and protection of the Dutch and all other peoples who are already well aware of the murderous and bloodthirsty character of the Duterte regime. It is best that Duterte stop his policy and acts of state terrorism, cease and desist from violating the national and democratic rights of the Filipino people, remove all obstacles of his making and give way to the resumption of peace negotiations between the GRP and the NDFP in accordance with the Hague Joint Declaration. 5. Comment on Duterte's anti-gay and misogynist joke. February 24, 2019. In making a joke, Dudert has obviously invented the story that gays in the NPA brought his son Base to the woods to be subjected to kissing, mashing, and other acts amounting to molestation. There is a strict NPA rule of discipline against sexual molestation and taking sexual liberties against the will of others. It is up to the NPA command concerned to inform us how Base was treated. If indeed anyone in the NPA molested or took liberties with Base, he or she would face disciplinary action, aside from experiencing the discomfort in discovering the truth of what Dudert had earlier said, that he and Base are congenital stinkers because the sewage system of their bodies cannot dispose of the waste of their food intakes and they suffer long periods of constipation. Most unbelievable part of the joke of Dudert is the claim that 40% of NPA fighters are gay. How can he make such a survey finding when his military and police minions cannot locate the thousands of Red commanders and fighters in more than 110 guerrilla fronts? These armed revolutionaries reveal their momentary location only when they are already ambushing or raiding his armed minions. At any rate, Dudert is again exposing his misogynist and anti-gay character with his macho kind of joke. The position of the CPP and the revolutionary movement has always been not to discriminate against women and the LGBT in the recruitment of fighters by the NPA. The men, women, and LGBT are qualified to become Red commanders and fighters so long as they are 18 years or older, and are able-bodied, have revolutionary commitment and are willing to undertake politico-military training, to do mass work and to fight the enemy with firearms. 6. Anti-Communist Witch Hunt Against Legal Democratic Organizations. March 6, 2019. Al-Bayald and his ilk continue to malign me as having identified the Alliance of Concerned Teachers, ACT, and other legal democratic organizations as front organizations of the Communist Party of the Philippines. I am therefore reissuing my press statement of January 8, 2019, which frontally answered Al-Bayald the first time he made his lie against me and against patriotic and progressive mass organizations. It carries the following paragraphs. It is in the context of the anti-communist witch hunt that PNP's Al-Bayald tries to use my name for his vile purposes. I say categorically that Al-Bayald is a big liar. He is capitalizing on a distorted spy report on a 30-year-old video of a speech of mine in Brussels in which I actually differentiate the legal democratic forces and the forces of the armed revolution. I have never identified or enumerated any legal organization as a front or facade of the CPP. The language is entirely that of the unintelligent or stupid witch-hunting police dog Al-Bayald. I have always referred with respect and accuracy to legal organizations adhering to the line of national independence and democracy as legal democratic formations independent of the CPP. The witch hunt being conducted by the political and military minions of Dudert against legal democratic organizations is calculated to intimidate them, their leaders and mass activists, prepare them for the kill by the Dudert death squads, prevent them from exercising their freedom of speech and assembly, discredit them and possibly outlaw them as terrorist organizations and disable them from expressing themselves during the electoral campaign period. The anti-communist witch hunt against ACT and other legal democratic movements is part of the scheme of the Dudert terrorist regime to intimidate and discredit the forces of the opposition and make it appear that Dudert's corrupt and high-spending candidates are real winners in the forthcoming May elections, which are now increasingly emerging as characterized by fraud and terrorism by the agents of Dudert in the Kumlik, the military, and police. The political life and fascist ambitions of Dudert depends on stealing the elections by fraud and terrorism in order to pack the Senate with enough puppets to railroad the charter change to a bogus kind of federalism in which powers are centralized in the hands of the fascist dictator who handpicks his regional and provincial subordinates from the narrow circles of the big compradors, landlords, and corrupt bureaucrats. 7. On Dudert's clownish recycling of garbage preconditions to peace negotiations. March 13, 2019. Dudert must be crazy or clowning in reiterating the preconditions he made so many times before. My educated guess is that the CPP, NPA, and the people would rather intensify their revolutionary armed struggle than submit themselves to such silly and humiliating preconditions. The preconditions amount to having the armed revolutionary movement commit political suicide before even going to the negotiation table and submit itself to surrender talks and possible slaughter in the venue offered by Dudert. he is practically mouthing the same rubbish by repeating preconditions that he dished out so many times before. THIRD has no intention of engaging the NDFP in serious peace negotiations. He continues to be hell-bent on keeping the peace negotiations terminated and on imposing a fascist dictatorship on the Filipino people. He has been escalating the abduction, torture and murder of suspected revolutionaries and even mere critics of his treasonous, brutal, corrupt, misogynist, inflation-generating and mendacious regime. It must be obvious to the people that the THIRD regime is spending huge amounts of public and private money in the billions of pesos to pay for all sorts of propaganda, including unbelievable poll surveys, fake news by official agencies and troll armies, TV radio ads, ubiquitous tarpaulins, paid crowds, and so on in order to misrepresent his losing candidates as winners. At the same time, the regime is engaged in all kinds of mass intimidation, including red tagging of bishops, priests, social activists, teachers, journalists, lawyers, human rights advocates and legal oppositionists, and the actual escalating of murders by the THIRD death squads in the dirty/outrageous style of Oplantokang. THIRD is conspicuously on the path of fraud and terrorism in the current electoral campaign period. He controls the Kumlik and the military, and he is openly boasting, though in veiled terms, that he will use these to get the number of senators needed to railroad the charter change for a bogus kind of federalism and to counter the possibility of his being prosecuted for genocide and other massive human rights violations before the International Criminal Court. All people who stand for national sovereignty, democracy, social justice, and real development must do their best to expose the evil character of the THIRD regime, to defeat its candidates in the May elections, to rise up against it when it undertakes its scheme of using fraud and terrorism against the parties and candidates of the opposition. Remember that the Marcos fascist regime in 1986 fell precisely because it used fraud and terrorism to fake the results of the 1986 elections. On the Yellow Vest movement. In France. March 19, 2019. On November 17, 2018, 300,000 people of the working class and the middle class, mainly from the suburban and rural areas of France, rose up in militant mass demonstrations to protest the fuel tax hike and rising fuel prices. Characteristically, they wore the yellow vest to signal their economic and social distress. They had been inspired by an online petition signed by almost 1 million people. 18 mass demonstrations, centered in Paris and carried out nationwide, broke out up to the most recent one of March 16, 2019, dubbed as the Ultimatum. The just demands of the Yellow Vest movement have expanded from the lowering of fuel taxes to the reintroduction of the solidarity tax on wealth, increase of the minimum wage, expansion of social services, the implementation of citizens' initiative referendums, and the resignation of President Macron and his regime. The Macron regime has responded with a heavy hand by launching physical attacks by the police on the demonstrators with the use of water cannons, tear gas grenades, flashballs, and baton charges. It is but just that the demonstrators have fought back with the use of sticks, cobblestones, car blockades, control of roads and roundabouts, destruction of traffic surveillance cameras, the burning of the expensive cars of the big bourgeois, and mass entries to the upper-class restaurants and shops. The Yellow Vest demonstrators enjoy the support of the broad masses of the people who condemn Macron, the investment banker turned president, as the promoter and enforcer of the neoliberal policy which favors the big bourgeoisie and its best-paid executives at the expense of the workers and the rural people. They are enraged by the use of police violence during mass actions and by the false promises made by Macron before and after every mass action. The Yellow Vest movement has influenced similar mass movements in Europe and elsewhere in the world, whose participants wear the yellow vest and raise demands against the tax and other exploitative policies of the big bourgeois government. Most of the influenced movements have a benign and progressive character directed against the exploitative policies of bourgeois governments. But a few are directed against migrant workers and others unrelated to the monopoly bourgeoisie. The Yellow Vest movement may be favorably compared with the May 1968 mass protests in France, especially with regard to militancy and opposition to the capitalist establishment. but it suffers from the same excessively horizontal populist character and the lack of leadership from a revolutionary party of the proletariat. It may also be compared with the Occupy movement of recent memory, which enjoyed popular support for a certain period. But this fizzled out for lack of leadership from a revolutionary party of the proletariat. At any rate, such a phenomenon as the Yellow Vest movement is welcome and praiseworthy for taking up the just grievances of the working class and the middle class and exposing the grave ills of the oppressive and exploitative capitalist ruling system. It shows that there is a wide and deep-going mass base of social discontent and resistance that the Marxist-Leninist Revolutionary Party of the proletariat can avail of in winning the battle for democracy and aiming for the socialist revolution. On the global school strike. Against inaction on climate change. March 19, 2019. We, the International League of People's Struggle, ILPS, welcome and support the global school strike of hundreds of thousands in more than 2,000 locations in 123 countries on March 15, 2019. The well-coordinated school strikes and rallies were supposed to have been inspired by last year's solitary action by 15-year-old Greta Thunberg, who had sat on the steps of Swedish Parliament, alone, to protest inaction on climate change. Now, she is considered as the leading figure in the global school strike of hundreds of thousands of youth and adult supporters, filling the streets of cities and towns around the world, to demand from governments immediate and meaningful action on the global climate crisis. Indeed, governments are to be held responsible for the accelerated global warming that is now threatening the existence of humankind with environmental catastrophe. Science and the latest scientific investigation prove the correct position of the students, teachers and others in the school strike on the issue of environment. But the transnational corporations of the monopoly bourgeoisie must be clearly exposed and targeted as behind the imperialist powers and the client states. They perpetuate fossil fuel whose carbon dioxide emissions destroy the ozone layer and engage in deforestation, open-pit mining and other activities that ruin the environment for the sake of taking super profits. The ILPS recognizes the validity and necessity of the global student strike and is determined to work for its continuance and its further spread and intensification. It is also resolved to expose and target monopoly capitalism as the cause of environmental degradation and injustice to the people and the fast-growing threat of environmental catastrophe to the very existence of humankind. THIRD, peace negotiations and related issues. 1. THIRD is like an old broken record endlessly terminating the peace negotiations. March 21, 2019. THIRD is like an old broken record repeating ad nauseum his termination of the GRP-NDFP peace negotiations. As far as the NDFP is concerned, THIRD formally killed the peace negotiations on November 23, 2017 with his proclamation 360 terminating them. Since then, what THIRD has been doing is merely driving more nails into the coffin of the peace negotiations under his regime. He needs the continuance of the armed conflict as the excuse to impose on the people a de facto martial law nationwide and eventually a full-blown fascist dictatorship through charter change to a bogus kind of federalism. Instead of peace negotiations at the national level by the duly authorized panels of the GRP and the NDFP, what THIRD wants is fake localized peace negotiations staged and controlled by the military and military-occupied Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace Process, OPAP. In these fake negotiations, people are gathered and misrepresented as surrenderers and the military officers collect the reward money for the fake surrenderers. As far as the NDFP is concerned, the GRP-NDFP peace negotiations can be resurrected in the future by a new GRP administration. The THIRD regime is not eternal. It can be finished with the success of the oust movement, with the end of his term in 2022 or with his certain overthrow as he forces his way to a fascist dictatorship. In the meantime, the revolutionary forces and the people need to defend themselves actively and advance their revolutionary cause by all possible forms of resistance. By terminating the peace negotiations and brutally carrying out an all-out war against the people, THIRD give them no other choice but to wage and intensify the people's war. The conditions for waging the armed revolution are favorable because the broad masses of the people detest and want to get rid of a regime that is generating an unprecedented economic and financial crisis of the tyrannical, treasonous, murdering and corrupt rule of Duterte, and the rapidly worsening economic crisis combine to constitute a perfect storm conducive to waging the people's war. 2. Duterte is the NPA's best recruiter and best transport and supply office. March 23, 2019. The Filipino people and the revolutionary forces led by the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, have a lot to thank Duterte for. Though unwittingly, like the tyrant Marcos in his own time, Duterte has become the best recruiter and the best transport and supply officer of the new People's Army, NPA. As the best recruiter of the NPA, Duterte has driven so many people to join the NPA by running a tyrannical, treasonous, mass murdering, plundering and inflation-generating regime. The people have no choice but to fight such an evil regime. By terminating the peace negotiations, he compels the armed revolutionary movement to concentrate on intensifying the people's war and cast away any illusion that this regime of terror and greed can negotiate social, economic, and political reforms to address the roots of the armed conflict in order to achieve a just and lasting peace. The more direct kind of assistance that Duterte gives to the armed revolution is splitting up his military and police forces into two parts, one part for psy-war and mass intimidation and the other part for blind and deaf armed offensives against the people. The part for psy-war and mass intimidation is for engaging in fake peace and development activities, rounding up people for fake localized peace negotiations, fake surrenders, occupation of civilian offices, too many checkpoints, guarding pro-Duterte politicians and business enterprises, over-enlarged surveillance and intelligence operations, widespread red tagging, urban arrests, and death squad operations. The part for combat is weakened with less personnel for field deployment. In any case, whatever is the number of combat personnel of the reactionary armed forces, they are rendered blind and deaf by the lack of popular support wherever they dare to move against the guerrilla fronts. Duterte is the best transport and supply officer when he sends his troops and police to attack the guerrilla fronts. When they advance in superior force, the NPA retreats and gives the enemy an illusion of winning. But when they camp and take over rough terrain, their strength is thinned out and they leave gaps between units and make small detachments and patrol teams, which are easy targets for the counter-offensives of the NPA. Duterte's scheme to destroy the NPA in Mindanao and then in Luzon and the Visayas has utterly failed. The predictions of ANO and Duterte that they could destroy the NPA before the end of 2018 have proven to be false. Duterte's prediction that the NPA would be destroyed before the middle of 2019 have been debunked by DND Secretary Lorenzana himself, who begged for more time until 2022. The NPA has become stronger in Mindanao, with more enemy units being annihilated and disarmed. At the same time, the People's War in Luzon and the Visayas has successfully intensified. Thus, Duterte is compelled to redeploy some of his forces from Mindanao to the Visayas and Luzon. The 75% of his military forces concentrated in Mindanao since 2017 are now down to 64%, according to inside AFP sources. The die-hard reactionaries like Duterte and his armed minions always fail to appreciate the strategic line of protracted people's war in pursuit of the people's democratic revolution. This strategic line gives the wide space and time for the NPA to grow from small and weak to big and strong, and to lure in the enemy forces to spread out thinly in the countryside and to so many islands for NPA tactical offensives to become more effective. It is impossible for the reactionary military, police, and paramilitary forces to defeat the NPA through sheer military operations and puerile psy-war. The NPA already has nationwide strength and is deeply rooted among the toiling masses. It occupies almost all the strategic areas favorable for guerrilla warfare in the stage of strategic defensive and for the prospective regular mobile warfare in the strategic stalemate. The Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, has wisely changed the NPA force structure, with 40% of its units relatively concentrated for tactical offensives and 60% relatively dispersed units for mass work in each of the 110 guerrilla fronts. By seizing more arms from the enemy forces, the NPA is increasing its ability to hit the weak points of the enemy at will all over the archipelago. At this time, the termination of the peace negotiations seems to benefit THIRD's scheme of fascist dictatorship, but in fact, it drives the broad masses of the people and the organized revolutionary forces to wage all forms of resistance, to isolate and intensify them in order to isolate and defeat the tyrannical THIRD regime. As an observer of the current civil war in the Philippines, I have learned from CPP revolutionary publications that the best way to frustrate THIRD's scheme of fascist dictatorship, to puncture its arrogance and debunk the fake surrenders and fake encounters staged by the regime and its armed running dogs, is for the NPA to deliver more lethal blows on weak points of the enemy forces in the countryside and deliver head blows to the regime's most brutal, corrupt, and drug-trading officials in the urban areas. On the Communist Party of the Philippines. By Beck. March 26, 2019. Liberation struggles are the struggles of decades, on state of people's war, in neocolonial countries, and Communist Party of Philippines, celebrates its 50th anniversary, as a concrete verification for that. Primarily, for the qualitative competence of the interview, can you talk about the history of CPP? JMS, the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, was founded on December 26, 1968. Subsequently, the CPP organized the New People's Army, NPA, on March 29, 1969. Both revolutionary forces are committed to fight for the people's democratic revolution against the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system through protracted people's war. Since their founding, the CPP and the NPA have become nationwide and deeply rooted among the toiling masses. They are in almost all the strategic points in the Philippine archipelago that are favorable for guerrilla warfare. What were the reasons of rectification movements and what were the results? JMS, the first great rectification movement of 1965 onward, criticized, repudiated, and rectified the major ideological, political and organizational errors of the old merger party of the Communist and Socialist parties, including its alignment with Soviet modern revisionism in the 1960s. It was necessary to conduct the rectification in order to lay the correct basis for re-establishing the CPP under the guidance of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. The second great rectification movement criticized, repudiated, and rectified the subjectivist notion that the Marcos dictatorship had industrialized the Philippines, the right opportunist trend of capitulation and the left opportunist error of premature regularization of the People's Army and neglect of mass work. Currently, the error of military conservatism is being corrected in order to stop the tendency in certain areas to over-concentrate on mass work and neglect the task of launching tactical offensives to change the balance of forces with the enemy. What's the political relation of different people's war organizations such as CPP, NPA, and NDFP? Militarily, socially, and on organizational basis, what's their power? JMS, the CPP is the advanced detachment of the working class. It ensures that the people's democratic revolution would lead to the socialist revolution. It wields as its two powerful weapons the armed struggle carried out by the NPA and the United Front, which has taken its most consolidated form in the National Democratic Front of the Philippines, NDFP. The NPA is the principal weapon for destroying the enemy and seizing political power. The NDFP makes sure that the people in their millions join and support the armed revolution. The NPA realizes the anti-feudal United Front of poor peasants, farm workers, and middle peasant, neutralizes the rich peasants, and takes advantage of the splits among the landlords. But the NDFP has a comprehensive coverage of all classes in Philippine society. We consider the United Front as an issue to make difference on revolutionary struggles. Accordingly, can you evaluate us, the NDFP? JMS, the NDFP has the widest latitude in building the United Front. It builds the basic alliance of the workers and peasants, wins over the urban petty bourgeoisie and middle bourgeoisie, and takes advantage of the splits among the reactionary classes of big compradors and landlords in order to isolate and destroy the power of the worst enemy. In the current civil war, the enemy is usually the reactionary ruling clique, which represents the exploiting classes and is a puppet to US imperialism. The status of dual power/two governments and civil war is a crucial topic. How and after which stages the democratic people's governments arise? How should the rest of the world know about PEOPLE's governments? Is it possible one of the two governments abolish the other? If it is, how? JMS, since the beginning of the People's War in the Philippines, the CPP has been building local organs of political power from the village level upward. These constitute the People's Democratic Government. Two governments now exist in the Philippines. One is the People's Government of workers and peasants in the countryside. And the other is the reactionary government of big compradors, landlords, and bureaucrat capitalists that is based in Manila and other urban areas. The CPP expects that in the long run, the People's Army will seize the cities and the People's Government based in the countryside will advance to replace the reactionary government in the cities. The revolutionary forces are advancing wave upon wave until they can take over the cities. The peace processes between a state and a revolutionary movement can be significant and gets positive results when executed with continuity of warfare. What can any peace process end up on Philippines? JMS, the peace process between the revolutionary government and the reactionary government cannot succeed for as long as the purpose of the reactionary government is to make the revolutionary government surrender only to let the oppressive and exploitative system to remain. The revolutionary forces of the Philippines will never agree to surrender. They demand social, economic, and political reforms to address the roots of the armed conflict and lay the basis for a just peace. So far, the reactionary forces cannot agree with these demands and thus they are exposed as anti-people in the course of the peace negotiations. Can the armed forces of Philippines achieve its often suggested targets such as defeating the NPA after a certain period or on contrary would it serve for more NPA achievements? JMS, because they are the running dogs of US imperialism and the exploiting classes, the reactionary armed forces can never defeat the NPA. The NPA has the just revolutionary cause and has the correct strategic line of protracted people's war. I have called the Duterte regime the best NPA recruiter because it drives the people to join the NPA by its traitorous, tyrannical, brutal, and corrupt character. The regime is also the NPA's best transport and supply officer because it sends its troops to the countryside for the NPA to ambush and disarm. The uneven development law of imperialism incarnates on a form of a new arising imperialist axis. How do you see the imperialist redivision and specially China's position in this context? JMS, with the entry of China and Russia in the top circle of imperialist powers, the inter-imperialist contradictions in terms of economic competition and political rivalry have sharpened. The result is that the crisis of the world capitalist system has become more frequent and worse and the imperialist powers tend to promote state terrorism and unleash military intervention and wars of aggression. The people suffer a lot from the escalating oppression and exploitation generated by the imperialist powers but they are driven to fight back. The current crisis, social and political turmoil, state terrorism and imperialist wars are prelude to the resurgence of the anti-imperialist and socialist movements. Philippines is one of the fault lines of imperialist redivision and the dependency connections of the country is on an interaction with the course of imperialist redivision conflicts. How does it affect both the revolution and the counter-revolution forces in the time to come? The Philippines is becoming the focus of the sharpening contradictions between the US and China. US imperialism is still the more dominant military, economic, political and cultural force, but Chinese imperialism is quite aggressive in taking over the West Philippine Sea and trying to turn the Philippines into its debt colony. The struggles between the two imperialist powers in the Philippines are causing serious splits among the local reactionaries. Under these conditions, the ruling system will become even weaker. It is highly probable that the reactionary armed forces would split seriously. In the meantime, the armed revolution is growing in strength and advancing. The CPP has already announced that the NPA will intensify its tactical offensives. How to start changing the world? Interview by Paloma Polo. April 2, 2019. Introduction. José María Sison and I met at his Utrecht office in 2013, after my first trip to the Philippines. A few months late, I returned to the Philippines. Here I would spend 3 years doing social research and working in visual art projects. But before I returned, I wanted to interview the founder of the revolutionary party leading the movement for national and social liberation through protracted armed struggle in the Philippines. Sison has been living in the Netherlands since 1987, trapped in exile as a recognized political refugee without citizenship or even the status of legal residency. In other words, he doesn't have any of the rights of a documented individual. Still, he perseveres, doing research, writing books and articles and voicing his views in Philippine and global issues. It was easy to reach him, as he always makes himself available to those who are interested in the struggle of the Filipino people and his role in it. He welcomed me with the hospitality and cheerfulness that characterizes him. I had little idea about the Philippine Revolution at the time, but he had the time and patience to entertain my endless questions and respond to my modes of inquiry. That visit was the beginning of our enduring friendship and comradeship. Thanks to our lengthy and profound conversations, I learned and understood a great deal about the struggle of the new democratic revolution against the semi-colonial and semi-feudal system that dominates the Philippines, as well as about related issues on an interdisciplinary and global scale. Although Sison humbly claims that we learn from each other, I have never met anyone with such a proactive and encyclopedic political will. His unfaltering dedication to all tasks seems effortless, natural, and easy, as his working capacity is unparalleled. Sison has a deep commitment to his revolutionary principles and to serve the oppressed people. He is pure intellectual stamina, always on the lookout for the opportunity to advance the future he strives for, no matter what the challenge might be. When conceptualizing this book, I thought it would be of the utmost interest to show how a group of young petit bourgeois university students joined up with workers and peasants and succeeded in reviving and developing what is now a revolutionary party of the working class, as well as an exceptional mass movement that unites workers, peasants and the urban petty bourgeoisie. This cause has become strong through an epic 50-year-long revolutionary struggle against a succession of repressive regimes, from the time of the Marcos dictatorship to the current days of Duterte tyranny. During these last years, I have had the fortune and privilege of witnessing and gauging the many achievements of the new democratic revolution of the Filipino people. José María, can you tell us a little bit about your family origin? In my family, my great-grandfather is revered. He accumulated the largest estate in northern Luzon. He practically owned the land in the municipality of Cabujao to the extent of 85%, and he owned lands in 3 other nearby towns. During the Spanish period, he acquired the shoreline of the Ilocos region, from Badoc, Ilocos Norte to Sta. Lucia, Ilocos Sur, that's a distance of 80 to 100 kilometers. He practically owned it under tax declaration. It was planted with maguey for macking, a kind of rope which became stronger when steeped in salt water. Then, what is the image? Plenty. Pick one image. As early as when I was in grade 3, I would hear stories from my classmates about their grandparents losing their lands, and sometimes our relatives also losing their lands because they could not collect taxes as cabezas de barangay, and their lands were subjected to public auction, subasta publica, and that was how my great-grandfather acquired so much land. You were present when that happened? No. That happened in the third quarter of the 19th century. You have to think of a describable image. Ah. An image where I am involved. Yes. I'm giving you deep historical background already. An image where you are involved. Don't you know that my ancestors up to the last quarter of the 19th century were all mestizos on the Spanish side? The Sisons, the Chinese part, came only in the last quarter of the 19th century. My grandfather, who was a Sison, was the first Sison to be born in my town. In 1873. But you are still giving me historical context. Think of one image. The years when you were at grade school. Yes. The most striking and, I think, the one with the heavier social content, is about that. I would be scolded for saying irreverent things about my great-grandfather. Scolded by whom? By my parents, and the main part of the scolding would be, up to now what you're eating comes from your great-grandfather. And what kind of things would you say about your great-grandfather? I would say that the name of our town Kabujao meant Kandu Buckley Agaga, Kandu Greedy Grabber. Kandu was my great-grandfather's nickname. What is the formal name of your great-grandfather? Don Leandro Serrano. As a child, my great-grandfather was what you call a Pamelo, an adoptee of the Augustinian friars. So he was a sacristan until he became a fiscal mayor and the person in charge administratively of financial matters. My parents said that he accumulated land because he was blessed by God and was hard-working. My family would not accept that he was a land grabber. That scene will explain briefly but in a profound way my class origin. Who was in the classroom? I learned in grade 4 about the Philippine Revolution, especially because my teacher came from an Aglipayan family that was very conscious of the history of the revolution. The Aglipayan Philippine Independent Church broke off from the Catholic Church and became dominant in our region during the Philippine Revolution. So my teacher was teaching history in a very patriotic way. But then, when I was in high school in Ateneo, the American Jesuits would say that the revolutionary who began the Philippine Revolution of 1986 against Spain, Andres Bonifacio, was just a Tonda thug. They dismissed him just like that. In the family we had a strong patriotic tradition because of my great-grandfather. He and his male children were arrested by the Americans and brought to the Marianas Islands because they were blamed for the ambushes being done by the Filipino revolutionaries on American troops. So we are finished with this image. Yes. Feudal but patriotic. That's the character of my family. Your political principles consolidated in your student years. When studying Philippine history, you get to know of the propaganda movement in Spain. The Philippine exiles held their meetings in Madrid and Barcelona. You cannot tell the story of the revolutionary Katipunan without mentioning the propaganda movement as the reformist prelude. The Katipunan was revolutionary in that it demanded national independence from colonial Spain, whereas before, the propaganda movement of Filipinos in Spain demanded the reform that the Philippines become a regular province of Spain. I matured as a progressive liberal by reading the works of Agoncillo and Majul, who were professors in the University of the Philippines and who focused on the Philippine Revolution of 1896. Agoncillo presented the Philippine Revolution as a revolt of the masses. Majul explained the liberal democratic principles of the constitution of the revolutionary government. In my own time, we spoke of creating the Revolutionary University within the Conservative University. I decided to organize the Student Cultural Association of the University of the Philippines, SCOP. I already made up my mind to have this as a revolutionary study circle with 2 levels of education. 1 image. Study group. In UP, in which room of UP? In which class? In the Liberal Arts Building. The Arts and Sciences Building. We could choose any room that was vacant. And how many were you in the study group? Around 25. That was already big. It came to 25 when we were just beginning. Do you remember their names? Yes. Like Petronilo Daroi and Alice Guerrero. They became successful teachers and writers. Most would become leaders of the National Democratic Movement. Others became academics, lawyers, economists, and journalists. Then, some would later become cabinet members like Ruben Ancheta, senators like Gerson Alvarez and Orlando Mercado, a central bank governor like Jamie Laya, or the Supreme Court Chief Justice, Renato Puno. There are too many of them to mention. Of course Julie, my wife, played a significant role in SCOP at first, and then in the entire National Democratic Movement. She had an input in every major document of the movement. She has always been my ideological and political sparring partner. How did you become a Marxist? It was from 1958 to 1959 when I advanced from being a progressive liberal to a Marxist. In the SCOP we had two levels of study. An open one on the National Democratic line. And the discrete one was on Marxism. We had to be discrete about Marxism because mere study of it was illegal under the anti-subversion law. I should revert back to the Ateneo de Manila. The Jesuits used to call Claro Mayo Recto a crazy communist. He was an anti-imperialist senator and outstanding alumnus of the Ateneo. So I thought there must be something good about communists. After Ateneo I transferred to Colegio de San Juan de Letran, in 1954. The Dominican friars ran this school. They were Spanish-speaking, the school was not yet Filipinized. In their library, I found an anti-communist book about communism. It quoted extensively from Marx and Engels and I was impressed by their ideas, as opposed to the Christian and anti-communist viewpoint of the author. The book was originally a doctoral dissertation for Fordham University, a Jesuit university in the U.S. In 1958, I read the Communist Manifesto the first time. Did you read it in a study group? I read it on my own. I got the book from an institute funded by Rockefeller Foundation, the Institute on Economic Research and Development, at the University of the Philippines. That was the time of Kennedy. There was this talk about not being afraid of ideas and not even being afraid of guerrilla warfare because they can be countered. The IEDR had Marxist books supplied by the Rockefeller Foundation. That is how I came across the Communist Manifesto. So the Rockefeller Foundation donated the Communist Manifesto? The anti-communist introductions and annotations were, of course, there. But so were the full Marxist text. And did you discuss this Marxist text with other students? Yes, with other students who would become members of the SCOP. At the same time I had a friend, Iljaz Bakri, who was an Indonesian communist. He was a graduate student in business administration. We often exchanged revolutionary ideas. Why had he come to the Philippines? He had a scholarship. The Philippines was a center of education for Southeast Asian people. We were advanced in terms of education. That was the time when the reactionaries spoke of the Philippines as next only to Japan in economic development in the whole of Asia. Bakri supplied me with Marxist books. And also, some faculty members had Marxist books. Julie and I rented the room of a political science professor in the Up Teachers Village while he was out of the country on a scholarship in the U.S. He had works of Mao. What we did not know at that time was that he was a research analyst of the intelligence agency. That is why he had those type of books. Going back, can you tell more about other members of SCOP? Jamie Laya, he became the central bank governor and, before that, the Secretary of Education. That guy was a nice fellow. I stayed with him in a dormitory in Baguio. He was brilliant. I also remember him laughing all by himself while reading. And this guy was very, very thrifty. His coffee would turn more and more white because he kept on adding to it the milk available. What do you mean? We stayed in a Catholic boarding house, Patria, in Baguio. We would take just enough milk for our coffee. But he might have wanted to keep healthy with the milk. So his coffee would turn whiter and whiter until it was entirely milk. Later as the central bank governor, he would be used by Marcos as Imelda's front man for acquiring highly priced paintings by European masters. The paintings acquired by Imelda were to be displayed on the walls of the central bank but, in reality, the ones put up there were replicas. Imelda commissioned copies of the originals and kept the original paintings in her private collection. My friend, Jamie Laya, my SCOP mate, was the central bank governor, so this thrifty guy was being used for this purpose. Who else? Herson Alvarez became a stalwart of the anti-Marcos group in the U.S. He used to be our main public speaker, the main stage actor during our mobilizations and rallies in the 1960s. He became senator when Cory Aquino took office as president of the Philippines. But you were a very good speaker. I preferred to be discreet, to remain in the background. I developed my speaking skills in school debates and elocution contests when I was a student, and then as a teacher. Why did you need to be discreet? It was a matter of prudence and appropriate tactics. But the English department of the University of the Philippines eventually discovered your political stance. How? In the making of the March 15, 1961 demonstration against the anti-communist witch hunt hearings under the Committee on Anti-Filipino Activities, CAFA, we needed buses to move the students. So we went to the bus company to make arrangements. Petronilo Darui and I were the only ones among the students who had some income that could guarantee our ability to pay. So we signed the contracts hiring 25 buses. But the one assigned to collect the fares from the students didn't do his job, so we ended up being responsible for I don't know how much money, for the bus rental. The agent of the bus company kept on going to my university office every day, and that alerted the department head and her clique. The English department was the most politicized department in the UP. When I entered the department it was under the control of the Catholic militants, but because they saw in my record that I came from Catholic schools they thought, here is someone of our kind. Also my academic record was good enough. But then, when they found out that I had a major role in the anti-CAFA demonstration, they would say in dismay, "Oh, we cuddled a snake." They did not renew my appointment in the faculty. The situation seethed some more when I debated with the department head over the content of English 4 curriculum. It's a subject about great ideas of the world. We had a continuing debate which would be published the Philippine Collegian, the main UP student publication. The debate was, why is it that great ideas of the world would include too many Catholic thinkers, Jacques Maritain, Etienne Gilson, Cardinal Newman, and so on? Why are Marx and Engels excluded? The debate was fully publicized. Aside from your being uncovered as the promoter of the anti-CAFA demonstration and being fired from your teaching job in the university, what were other important consequences of the demonstration? Great success was attained with the anti-CAFA demonstration on March 15, 1961, which was attended by over 5,000 students and other people. Despite the small size of the scope, we were able to bring about a broad united front of student organizations. By itself, the demonstration was celebrated by patriotic and progressive people as historically significant. It caused the underground leadership of the old Communist Party to invite me to become a party member. This was the first big progressive demonstration since when? The old armed revolution and the previous big mass movement in Manila were in the early 50s. The anti-communist crackdown was from 1949 to 1952. And the rest of the 1950s was a period of McCarthyism and the Cold War. So for us to have SCOP in 1959, that was something highly significant. The 1961 demonstration that we organized was even more significant as a patriotic and progressive mass event. Of course there had been big worker strikes before, but those were mainly economistic in character. Even as the main slogan of the anti-CAFA demonstration was to defend academic freedom of the university from state and religious intervention, it was also meant to defend anti-imperialist and anti-feudal writings of professors and students. The student demonstrators broke the spell of anti-communist regimentation in the university. Where did it take place exactly? In the halls of Congress. The demonstration flooded into the hearing room of the Committee on Anti-Filipino Activities, CAFA, and literally disrupted the hearing. That caught the attention of the CPP General Secretary, Jesus Lava, of the old party. He asked his nephew Vicente Lava Jr. to contact me. The latter was the son of the first Lava who became the first General Secretary of the old Communist Party. However, the invitation was not given to me promptly. I went to Indonesia to study the language during the first half of 1962 before I had the chance to accept the invitation. I met Vicente Lava, Jr. only in December 1962. Immediately we formed the executive committee to take the place of the already non-existent Central Committee. We were authorized to do so by the General Secretary, Jesus Lava, who was merely hiding in Manila. But did you trust him? What was your strategy? Oh yeah, I trusted him as the nephew of Jesus Lava. I was not yet critical of the old party. I thought he represented the revolutionary movement. Where did you meet Vicente Jr.? In their house in Teachers Village, next to the university. He had a big house because he was a high executive of the Colgate, Palmolive, Philippines. He was also a chemist like his father, Vicente, who had studied chemistry in Columbia University in New York, where he had joined the Communist Party of the USA. The next brother, the lawyer José Lava, was the general secretary from 1948 up to the time he was captured in 1949. He was replaced immediately by the third brother, Jesus, a doctor of medicine. By 1963 I could still get along with the Lavas even if the labor leader Ignacio Laxana and I recognized the fact that the Lava cousins, Vicente Jr. and Francisco Jr. were not connected to the mass movement, and thus they did not have much to contribute to the resurgence of the mass movement. Then you became critical of the Lavas. Yes, we would call them weekend warriors. Because they didn't have any connection with the mass movement. Your line of work had already begun on a different path, as you had primarily focused on building the mass movement as the basis of the armed revolution. The anti-CAFA demonstration brought about many important consequences. The SCOP began to enjoy a high reputation among students. So we tried to expand our influence in the downtown universities in Manila. I convened study groups in different schools. That's how I came to know Sator Ocampo and others, who would become prominent revolutionary opponents of the Marcos dictatorship. After I joined the old Communist Party, I recruited other student activists to join. We proceeded to expand relations with the leaders and members of trade unions and peasant associations. And we organized seminars for them as well as refresher course for veterans of the previous revolutionary movement. In due course, we were able to form the initial scores of proletarian revolutionaries who would rebuild the Communist Party and establish the new People's Army in the late 1960s. You brought together the smartest students. We recruited the students who had high marks as well as those who had interest in writing and those who were leading other campus organizations. Students with high marks were impressive to the freshmen and sophomores who elected them to the student government. The good writers became editors of the student publications. And, those leading other campus organizations were important in maintaining alliances with their organizations, including fraternities and sororities. We propagated a progressive and patriotic line among the students, continue the unfinished revolution along the national and democratic line. And it was up to all the members to study further at the level of Marxist-Leninist education. But we made sure that those whom we recruited understood the general line about continuing the unfinished revolution, the new democratic revolution or the people's democratic revolution led by the working class. And what about the peasants? What is their role? The peasants are the main force of the revolution. They are the largest exploited class in Philippine society. Their demand for land is the main content of the democratic revolution. From beginning to the end of the people's democratic stage of the revolution, they are needed to establish people's power and to overthrow the ruling system. The working class is considered the leading force in the sense that it is the most progressive political and productive force, and it is the class agency for carrying out the Philippine Revolution from the people's democratic stage to the socialist stage. What was the refresher course for the peasant cotters? Who were these peasant cotters? The refresher course included a review of Philippine history, the role of the peasantry in the current democratic revolution, critique of the bourgeois land reform program and the revolutionary land reform program. Those who attended were veterans of the peasant movement, who had been outlawed in the anti-communist crackdown in the early 1950s. Many of them had just come out of prison and were eager to revive the peasant movement using as cover the bourgeois land reform program called the Agricultural Land Reform Code, pushed by President Macapagal. I used to feel flattered because I was the one lecturing to very old people. The peasant leaders who were released from prison would visit the trade union office of Felixberto Olalia, the president of the National Association of Federated Labor Unions NAFLUB. This was where Mala Yang Samahan Ngmga Magsasaka, Masaka/Free Peasants Association, was conceived. Olalia became its first president. He was a labor leader of peasant origin, very much interested in the revival of the peasant movement. When was Masaka formed? In 1962. It was formed when I was not yet around. I was still in Indonesia at that time. But, by the time I came back to Manila, in the latter half of 1962, I became close to the peasants because I wrote the critique of the Macapagal Agricultural Land Reform Code, the bourgeois land reform law requiring the expropriation of some landed estate for redistribution to the tenants at an unaffordable price. The research and the writing I did for this publication was done under the auspices of Lapiang Manggagawa, Workers' Party. It had under its wings Masaka and the trade unions. So the text became basic educational material. What was that Workers' Party? The Workers' Party was legal and above ground. I could be a member of it even as I was a member of the underground old Communist Party. The two are different parties anyway. Then, in mid-1964, the Workers' Party became the Socialist Party. I was elected its General Secretary. Olalia was elected Vice Chairman, and Laksana Chairman. Laksana was junior to Olalia, but he was, in his own right, an outstanding labor leader and a good articulator of the anti-imperialist line. But the much older Olalia didn't like being vice chairman to Laksana. So one evening I went to his house. He had become lukewarm to the Socialist Party. He didn't want to be vice chairman. So I said to him, "You take my position, as general secretary." He liked it. So that's how I became vice chairman of the Socialist Party. Then, not so long afterwards, you set up formally the Kabataan Makabayan. Why did you decide to do this? We formed the Kabataan Makabayan on November 30, 1964. As early as 1961, we, in the student movement, had conceived of Kabataan Makabayan as a comprehensive youth movement for students, young workers, young peasants, young professionals, and so on. We considered it an effective way of laying the basis of a communist youth league for a nationwide revolutionary party of the proletariat. Why the youth? We considered the youth as playing a key role in the revolutionary movement as exemplified by the youth of the Philippine Revolution of 1896, who comprised the political leaders and generals of the Revolutionary Army, and the masses of the young women and men who constituted the mass membership of the Katipunan. How was the Kabataan Makabayan organized? In 1962 we deliberately joined Lapiang Manggagawa, the Workers' Party, to have links with the young workers as prospective members of Kabataan Makabayan. Very early on we sent student teams to go to the central Luzon villages where the Masaka was consolidating in order to do social investigation, hold cultural performances and link up with the peasant youth. We had in mind the young workers and peasants as the widest base of Kabataan Makabayan. We had young teachers and graduate students as SCOP members. They were the first type of professionals we were able to engage. But eventually the students would also become professionals. So we already had young professionals by the time KM was formed in 1964. They helped a lot in making the KM a comprehensive and nationwide organization. The old party was over-concentrated in central Luzon and Manila, and there were some members in southern Tagalog. Their expansion efforts had not been successful. For example, the old party had an expansion force of about 100 men, a full company, in the north in 1949. Their mistake was going up to the mountain provinces without locals they could rely on. In the mountain provinces, if they don't know much about you, you would be treated like the Spaniards trying to get in. You would be welcome apparently, but, while you're asleep, the natives would take action against you. They would get killed? Oh yes. Now, what did you do? In Baguio, the mountain city, we availed of an organization of students belonging to the various tribes. It was called Buyback, standing for the 5 mountain provinces, Benguet, Ifugao, Bontoc, Apayao, and Kalanga. Now, if you have the students on your side, then you have an effective bridge to the various tribes. One has to find the proper way to reach the people who otherwise could be hostile. What kind of actions did KM put forward? In 1965 we had the omnibus rallies to protest against the U.S. military bases treaty and the Laurel-Langley economic agreement. The students conjoined with the workers and peasants to hold a demonstration of 25,000 people. We also had demonstrations against the U.S. war of aggression in Vietnam. Perhaps you could tell us about a significant one, the big mass action against U.S. President, Lyndon Johnson, in October 23, 1966. We only had a picket line consisting of leaders of mass organizations. We were arrested on that evening, October 23. It was my first time to experience arrest. We were protesting against the U.S. war of aggression in Vietnam and against Johnson's attempt to round up more support from U.S. client states in Southeast Asia, especially the Philippines. On the same night, Manila Mayor Villegas ordered the police to release us. How come? There was a political contradiction between Marcos and Villegas. And Villegas had a high regard for me, especially because one of his assistants was a fellow creative writer and a close friend of mine, Andres Cristobal Cruz. The following day, a big demonstration of 5,000, 25,000 came and there were clashes in the vicinity of the Manila Hotel, where President Johnson was billeted. We were able to demonstrate inside the grounds of the Manila Hotel, but then, we sensed that the military were coming. We moved out. Since a big number of demonstrators, especially from the UP and Lyceum came, we were able to move out. The Manila Chief of Police James Barbers advised the officer of the Marines to make an open way so that the demonstrators inside the Manila Hotel grounds could get out. But then more demonstrators came and there were clashes around the Manila Hotel. How did you start the NPA and the People's War? First, we established the Communist Party of the Philippines in Barrio Dilacac, Alaminos, Pangasinan on December 26, 1968. Some 3 months afterwards we founded the New People's Army in Barrio Sta. Rita of Capiz, Tarlac on March 29, 1969. In the mountains of Tarlac, we carried out politico-military training with cadres from Isabela in northern Luzon and also with the KM activists from Manila. The first trainees that we had from Isabela were children of former fighters of the Old People's Army, the Hooks, who had fought against the reactionary government up to the early 1950s. Magsaysay had created the National Resettlement and Rehabilitation Administration, NARA, an agency of the President Magsaysay's Economic Development Corps. The NARA put up resettlement areas where former Hooks could live together with former soldiers. So we got 3 young men from that resettlement area. We would train them and automatically their parents and other old folks from the old movement perked up. They were keen to resume the armed revolution. And who was giving the training? I took care of the political side of the training. Commander Dante and others took charge of the military training, although I also enjoyed demonstrating to the trainees how to shoot accurately at fixed and moving targets. How did you know how to shoot? I was marksman of the UP Reserve Officers Training Corps, ROTC. This military training was a requirement for university students during my time. I often practiced shooting, especially after I was stabbed in early 1968 and I felt risk to my life. I used to do dry shooting. Aiming at everything, and also drawing fast. Did you ever join the military operations of the NPA? What was your most intense experience of a firefight? I wanted to join the military operations. But the comrades in the NPA used to say, there are things you can do that we cannot do. So why do you want to take away our job? Our job is to fire at the enemy. But it will be more difficult to replace you if you get shot. At the beginning, even those assigned to publications wanted to join the tactical offensives. But there were the Red fighters assigned to carrying out the offensive. At any rate, it is unavoidable to be in danger like the others in a guerrilla front. When you camp or when you march, there is always a danger of being ambushed by enemy troops and you must be ready to fight back. I was in the midst of several firefights in 1977. It was around the forest camp we had in the mountainous border of several provinces in western central Luzon. The closest firefight was only some 200 meters away. What happened? I called it an extension of New Year's Eve when there's a lot of fireworks. We could hear the helicopter and the shooting. It was nearby. As I said, it was just after New Year, so I joke, oh, this is an extension of the New Year. This was in the boundary of Batan, Pampanga, and Zambales, where we held the conference of the Central Luzon Regional Party Committee. The enemy got wind of our presence there, but they didn't exactly know where we were. And so they made probing attempts and spotted our mobile sentry, which they attacked using a helicopter gunship. So that was the first notice. Our mobile sentry was practically wiped out. There was also a group that wanted to meet up with us in the mountains. They were ambushed just about 200 meters away from our place. When the enemy established that I was there, they tried to organize 1,500 troops because the area was big. But we were able to slip out. How? We used the old trails of Batan to reach Mariveles on the seaside. The forest there was already in secondary growth. We used the old logging trails and we were following the river. We had been briefed that, once in Mariveles, we could take a boat and land near a nightclub in Olongapo where relatives of the comrades would meet us. But there was no nightclub and no relatives, so we had to look for another place in Subic. From there, I was fetched by an Irish comrade who was a religious missionary. During those years, my most reliable conveyors whenever I was being brought to another region were Irish priests, like Jack Hines. When Filipinos see a white guy, they think he is an American. We called them the frogmen, those internationalist friends who able conveyors whenever I was being brought to another region were Irish priests, like Jack Hines. When Filipinos see a white guy, they think he is an American. We called them the frogmen, those internationalist friends who helped in transport and communications. The least suspected people. They were instrumental, especially in my moving from one region to another and in arranging meeting places. They were already party members. They had become Marxists. They were not just allies. And I saw the development of some. They would first accept historical materialism but not yet dialectical materialism. Eventually, social practice kept on remolding their mind until they reached the level of dialectical materialists. Okay, but going back in time. What further significant organizations did you establish after the formation of the Kabataan Makabayan? We had the idea of establishing a united front organization movement for the advancement of nationalism. For this purpose I initiated the formation of the Movement for the Advancement of Nationalism, MAN. We appropriated the term nationalism for a number of years to mean anti-imperialism. So that's as late as 1966. Why did you think it was necessary to create a specific movement for the advancement of the patriotic nationalist element? To further engage the middle social strata, to attract the urban petty bourgeoisie, and even the national bourgeoisie, because we were pushing the line of national industrialization, that is so very essential. And this line of work was successful? Yes, it was successful. We were able to hold the big demonstrations. We already had Kabataan Makabayan, Masaka, and the Socialist Party. But in 1967, MAN would be divided because of the break between the Lava faction and our group. The Lava revisionist faction expelled from the old Communist Party the proletarian revolutionaries, who proceeded to re-establish the Communist Party under the guidance of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought. How did the split happen concretely? In December 1965, I was assigned to do what we called the General Report. It was going to be the first political report since the last one done by Jesus Lava, which he wrote sometime in the early 1960s. I did a review of the history of the party, especially in the period of 1941 to what was then the present. I traced the errors and shortcomings, especially since 1942, which led to the weakening and defeat of the revolutionary movement. Naturally, the responsibility fell on the three Lava brothers who were successive CPP general secretaries. And the lava scion Francisco Lava, Jr. objected. At the same time, there would be a break between the two lava cousins, Vicente, Jr., and Francisco, Jr. over personal and family matters involving their macho kind of behavior. Thus, meetings of the executive committee were hampered and became rare. Eventually, Francisco Jr. tried to usurp leadership over the entire committee, without the committee electing him. Laxana and I opposed the usurpation made by Francisco, Jr. What happened then? We prepared to re-establish the CPP. This was formalized by a public statement on May 1, 1967, which appeared in the Beijing Review. The opposite statement of the Lava Group was published in the Information Bulletin in Prague. After April 1966, we went full blast on the first rectification movement, the preparation of documents of rectification, the drafts of the Constitution, the Program for a People's Democratic Revolution, PPDR. So, the preparations for the founding of the party took more than 2 years. It was not just a one-day arrangement. December 26, 1968, which is the anniversary date of the re-establishment of the Communist Party of the Philippines. It took at least 3 weeks to approve the documents. We just picked one day symbolically, December 26, to honor Mao because it was his 75th birthday. And you were all united in the underground. In a little house in Alaminos, Pangasinan. I thought that you decided to do the celebration on the 26th to keep it discreet, as it coincided with Christmas. The main consideration was to honor Mao. Although one can easily comment, oh, that's clever because celebrations would be under the cover of Christmas. How were the celebrations? Actually, there were no celebrations. But certain comical things happened. We thought that the enemy had already gotten wind of the meeting when we heard a big thump on the ground. One of our 3 guards, who fell asleep on a tree branch, fell. So, that was the big thump. The comrade who fell from the tree would later become a famous NPA commander in Isabela. We ate rice that was not cooked enough, it was almost raw rice, so we all had stomach problems. What a glorious day, huh? Yes. And were the founding members also senior cadres from the 1930s and 1940s? Against the Lava Group we had on our side Lucio Pilapil, the labor leader who was a Central Committee member in 1930, when the founding of the old party took place. Max Gutierrez, a Central Committee member in the 1930s, was also with us. We had Pablo Jacinto, who used to be the Communist League chairman, soon after the war. Among the remnants of the old People's Army we had Commander Dante, whose real name is Bernabe Buscaino. I met him for the first time in November 1968, just before the founding of the party. He wanted to break away from the command of the old People's Army because of the degeneration of said command, and he was happy about a new communist party being established and its army being envisioned. Then, when we eventually discussed the armed struggle, he asked, what would be the name of our army? The New People's Army, I responded. Ah, that's nice, he replied. Soon after the NPA was formed, on March 29, 1969, we had the first plenum of the CPP Central Committee in May 1969, in order to include in the Central Committee the cadres of the NPA and some peasant leaders. Did your party get external support in these early years? The old party and the re-established CPP received only small tokens of support from abroad. At this point in time, they amount to practically nothing. The re-established CPP has been self-reliant. It's okay to have external assistance so long as you don't become dependent on it, and if you receive any assistance, big or small, it should become a little part of the far bigger advance of the revolutionary movement. But it must be hard to begin the People's War. Yeah. In fighting the enemy, we started with 9 rifles, automatic rifles. In 1 year and a half, we had 200. How did you get the 200 rifles? Through ambushes and raids. This is something exemplary to NPA Red commanders and fighters up to now. We have gone a long way. And times are different. The NPA now operates and fights nationwide in 110 guerrilla fronts, with the direct support of many more armed personnel in the People's Militia and the self-defense units of revolutionary mass organizations. The enemy can only concentrate in certain parts, but the ever-growing NPA can hit in so many other areas. What legacy do you wish to leave? In my own view, my legacy includes my theoretical and practical contributions to the advancement of the Filipino people's struggle for national and social liberation, the perseverance of the proletariat and people in anti-imperialist and democratic struggles amidst the worsening crisis of the world capitalist system, and the eventual resurgence of the world proletarian socialist revolution. On Duterte corruption, treason, and tyranny. 1. Duterte's fake war on drugs. April 2, 2019. Duterte rode to power promising to finish off the drug problem in 3 to 6 months, despite the fact that as longtime mayor he had used Davao City as a production base and smuggling point for the illegal drug trade. He used the drug issue to deceive many of those who voted for him in 2016 and to impress the public that he was a strong man and a decisive leader. Since then, by his own admission, the problem of illegal drugs has grown worse, with drug addicts increasing to 7 to 8 million under his watch from 1.8 million during the time of Aquino, despite the mass murder of now more than 30,000 poor suspected drug addicts and peddlers. Since the beginning, the so-called war on drugs launched by Duterte has flagrantly appeared as fake, because he has in fact been openly protecting major drug lords and smugglers, including his own son Paulo Duterte, Peter Lim, Michael Yang, Alan Lim, and others. The truth is now completely out. The Duterte war on drugs has been carried out to suppress the drug syndicates that rival the Duterte drug syndicate and to realize the monopoly of the Duterte drug syndicate over the illegal drug trade. Duterte has systematically used the mass murder of drug suspects to criminalize and corrupt the PNP and turn it into a private army and criminal accomplice of the Duterte drug syndicate. From time to time, Duterte issues a fake narco list to deflect attention from the real drug lords and discredit his political opponents. He has maliciously used the mass murder of the poor drug suspects to cause the mass intimidation of the people in a scheme of state terrorism and paving the way to a fascist dictatorship through charter change to a bogus kind of federalism. There is method in Duterte's madness of engaging in mass murder of poor suspected drug addicts and peddlers at the street level. Duterte's evil purpose is to amass wealth from the illegal drug trade and to justify his license to kill and intimidate the people. 2. Duterte's treason and corruption at 2 levels of transactions with China. April 4, 2019. The petitioners headed by Makabayan Chairman Neri J. Colmenares are correct and praiseworthy in asking the Supreme Court to declare the $62,086,837 preferential buyer's credit loan agreement on the Chico River Pump Irrigation Project, identified under No. 1420103052018210863 China Exim Bank PBC 2018 No. 11 total. No. 468, as unconstitutional, illegal and void. As urgent relief, they also ask the Supreme Court to issue a temporary restraining order, TRO, and/or writ of preliminary injunction, to enjoin respondents from enforcing the loan agreement. The respondents are Pres. Rodrigo R. Duterte, Exec. Seconds. Salvador C. Medialdea, DOF Seconds. Carlos G. Dominguez III, NADA Seconds. Eco Beto. Empernia, DOJ Seconds. Menardo I. Guevara, NIA Administrator Ricardo R. Vacia. The petitioners point out that the assailed loan agreement, together with its subsequent implementation, violates the Constitution and is, therefore, void because it contains a confidentiality clause violative of the 1987 Constitution that provides for the right to information of the Filipino people on foreign loans contracted by the government, Sector 12, Sector 21 and 22, Art. 2. Sector 28, Art. 3, Sector 7. It was approved after the fact by the Monetary Board, which is not in conformity with the 1987 Constitution that requires prior concurrence, Art. 7, Sector 20, Art. 12, Sector 21. It is conditioned on the signing of a contractor's agreement awarding the project to a Chinese construction firm and, thereby, doing away with the country's procurement laws and the Filipino First policy of the 1987 Constitution, Art. 12, Sector 10, Procurement Reform Act RA No. 9184, Official Development Assistance Act RA No. 8182, it hauls the country to a Chinese arbitration tribunal, officiated by Chinese arbitrators using Chinese laws, in violation of Art. 2, Sector 7 of the Constitution. It contains an express waiver of sovereign immunity over the state's patrimonial assets in favor of a foreign government in violation of the Constitution, Art. 12, Sector 7, Art. 2, Sector 7, Art. 12, Sector 2. The unconstitutional and illegal character of the loan agreement and the implementation thereof amount to brazen treason, involving the gross violation of national sovereignty and the national patrimony. The loan agreement is connected with the biggest treasonous act of selling out the sovereign rights of the Philippines over the West Philippine Sea and its rich mineral and marine resource. By collaborating with China in turning the Philippines into a debt colony, the Duterte regime mortgages the natural resources of the Philippines in the West Philippine Sea and elsewhere. The loan agreement reeks of corruption of the grossest kind because the project is overpriced and the interest on the loan is excessively high in comparison to offers from other countries. Duterte and his ruling clique are not ashamed of committing obvious treason and corruption because they are carried away by their greed for commissions and other forms of payoff. According to reliable sources, these commissions have been advanced indirectly through the loans extended by Chinese banks to Duterte dummy, Dennis Uy, who has been buying up major Philippine assets to the tune of 80 php as of the last report a year ago. The Duterte family and trader gang have been benefiting from relations with China at the two levels of official transactions with the Chinese state and criminal transactions with Chinese triads involved in the smuggling of drugs, rice, and other goods to the Philippines. The criminal transactions started as early as when Duterte was still mayor and connived with the Chinese triads in using Davao City as a major smuggling point. 3. Quick response to Duterte's threats to suspend writ of habeas corpus and declare revolutionary war. April 5, 2019. Duterte cannot engage in a revolutionary war because he is a counter-evolutionary agent of foreign monopoly capitalists, big compradors and big landlords. He is a bureaucrat capitalist of the worst kind. He should not misappropriate and besmirch the noble calling of revolutionary. He is a tyrant, traitor, plunderer and mass murderer hell-bent on imposing a fascist dictatorship on the Filipino people through charter change to a bogus kind of federalism. He is already engaged in de facto martial law nationwide and in the de facto suspension of the writ of habeas corpus. He is increasingly engaged in mass intimidation, mass arrests and mass murders. The people are therefore already rising up against his reign of greed and terror. If he formally proclaims the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus or even martial law nationwide, he will only succeed in further enragging the people and inciting them to wage all forms of revolutionary resistance. The real revolutionary war is against his ongoing counter-revolutionary war. 4. ILPS condemns Duterte regime for slander and intimidation. April 6, 2019. The International League of People's Struggle, ILPS, which I represent as chairperson of the International Coordinating Committee, ICC, hereby condemns in the strongest terms the attempt of the notorious Duterte regime to slander the ILPS and misrepresent it as the International Network and International Department of the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, for the purpose of intimidating the legal and patriotic and progressive organizations of Filipinos in the Philippines and abroad. Contrary to the false claim of the Duterte regime, the ILPS is a broad alliance of hundreds of anti-imperialist and democratic mass organizations in scores of countries from all continents. The ICC, its supreme leading organ, is elected by the International Assembly and is restricted by the ILPS Charter from having more than 3 members from the same country, thus preempting control of the ILPS by any single country or organization. The Duterte regime's attack on the ILPS is an extension of the anti-communist witch hunt, state terrorism, and fascisation being carried out by the regime in the Philippines. It is meant to attain certain malicious objectives, such as the following: to red tag and intimidate the ILPS, and also to vainly reinforce its previous red tagging of legal, patriotic and even religious organizations that are critical of the gross and systematic violations of human rights being perpetrated by Duterte. To mislead world public opinion and deflect attention from the complaints on human rights violations already submitted to the International Criminal Court by aggrieved victims and survivors of human rights violations, who cannot obtain justice from Philippine courts which are now under the draconian control of the tyrant Duterte. To blame the legal, patriotic and progressive organizations and even religious organizations for supposedly causing the self-generated notoriety of the tyrannical, murderous, and corrupt Duterte regime. In the first place, the Duterte regime must be aware of its own crimes. Since he became president, Duterte no less has been publicly inciting and ordering the police to frame up and kill suspected drug users and peddlers in the thousands, and assuring his armed minions of presidential protection and rewards in cash and promotions. Thus, more than 30,000 people have been extrajudicially killed in the fake war on illegal drugs undertaken by Duterte to monopolize the illegal drug trade at the expense of poor suspects. The international and human rights agencies and organizations have been factual and truthful in their reporting of the mass murders and other human rights violations. Thus, Duterte is the subject of complaints to the International Criminal Court in The Hague by aggrieved Filipinos who cannot seek justice from the Philippine state because of Duterte's unbridled brutality and tight grip on the judicial system. Those being red tagged by the Duterte regime include highly and widely respected Philippine organizations, like the IBON Research Foundation, Gabriela, Alliance of Concerned Teachers, Carapatan, and the National Union of People's Lawyers, NUPL, and religious formations like the Rural Missionaries of the Philippines and the Iglesia Independiente Filipina, Philippine Independent Church. The Duterte regime is maliciously spreading the big lie that its criminal ill repute or notoriety is because of the advocacy and social activism of the aforesaid organizations in support of the poor, exploited, and oppressed people, and that these are merely CPP front or dummy organizations, which are used for raising funds abroad. The revolutionary movement that the CPP leads has time and again asserted and manifested its political, organizational, and financial self-reliance because it enjoys the vigorous participation and abundant support of the people in the revolutionary struggle for national liberation, democracy, social justice, and all-round development. Acting as the psy-war agent of the Duterte regime, AFP Major General Parlade has gone to several countries in Europe and Southeast Asia to red tag and slander the ILPS as a conduit of foreign funds for the CPP and revolutionary movement. He has done so at a time that the AFP is applying the butcher-brutal methods of Oplantokang in Oplan Katatagan in order to engage in orgies of selective and mass murders of people suspected of being linked to the New People's Army. Previously, it was another Duterte running dog, PNP General Albay Ald, who red-tagged the patriotic and progressive organizations on the outright lie that I identified them as CPP front organizations by maliciously misrepresenting a 1987 video, in which I sharply differentiated the forces of the armed revolutionary movement from the legal, patriotic and progressive forces that brought down the Marcos fascist dictatorship in 1986. 5. Duterte regime engages in red tagging to push fascisation and justify extrajudicial killings. April 6, 2019. The Duterte regime is red tagging and labeling as Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, front organizations, patriotic and progressive organizations like the Alliance of Concerned Teachers, Carapatan, and even religious organizations like the Rural Missionaries of the Philippines and the Iglesia Filipina Independiente, Philippine Independent Church. The purpose of the anti-communist witch hunt is to generate mass intimidation for the fascization of Philippine society and for the selective as well as mass murders of those deemed opponents to the tyrannical regime and its scheme of imposing a fascist dictatorship on the Filipino people through charter change to bogus federalism. Under the pretext of cutting off funds for the CPP from state agencies and NGOs in other countries, the regime has extended its anti-communist witch hunt abroad in order to spread lies and intimidate overseas Filipinos. At the same time, the regime seeks to counter the notoriety it has gained worldwide because of its mass murder against the poor people tagged as drug users and peddlers now running at more than 30,000 and the increasing mass murders of working people and indigenous people in the countryside. The regime tries in vain to blame the CPP for the revulsion of the peoples abroad. In the first place, the regime has committed gross and systematic human rights violations which are the basis for its notoriety in the Philippines and abroad. The international press and human rights agencies and organizations are factual and truthful in their reporting of mass murders and other human rights violations. Duterte is the subject of complaints to the International Criminal Court in The Hague by aggrieved Filipinos because he is liable for publicly inciting and ordering the police to frame up and kill people in the thousands and assuring them of presidential protection, promotions, and cash rewards. 6. Duterte will rig the May elections to save himself from criminal charges. April 7, 2019. The electoral contest for 12 seats in the Philippine Senate is of crucial importance to Duterte. By any means within his power, he will try to get at least 8 of his Higpong NG Pagbabago senatorial candidates elected in order to have the 2/3 majority in the Senate to approve the resolution for charter change to a bogus federalism. Unless he rigs the forthcoming May 2019 elections, most of his senatorial candidates are certain to lose because they, like Marcos, Estrada, Ejector, Revilla, Enrile, Go and De La Rosa, are pulled down by their own notoriety for plunder, mass murder and blind loyalty to Duterte and, of course, by the Duterte regime's notoriety for tyranny, treason, mass murders, corruption and broken promises. Duterte's favorite senatorial candidates are up against the PEOPLE's outrage over Duterte's criminal record. The Catholic vote is unprecedentedly gaining ground as a result of said record and his persistent attacks on bishops and priests for standing up in defense of the people's human rights. Thus, Duterte is becoming jittery and threatening to declare the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus and suppress his critics and the opposition by armed force. He senses the wave of popular rejection rising against him. He has complete control over the Kumlik and the military and therefore the capability to rig the elections. Knowing the criminal and malicious character of Duterte, the people expect him to rig the elections in order to ensure the election of at least 8 senatorial candidates loyal to him. He needs desperately 8 more senators to make the 2/3 majority in the Senate in order to push the charter change to a bogus federalism and thus install himself as fascist dictator, rule beyond 2022 or choose his own successor, protect his bureaucratic loot, and prevent the International Criminal Court in The Hague from effecting his arrest for trial on charges of crimes against humanity. It is necessary for the forces of the opposition to make a serious electoral campaign and demonstrate that at least 10 of their senatorial candidates are sure winners through protest mass actions, campaign rallies, and assemblies of the Christian churches. At the same time, they should be ready to rise up when Duterte finally rigs the elections to cause the election of at least 8 of his senatorial candidates. The mass support gained by the opposition through the electoral campaign will become a gigantic force to oust Duterte from power in the same manner that Marcos was ousted in 1986 after he rigged the election results and obtained his false victory. 7. On Duterte's urging the police and military to carry out assassinations or extrajudicial killings. April 7, 2019. In his speech before a motorcycle association in Iloilo City yesterday, Duterte once more incriminated himself before the International Criminal Court by publicly inciting and ordering his military and police minions to engage in the murder of supposed suspects, as in the killing of 14 farmers in Negros on the mere suspicion that they belong to or support the NPA. By openly urging his armed minions to engage in assassinations, he cannot escape command responsibility. His only possible defense before the ICC is that he is mentally deranged. But serial killers are convicted because they use whatever lucidity they have to cover up their crimes. It is only when the serial killers have committed too many killings and become addicted to a pattern and become careless that they seem to completely lose every shred of their sanity. As a psychopath, Duttard has apparently reached the point of being totally crazed by his serial killings, his power, and fentanyl. He is absolutely wrong in comparing his armed minions to the revolutionary squads of the New People's Army who need to give battle to those they seek to arrest but who resist arrest because they have abundant arms and are clothed with the authority of the exploiting classes and oppressive regime. 8. Duttard is mortally afraid of the NPA as he steps up the mass murder of unarmed people. April 12, 2019. If Duttard and his armed minions were to be believed, the New People's Army no longer exists because it has been supposedly decimated several times over by fake surrenders and fake encounters. The more Duttard presents himself as a victorious conqueror, the more he exposes his frustration and cowardice by speaking to the public only behind a thick bulletproof glass. His false claims of victory are belied by the NPA's intensifying offensives on a nationwide scale. In fact, he has been most successful at ordering his death squads to kill unarmed social activists, including priests, journalists, teachers, health workers, lawyers, and human rights advocates. He has extended the methods of Upland Tokang to Upland copy upon by red tagging, framing up, and murdering an increasing number of victims who are opposed to his regime. He has also excelled at using his armed forces to bomb and displace rural communities of indigenous peoples and peasants to make way for socially and environmentally destructive enterprises such as open-pit mining, logging, monocrop plantations and casino islands by foreign and local corporations from which he receives huge amounts of bribe. The bloodbath that the sociopath Duttard masterminds has become so wanton and massive that he is worried to death that the day of reckoning for him is fast coming. He cannot deny that the tactical offensives of the NPA have become more effective than ever before. On a nationwide scale, he estimates that the NPA has the capability to go after him to exact justice for his grave crimes of mass murder, tyranny, treason, and corruption. Obviously, he is mortally afraid that the NPA intends to apprehend, try, and punish him for his grave crimes. He has long been afraid of traveling by road even in his own region. He can only use the helicopter to hop from one military camp to another whenever he wants an audience in order to rant against his critics and boast of his penis and dish out vulgarities and trivialities. Despite the Duttard regime's psy-war that it is about to destroy the revolutionary movement, the Communist Party of the Philippines, the NPA, the Revolutionary Mass Organizations, the NDFP, and the rural-based People's Democratic Government are growing stronger precisely because of the tyrannical, treasonous, brutal and corrupt character of this regime. It is reasonable for the people to expect the NPA to seek the punishment of Duttard for heinous crimes. But entities other than the NPA are also eager to punish him. These include the relatives and friends of his murder victims and the military and police officers and their personnel who are offended by his criminal misuse of the military and the police. Both active and retired military and police officers, for either patriotic or pro-us reasons, are becoming increasingly vocal against Duttard's sell-out of the country's sovereign rights to China and his crimes of mass murder and plunder and are preparing themselves for Duttard's day of reckoning upon the people's uprising as in the overthrow of Marcos in 1986. 9. Duttard prepares to rig the May 13 elections with propaganda and secret orders. April 13, 2019. In a full month before the May 13, 2019 elections, we can expect an avalanche of propaganda from the Duttard regime to conjure the illusion of Duttard's perpetual popularity, foretell the victory of its senatorial and local executive candidates and cover his secret orders to the Commission on Elections and the military to rig the elections. The propaganda drive of the regime to spread lies involves the frenzied use of government agencies and resources, paid opinion poll surveys, red tagging of opposition candidates and parties, planted news stories and columns, TV and radio broadcasts, the troll armies in the social media, tarpaulins and posters, herded paid crowds, and so on. The Duterte regime is overspending public and private resources and overexerting itself in trying to create the false illusion of popular support in order to pave the way for election rigging in favor of the regime's candidates and for the charter change to a bogus kind of federalism by which absolute powers are concentrated in the hands of Duterte as fascist dictator on top of his regional and provincial agents. Among his fellow oligarchs, dynasts, and warlords, the Duterte ruling clique intends to draw attention away from the widespread indignation of the people over the regime's tyrannical, treasonous, mass murdering, plundering and inflationary policies and acts, and to overshadow the groundswell of support for the opposition candidates from Catholic and other Christian voters, the patriotic and progressive organizations and other people offended by the crimes of the regime. The broad united front of patriotic and progressive forces and all other opposition forces are therefore challenged to do their best to arouse, organize, and mobilize the broad masses of the people for the electoral struggle to defeat the anti-national and anti-democratic Duterte regime and make evident their victory with far larger electoral rallies and mass protest actions than the meetings of the paid and herded crowds of the regime. Unless he steps back from his evil scheme to rig the elections and ensure charter change to bogus federalism, Duterte unwittingly prepares for his overthrow in the same manner that Marcos was overthrown by urban mass uprising after his fake electoral victory in 1986, or creates the combustible conditions for an unprecedented nationwide intensification of people's war to counter the escalation of fascist attacks on the people. ILPS condemns the arrest of Julian Assange. April 14, 2019. We, the International League of People's Struggle, ILPS, strongly condemn the arrest of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange by British authorities under the direction of the US government. We defend his rights as a journalist and demand his immediate release. Assange has earned the ire of the US for exposing the truth about US behind-the-scenes machinations in its drive to carry out foreign interventions and launch wars of aggression for regime change and economic plunder. WikiLeaks has published volumes of material documenting the crimes of US imperialism around the world. The arrest of Assange is based on a charge of engaging in theft of US state secrets. Assange is accused of conspiring with US Army PVT Chelsea Manning to crack a password on a Defense Department computer network for classified documents and communications to download classified records and transmit them to WikiLeaks. The charge sheet released to the public by the U.S. State Department states that between January 2010 and May 2010, Manning downloaded databases from U.S. government departments and agencies containing nearly 90,000 Afghanistan war-related significant activity reports, 400,000 Iraq war-related significant activity reports, 800 Guantanamo Bay detainee assessment briefs, and 250,000 U.S. State Department cables. These materials, including videos and classified documents, revealed the crimes of U.S. imperialism that the U.S. wanted to keep secret from the world. One of the most damning evidence of U.S. crimes is a video footage from an Apache helicopter viewed by millions around the world showing Reuters journalist Namir Noreldin, his driver Saeed Shmak, and several others as the Apache shoots and kills them in a public square in Baghdad. A group of adults and children in a minivan arrives and attempts to rescue the wounded, but they are also fired upon. The arrest of Julian Assange exposes the utter hypocrisy of the US, its most trusted running dog, Britain, and other Western governments of their avowals for democracy, freedom of the press and freedom of speech. Experts and scholars say that this is a direct assault on the basic rights of journalists protected by the First Amendment in the US Constitution. But the ruling regime in the US will even trample upon its own constitution, as it has done in justifying the use of torture and other criminal practices. Every US ruling regime has time and again proven that it can tear to pieces universally accepted conventions on international relations in order to carry out interference in the internal affairs of other countries and launch wars of aggression and plunder in pursuit of US imperialist interests. For almost 7 years, the US and its lackeys tried every foul means to get their hands on Assange and stop him from carrying on with his journalistic work. Julian Assange was able to survive almost 7 years of threats, harassment, and pressure from the US and its lackeys because of his own courage in defending his rights and the overwhelming support of the people of the world and some sympathetic governments. Despite all the threats and pressures, Assange continued with his journalistic work while holed up at the Ecuadorian embassy in London. His defiance inspired whistleblowers in the belly of the beast like Edward Snowden to come forward and expose the crimes of US imperialism around the world. The US is an imperialist power in decline. But it is still capable of doing the most hideous crimes against the people of the world in its desperation to prevent its total collapse. The people of the world must therefore continue to resist this monster wherever it rears its head until it is mortally wounded and collapses like all the empires before it. And, the work of such courageous journalists like Julian Assange serves the goal of humankind in ridding the world of the evils of imperialism and human oppression. On Duterte's corruption and Psy-war campaign. 1. NDFP and the Filipino people must be alert to Duterte's militarist purposes. April 14, 2019. The National Democratic Front of the Philippines, NDFP, and the Filipino people should be alert to Duterte's militarist purposes in announcing that he wishes to reopen the peace talks with the use of the militarized negotiating panel under the militarized office of the Presidential Advisor, General Galvez. The NDFP does not want to be baited into accepting a war panel of the Duterte regime whose purpose is merely to seek the impossible, such as the surrender of the revolutionary forces, especially the New People's Army. Duterte must first answer the following prejudicial questions. Why did he terminate the peace negotiations and annul all agreements painstakingly made since the Hague Joint Declaration of 1992? Why did he terminate and dismantle the GRP section of the Joint Monitoring Committee formed under the Comprehensive Agreement on Respect for Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law? The NDFP must remind Duterte that he cannot dictate the terms of whatever kind of negotiations he seeks from the revolutionary movement PF the people. By all indications, Duterte is merely play-acting in the name of peace while carrying on an all-out war and scheming to rig the May 2019 elections in order to pave the way for a fascist dictatorship thorough charter change to a bogus federalism. 2. Duterte exposed his own sexual orientation. I merely criticized his hypocrisy and mendacity. April 15, 2019. There is an attempt of some malicious elements to misrepresent me as being against the gays, bisexuals, and queers, and the entire lot of the LGBTQ sector as a result of my criticism and ridicule of Duterte's hypocrisy in making a public overstatement of his macho sexuality and his contempt for gays, despite certain statements of his to the contrary a number of times. The issue is not his actual sexual orientation, whether male heterosexual or bisexual, but his hypocrisy and mendacity. Whatever is the gender or sexual orientation a person has cannot be helped, like the color of the skin or social circumstances of birth, and he or she, to use conventional pronouns, cannot be taken to task for said orientation. Contrary to Duterte's frequent assertions of masculinity, he admitted in a television interview in 2016 with Vice Ganda that he was once gay but that he reformed as if being gay were something bad. Duterte also publicly admitted that he often had joint masturbation with Dominguez in a speech at a Department of Labor and Employment, DOL, event in Bulacan in December 2017. In a recent speech, he actually claimed that he made a mighty erection whenever he was with other naked men at the YMCA dormitory bathroom. Duterte himself again exposed his own bisexual orientation or behavior. I did not criticize his actual sexual orientation, but I simply criticized his hypocrisy and mendacity in overstating his macho heterosexuality and yet unwittingly giving evidence to the contrary. It is quite a malicious spin for anyone to state that I am culpable for discriminating against heterosexuality, homosexuality or bisexuality per se. I have long advocated gender equality and respect for the gender and sexual orientation of anyone. It is utterly malicious for anyone to ascribe to me what I precisely criticize in Duterte's sexist, hypocritical, and mendacious statements. 3. Futile and stupid Psy-war campaign to deceive and divide the revolutionary movement through fake peace talks. April 16, 2019. It is now clear that Duttert and his running dog Galvez are not at all interested in serious peace negotiations through panels duly authorized by the NDFP National Council and the GRP President as the principals at the national level. They are interested merely in a Psy-war campaign to stage fake localized peace talks between military officers and their military assets in a stupid and futile attempt to deceive and divide the armed revolutionary movement of the people. Such Psy-war campaign is a mere minor adjunct of the all-out war campaign to attack the people through red tagging, mass intimidation, bombing of communities, mass murder, and other atrocities in order to perpetuate the oppressive and exploitative ruling system of compradors, landlords and corrupt bureaucrats headed by Duttert. The Filipino people and the revolutionary forces have no choice but to intensify the armed revolution for national and social liberation on a nationwide scale against the tyrannical, treasonous, murderous, plundering and swindling Duttert regime. The regime is about to rig the May 13, 2019 elections in order to fake the victory of at least 8 of its senatorial candidates and ram through charter change to a bogus federalism, which centralizes the powers of government in the hands of a fascist dictator. The Filipino people and their revolutionary forces are confronted with the escalation of oppression and exploitation, which at the same time drives them to resist and provides them with the opportunities to make advances and win victories in the people's democratic revolution. 4. Duttert kills GRP and DFP peace negotiations, prods the people to intensify armed revolution. April 17, 2019. In the experience of the National Democratic Front of the Philippines, NDFP, in negotiating with the government of the Republic of the Philippines, GRP, the reactionary pro-US military officers at the highest level have always interfered to stop the peace negotiations for the following reasons. That the GRP negotiating panel cannot obtain the surrender of the armed revolutionary movement of the people through a protracted and indefinite ceasefire, and 2. That the NDFP negotiating panel is gaining credit for pushing social, economic, and political reforms to address the roots of the armed conflict. Since the Hague Joint Declaration of September 1, 1992, the reactionary diehards in the military have always acted to shorten the peace negotiations under every GRP administration whenever the NDFP rebuffs their precondition for the surrender of the new People's Army and their maneuvers to block the negotiations of social and economic reforms. The reactionaries facilely and deceptively say that the GRP and DFP peace negotiations have been running for 27 years since 1992. But in fact, under every administration from the Ramos regime to the current Duttert regime, peace negotiations are held only for a few months before the reactionary military diehards intervene to pressure their commander-in-chief to slow down or to declare the suspension or termination of the peace negotiations. Under the pressure of the military, Duttert has terminated and practically killed the peace negotiations since he issued Proclamation 360 on November 23, 2017. And he has proceeded to drive more nails into the coffin of the GRP and DFP peace negotiations. He has rendered peace negotiations impossible between the OFFICHL panels of the GRP and NDFP that are duly authorized by their respective principals. While Duttert is in power, there will be no peace negotiations between the GRP and the NDFP because of the following. Duttert has formally terminated the peace negotiations with the NDFP with Proclamation 360. He has designated the CPP and the NPA as terrorist. He has rejected the substantive agenda of the peace negotiations stipulated by the Hague Joint Declaration and the Joint Agreement on the sequence, formation, and operationalization of the reciprocal working committees. He has wantonly violated the safety and immunity guarantees under the Joint Agreement on Safety and Immunity Guarantees, JASIG, by ordering the arrest of NDFP consultants and their murder if there are no witnesses, as in the case of Randy Malayo. He has unilaterally scrapped the Comprehensive Agreement on Respect for Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law and has dismantled the GRP section of the Joint Monitoring Committee. He has unleashed his military and police dogs to red tag, frame up and kill at will social activists and suspected revolutionaries in his all-out war and pursuit of fascist dictatorship. In view of the foregoing, there can be no genuine peace negotiations between the GRP and the NDFP while Duttert remains in power. The so-called localized peace negotiations are patently false. No one would ever be authorized by the NDFP National Council to negotiate with the GRP or its military under conditions completely under the control of the murderous Duterte regime. And no revolutionary in his right senses would ever surrender himself to the brutal and corrupt enemy. The CPP, NPA, and NDFP are highly centralized and have a collective style of decision-making and working. No individual or part of these organizations would ever fall for a trap like the fake localized peace talks under the control and manipulation of a rapacious and bloodthirsty enemy. It is obvious to the Filipino people and their revolutionary forces that they have no choice but to concentrate on intensifying the PEOPLE's war for a people's democratic revolution. In fact, no reactionary regime after the Duterte regime would ever be interested in negotiating peace with them unless they intensify the people's war and win ever greater victories. It is actually favorable to the Filipino people and their revolutionary forces to be confronted by a tyrannical, treasonous, murderous, corrupt, and swindling Duterte regime as in the time of the fascist dictator Marcos. It is far easier to fight and win victories against a regime that makes no pretenses about being patriotic and democratic than against previous regimes that had patriotic and democratic pretenses. While there are no GRP and DFP peace negotiations, for as long as Duterte is in power, I find it more useful and worthwhile to concentrate on exposing the crimes of Duterte and demanding the end of his regime without being distracted by back-channel talks and flip-flops by the mentally, politically, and morally deranged Duterte. As I indicated before, I am happy to have more time to do research on Philippine and global issues, write and publish my books and articles and engage in more study meetings with Filipinos and their solidarity friends in the anti-imperialist and democratic struggle. There is a rising interest in the revolutionary resistance of the Filipino people for national and social liberation because of the flagrantly anti-people, anti-national, and anti-democratic character of the Duterte regime. The peoples and revolutionary forces of the world expect the Filipino people and their revolutionary forces to fight and defeat the tyrannical regime of Duterte. 5 Talks among PNP, Army, Air Force, and Navy officers and men. April 21, 2019. Duterte thinks the AFP and PNP are already his private army. But this is what a captain of the Philippine Army gathered from his comrades in the various services. In the PNP, the Duterte family and the Chinese triads are already in control of the smuggling and spread of shabu in the country. So the whole Philippines is flooding with shabu and the number of addicts is increasing. Killings of the poor undertaking to show that Duterte is doing something to suppress the shabu. But he himself is the supreme drug lord. Duterte's appointees from his DDS continue to spearhead killings of the poor and pocketing reward money from the anti-drug campaign. Next only to Bato de la Rosa is Duterte's most famous steward, Col. Garma, the Cebu City female chief of police, who was his girlfriend from Davao City. She already derives a huge income on drugs. But Duterte Ferrari still gifted her with a Ferrari. In the Philippine Army, wages of soldiers have been increased over and above those of educators and teachers, but have also lost the increase due to the rising prices of household goods. The soldiers are even more exposed to dangers at risk, overtime thus leaving them almost without vacation. Duterte boasts that he is a brave macho able to push soldiers into danger, fatigue, and lack of vacation. But from his own mouth he exposes himself as being gay and AC/DC. So he's just funny when he poses to be macho and brave. It is Duterte's fault that the NPA is even more fierce now that he himself broke the peace negotiations. And he makes soldiers cannon fodder. In the Philippine Air Force, the entire PAF knows from the thesis that PAF General Eldon Nemenzo that we own the West Philippine Sea and its natural resources underneath. The gas and oil reserves are worth $26 trillion. It is enough to resolve backwardness, unemployment, and poverty. Duterte is so truly treacherous for having virtually given away the West Philippine Sea, including Scarborough, to China. Duterte has shamelessly dismissed the PAF commanding General Galileo Quintanar, Jr. for simply making overflights on the Sprat lies. What kind of president is this traitor, cowardly, and paid servant of China? Now just in the election season, he is reacting to Chinese intrusion. But watch out for his withdrawal after the elections. In the Philippine Navy. Duterte ousted Philippine Navy Chief Admiral Ronaldo Mercado last year only to block his plans to acquire 2 warships to pave the way for Duterte and Bongo to buy more expensive and inferior frigates. Duterte is a rascal for nailing the Marines to only a few focus areas and leaving the Navy without an assault reserve force. He further prohibits the Philippine Navy from approaching the artificial islands that China had seized and converted into a base against the Philippines. He is giving to China the islands on the Philippine Territorial Sea. He has already given even Boracay to Chinese infiltrators posing as businessmen and their employees. Duterte's bribe must be so great that he gave China the West Philippine Sea and its natural resources. Even in the making of artificial islands, China has hauled soil and rocks from Zambales, Surigao, and Davao Oriental. The Philippine Navy carried the order to seize and charge the U.S. Navy $1.97 million for destroying a vessel on Tubata Reef. But Duterte is the only one who profited, while not charging China any amount for the estimated $12.4 billion in rent and compensation for damage to the marine environment. Duterte is still making the Philippines borrow from China to become its debt colony. On the May 13, 2019 elections in the Philippines. Interview by Rio Mondolo. April 29, 2019. RM1, the senatorial race in the May 13, 2019 elections in the Philippines is of crucial importance because if Duterte's candidates in Hagpong and Pagbabago and PDP Laban win in an overwhelming way, Duterte will have complete control of the government and will have 2/3 vote in the Senate to push his federalism project. What are the chances of Duterte's candidates and the opposition candidates in Oso Diretso, Labor Win, Makabayan and People's Choice? JMS, if the elections are clean and honest, the senatorial candidates of Duterte will surely lose for the following reasons. Many of the candidates are notorious plunderers like Estrada, Revilla, Enrile, and Bongo, and butchers like Enrile, martial law administrator of Marcos, Bato de la Rosa of the infamous Oplanto Kang. The Duterte slate stinks because of the track record of the candidates is so bad in contrast to that of the opposition candidates. Most important of all, the Duterte candidates are seen as stooges of a tyrant, traitor, mass murderer, plunderer, incorrigible liar, antagonist of the Christian churches and women, and whom the broad masses of the people perceive as responsible for the rising prices of basic commodities and the rise of mass unemployment and poverty. They are debased by the gross crimes of the Duterte regime as well as by their own crimes. RM2, because he will surely lose in the senatorial race in the elections if these are clean and honest, what do we expect from Duterte? Will he rig the elections? Why? JMS, Duterte has total control of the Commission on Elections and the military and police personnel who will be deputized for election duties, especially in Mindanao, which is under martial law, and the other areas designated as trouble spots by the Cumlic, the military and the police. Duterte is well known to have a sly criminal mind. He will certainly use his power over the Cumlic and the armed services to rig the elections, especially because he wants to increase his despotic powers and prolong his stay in power by railroading charter change to a bogus federalism. He is mortally afraid that the moment he steps down from power, he is liable for criminal prosecution by the International Criminal Court and for punitive actions by the Filipino people and their revolutionary forces. Thus, he is driven like crazy to prolong his stay in power and gain more powers to oppress and exploit the people. Even before the elections, the rigging has started. The whole of Mindanao and the so-called trouble spots are already under martial rule. The public school teachers and people from various walks of life are being red-tagged for the purpose of mass intimidation, and so many places elsewhere are being categorized by the Duterte regime as trouble spots. Anti-Duterte senatorial candidates are at a huge disadvantage. RM3, in view of Duterte's control of Cumlic and the armed services to be deputized for the elections and his determination to rig the elections because of his fear of prosecution, Why should the opposition candidates still run for the Senate? JMS, they need to run in order to arouse, organize, and mobilize the people for realizing the real majority vote, and, when and if elections prove to be rigged, there will be clear ground for the people to take offense and rise up to oust Duterte in the same manner that they rose up after Marcos cheated in the 1986 elections. Remember that before the 1986 elections there were the huge electoral rallies of the Aquino slate and the mass protest actions of Bayan. These forces eventually conjoined with the mass following of the Catholic and other Christian churches and those military and police officers who turned against Marcos in order to oust him after he cheated in the elections. RM4, there might be no exact repeat of history because Duterte has excelled at fabricating poll surveys and fake news, dominating the print and electronic media with paid ads and payola for broadcasters and columnists, and most important of all, Duterte has succeeded in causing mass intimidation through red tagging and mass murders in Upland Tokang and Upland Kapi Upon in the short span of 3 years. In the case of Marcos, he had stimulated and collected the people's wrath for at least 14 years before he could be ousted. Under these circumstances, is the broad united front in a position to make huge rallies now and then to oust Duterte after he cheats in May? JMS, there are less than 2 weeks before May 13 for the opposition to show the huge electoral rallies of the opposition candidates as well as the protest rallies of the progressive organizations. We hope these will still arise before Election Day. But even if these do not materialize, it is still important for the opposition to do the best possible now so that in the long run, when Duterte continues to abuse the people and violate their national and democratic rights, and to amass power and wealth, the people would be in a position to rise up with the intensity and magnitude of mass actions against Marcos in 1986. There are certain factors that can run counter to the building of the broad united front. The climate of mass intimidation due to widespread red tagging and actual murders of social activists might have a dampening effect on certain sections of the population. There are also anti-Duterte reactionaries who are at the same time more anti-communist and more pro-imperialist than they are anti-Duterte. These are the same elements that would be vulnerable to Duterte's false assurances that he would step down in 2022 or as soon as his bogus federalism is ratified. RM5. Of course, it is well known that you do not depend entirely on elections and legal mass actions, where those in authority like Duterte have overwhelming advantages in terms of power and control over the armed forces and the mass media. In the meantime, what can the people do to assert themselves against an imminent rise of outright fascist dictatorship? JMS, the people should never give up the legal mass struggles no matter how much are the mass intimidation and actual murders committed by the Duterte regime against them. By asserting and exerting their democratic rights to speak out and assemble and to create the broadest possible united front, the people themselves make it counterproductive for Duterte to insist on his regime of tyranny, treason, mass murder, and plunder. In the meantime, while all efforts are being exerted to develop the legal democratic struggle against the Duterte regime, the revolutionary forces of the Filipino people are also developing and advancing the people's democratic revolution through protracted people's war. They are deeply rooted among the toiling masses nationwide and can and will launch tactical offensives by surprise against the weakest points of the counter-revolutionary regime. As Duterte brutally attacks the legal democratic forces, he unwittingly incites the mass activists to join the armed revolution, as did Marcos previously in the 1970s and 1980s. On Duterte and the May elections. One further reports about Duterte's health condition. May 4, 2019. Apart from the report that Duterte has suffered a nervous breakdown to explain his disappearance from public view for about a week, there are other reports to the effect that he has fallen sick from fentanyl overdose or that it takes him a longer time to recover from dialysis. This becomes less effective in the long run. In any case, the devil is still alive and kicking, although with a deteriorating physical and mental condition. By self-admission, Duterte is a frequent user of the powerful POID fentanyl, which he uses as a painkiller due to a previous injury to his spine. Thus, he is notorious not only as #1 protector and beneficiary of the illegal drug trade but also as the #1 drug addict in the Philippines. Duterte is also known for the seriously defective sewage system of his body and suffers from gastroesophageal reflux disease, reflux from his intestines to his esophagus, and the cancer-causing and kidney-damaging waste deposit in his intestines and his colon, blockage. Thus his face is daily blackened by his dirty blood. He needs more frequent dialysis treatment and other treatment to dispose of his waste and renew his blood supply. Because of the dwindling effect of his dialysis, he needs more blood transfusion and more days to recover from it. Duterte is definitely afflicted by various diseases. But he is still alive and he plans to reappear as if in perfect health. Only his blackened face, wobbly walk, and mentally deranged speeches, self-contradictions and flip-flops, manifest the serious destruction of his physical and mental health. 2 on Duterte's satisfaction rating and the May 13 elections. According to mercenary poll surveys, the people are satisfied with the Duterte regime for accomplishments such as the following: the soaring prices of basic commodities, the rise of mass unemployment and rampant poverty, the mass murder of poor people in the urban and rural areas who are tagged as either drug addicts or rebels, the red tagging of teachers, journalists, lawyers, and others for the purpose of mass intimidation and exemplary executions, the electoral alliance of plunderers, dynasties, and warlords in Hagpung and PDP Laban, the treasonous sellout of sovereign rights in the West Philippine Sea, making the Philippines a debt colony of China and mortgaging the natural resources of the country to China and other imperialist countries. Priority given to Chinese contractors, suppliers, and workers over Filipinos. 5-month labor contract for Filipino workers, and land grabbing and open-pit mining for the benefit of foreign and domestic corporations. Chinese reclamation projects in Philippine bays and island building in the West Philippine Sea. Traffic jams and increased transport costs, and double puppetry to U.S. imperialism and Chinese imperialism. Considering the people's satisfaction with the Duterte regime, the ground is laid for the rigging of the May 13 elections. 3 prospects during and after the May 13 elections. May 6, 2019. The opposition senatorial candidates will surely win because of their powerful issues against the tyrannical, treasonous, mass murdering, plundering and inflation-generating Duterte regime. But Duterte has the power to rig the elections because of his total control of Cumlic officials, personnel, and computer machines and the Cumlic deputized military and police in Mindanao and in designated trouble spots in Luzon and the Visayas to ensure the success of electoral cheating. Outraged by the electoral rigging, the broad masses of the people, the opposition, and cause-oriented organization will likely be ready to rise up against the regime after the elections. The Duterte regime will harp on its false electoral victory and undertake more draconian measures in order to suppress the broad opposition and railroad the bogus federalism to complete the process of establishing a fascist dictatorship and to counter the prosecution of Duterte and his criminal cohorts by the International Criminal Court upon the end of his term. At the same time, the regime may approach the anti-Duterte conservative opposition and the Catholic Church with threats and offers of reward and compromise. It remained to be seen how the anti-Duterte conservative opposition will respond to the Duterte approaches and take into account the broad united front and mass movement against Duterte. The regime may or may not approach the National Democratic Front of the Philippines for the resumption of the peace talks if only to split the broad mass movement against the regime. It is more likely that the regime will never make the approach to maintain its consistent line of scapegoating the CPP and NPA as the excuse for its draconian policies and measures. In the first place, the NDFP will respect the outrage of the people over the electoral rigging and will support the people's movement for the ouster of the tyrant Duterte. Most of the anti-Duterte conservative oppositionists will reject Duterte's threats and offers of compromise for patriotic and democratic reasons and for the wisdom and advantage of siding with the people's movement to oust Duterte. Although targeted for red tagging and exemplary murders continuously, the cause-oriented organizations and their leaders will be more determined than ever to undertake protest mass actions and seek the ouster of the tyrannical Duterte regime. Because of Duterte's election rigging and his drive for bogus federalism and fascist dictatorship, he will be the cause of continuous turbulence and turmoil in the Philippines. his imperialist patrons can eventually junk him as more of a liability than an asset as they did Marcos. They have the levers for turning finances and armed forces of the Philippines against an already untenable puppet like Duterte. Because of the foregoing prospects, the armed revolutionary movement of the people will have far more fertile ground for growing in strength and advancing towards greater victories in the people's democratic revolution. It is the most steady and reliable force of the Filipino people against the Duterte regime, whatever are the twists and turns in the struggle between the regime and the unarmed legal opposition forces, and at whatever rate the imperialist masters allow Duterte to stay in power. 4. Comment on new diagrams produced by Duterte and Panilo. May 8, 2019. When the boss is someone as mentally deranged as Duterte, even someone like Panilo, who is reputed to be a clever lawyer, abogado de ultimo remedio, appears to be stupid by following that sort of master. The diagrams being bandied about should include a big box to refer to the Filipino people and / with links to the individuals and organizations that are accused of conspiracy and share a common detestation for the policies and acts of treason, tyranny, mass murder, plunder, and swindling by the traitor and tyrant Duterte. In the history of law, guilt by association has long been discredited as a method for criminalizing people through bills of attainder, witch hunts and trial by publicity, instead of approaching the courts of law with evidence to prove the personal criminal responsibility of the accused. Incriminating people through diagrams and using them in trials by publicity can be used against Duterte himself and his peace negotiators by simply linking them to names of persons who are designated or claim to belong to the CPP, NPA, and the NDFP. More damning and more telling than diagrams that can be easily drawn by anyone are pictures of camaraderie between Duterte, his son Paulo, son-in-law Mans and Bongo on one hand, and the notorious drug lords like Peter Lim, Michael Yang, and others. The best way to reduce the drawing of diagrams to absurdity is to use the toilet of the presidential palace as the common point of reference for a criminal linkage between ex-de Juan Duterte and Juanoy Aquino and all sorts of people going to the palace and using the same toilet. Nonetheless, the diagrams drawn by Duterte and Panilo are certainly not even worth a shred of toilet paper. In anticipation of the May 13 elections. Interview by Delphin T. Mallory, Jr. May 10, 2019. What is the role of the revolutionary forces in the coming elections? JMS, it is a given fact that the revolutionary forces, CPP, NPA, and NDFP, are prohibited from participating in the elections staged by the ruling system. But they can clarify and disseminate to the people why it is wrong to vote for the parties and candidates that support the tyrannical, treasonous, mass murdering, plundering and swindling crimes of the Duterte regime. They can also allow and encourage their revolutionary mass base to vote for parties and candidates that stand for national sovereignty, democracy, social justice, economic development through genuine land reform and national industrialization, job tenure and fair wages, expanded social services, patriotic and progressive culture and independent foreign policy. Do you still stick to your prediction that opposition bets could still pull a surprise? But for sure the Duterte administration would not allow that. JMS, I reiterate my prediction that the opposition bets in the Senate race will surely win because of their outstanding patriotic and progressive character and their record of serving the people, and because the people condemn and reject the crimes of the Duterte regime as well as the criminal record of corruption of many of the Duterte candidates and even butchery in the case of one candidate. The broad masses of the people, the patriotic and progressive forces and the Catholic and other Christian churches are supporting the opposition candidates. But unfortunately, Duterte has the overwhelming power and malicious character to rig the elections. He has control of the Cumlic and its computer machines, the military, and police. He wants to gain at least 2/3 control of the Senate in order to railroad charter change to a bogus kind of a federalism, establish a full-blown fascist dictatorship, plunder the country and prevent his arrest, prosecution, and trial for the grave crimes that he has committed. Even before election day, Duterte has been rigging the elections by placing the whole of Mindanao under martial law and so-called trouble spots in Luzon and the Visayas under de facto martial law. He and his military and police running dogs have used red tagging, so-called matrices and death threats to intimidate the critics, the opposition parties and candidates and the people at large. Have you a last-minute election message? JMS, I urge the electorate to vote against the candidates of the Duterte regime, especially in the senatorial race, and prevent Duterte from realizing his scheme of fascist dictatorship, unbridled corruption and sell-out of the sovereign rights and national patrimony of the Filipino people. The people must make conspicuous the overwhelming victory of the opposition senatorial candidates and expose effectively all the dirty tricks of Duterte in rigging the elections. The voters must vote for candidates opposed to the Duterte regime to exercise and demonstrate their sovereign will and to strengthen their moral and political conviction and will to oust Duterte from power by direct democratic action should he rig the elections, as expected. Remember that Marcos rigged the elections of 1986, but his fake electoral victory roused the Filipino people to overthrow him. On Duterte and the midterm elections. 1. Reply to Duterte and Panilo on the claim of small window for peace negotiations. May 12, 2019. It is not true that the Duterte regime keeps any small window to peace negotiations with the NDFP, contrary to what Panilo claims. Duterte has completely shut the door and all windows to peace negotiations with the NDFP. He has terminated and killed the peace negotiations since November 23, 2017 with Proclamation 360 and has driven so many nails into the coffin of the peace negotiations. It is also not true that Duterte has terminated the peace negotiations because of the tactical offensives of the NPA. Even under conditions of temporary ceasefire, the AFP and PNP did not cease strategic and tactical offensives, occupied rural communities suspected as mass base of the NPA and committed gross and systematic human rights violations. The real reason why Duterte has killed the peace negotiations is that he has failed to obtain the surrender of the CPP and NPA, and the people refuses to negotiate social, economic, and political reforms for the benefit of the people and wants to continue the armed conflict as an excuse for his tyrannical rule and scheme to establish a full-blown fascist dictatorship through charter change to bogus federalism. It is Duterte and his armed minions who have killed the peace negotiations and refuse to resume them. They wish to preserve the oppressive and exploitative ruling system dominated by foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucratic corruption. They are deluded by the notion that they can destroy the revolutionary movement of the people through military means of bombing and mass murder and psy-war tricks like fake localized peace talks, fake surrenders and fake development through small palliative projects. The revolutionary forces and the people do not hope that Duterte will reopen the peace negotiations within the framework of the Hague Joint Declaration. My estimate is that they will fight the Duterte regime to its bitter end. They do not expect the regime to engage in serious negotiations on social, economic, and political reforms to address the roots of the armed conflict. 2. On the implications and consequences on Duterte's success in rigging the elections. May 14, 2019. As I have predicted, Duterte is successful in rigging the May 13 elections to deliver to his candidates a false victory in the crucial senatorial race. As I have pointed out, he has to rig the elections because he has the power and the criminal personality and motivation to do so, because clean and honest elections would have allowed the opposition senatorial candidates to win and frustrate his greed for power and plunder. The rigging included the deployment of huge amounts of public and private funds to generate propaganda in various forms in favor of the regime and against the opposition, the use of the military and police for red tagging, mass intimidation, selective murders and splitting the opposition, prolongation of martial law in Mindanao and declaration of trouble spots in Luzon and the Visayas, and most important of all, complete control of the Cumlic and the deputization of military and police personnel. For electoral functions, Duterte is driven like crazy to rig the elections by all means within his power because of his scheme to establish a full-blown fascist dictatorship by scrapping the 1987 Constitution under the pretext of shifting to federalism and to prevent impeachment and indefinitely his possible arrest and prosecution before the International Criminal Court for his gross and systematic human rights violations, especially the mass murder of suspects in his bogus war on drugs as well as in his war on the People's Revolutionary Movement. We can therefore expect that THIRD will use his false electoral victory to adopt and implement more draconian measures to suppress the legal democratic opposition as well as the people's revolutionary movement. He gives no choice to the broad masses of the people but to unite and raise the level of their resistance. The certain worsening of the socio-economic and political crisis will further drive the THIRD regime to commit crimes against the people and will at the same time incite the people, especially the toiling masses of workers and peasants, to fight back. THIRD's policies and acts of tyranny, treason, mass murder, plunder and swindling will eventually bring about the people's resistance that is strong enough to end his rule. Elections are insufficient and ineffective in overthrowing a despotic monster like THIRD. By rigging the elections and continuing his tyrannical rule, THIRD has brought about the conditions favorable for the rise of the legal mass protest movement as well as of the more potent armed revolutionary mass movement. 3. Consolidated Statement on THIRD's rigging of the senatorial race. May 14, 2019. The ultimate key in THIRD's rigging of the crucial senatorial race is his control and manipulation of the Cumlic computers. The senatorial race is crucial to him inasmuch as he wants to obtain the 2/3 majority in the Senate in order to make a full-blown fascist dictatorship under the pretext of charter change to bogus federalism as well as in order to counter his possible arrest and prosecution for mass murder and other human rights violations before the International Criminal Court. In rigging the elections, specifically manipulating the Cumlic computers, THIRD paid principal attention to the senatorial race and secondary attention to the party list groups. Sheer strength of some progressive party list groups made them win, but pro-THIRD party list groups were also made to win. As regards the election of pro-THIRD congressmen and local executive officials, THIRD could in general rely on the effectiveness of pork barrel and incumbency. Some people wittingly or unwittingly cover up THIRD's criminal rigging of the Cumlic computers in the crucial senatorial race by blaming the electorate for the fake and incredible pro-THIRD sweep and wrongly presuming that the overwhelming majority of voters really voted for the Senate. The notorious plunderers, the chief butcher in Oplantokang and ass lickers or sycophants. On the system of elections. Interview by Michael Beltran. May 17, 2019. MB1. How do you see the system of elections as a whole in the country? JMS, the system is preconditioned and predetermined by the political and economic dominance of foreign monopoly interests, big compradors, landlords, and bureaucrat capitalists. These have economic and political resources to keep the conduct and results of elections within the confines of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system. You cannot expect such elections as the means to change the system in order to bring about full national independence, democracy for the working people, social justice, economic development through genuine land reform and national industrialization, ascendance of a patriotic and progressive culture and independent foreign policy. As it is, the electoral system in the Philippines can at best allow a few patriotic and progressive candidates from the intelligentsia and the toiling masses of workers and peasants to win a few seats, to draw some advantages from the factional competition among the ruling class politicians, develop alliances against the worst reactionaries and obtain bits of reforms that may improve the conditions of national and class oppression and exploitation. But such electoral system of the exploiting classes can be worse than usual when a tyrannical regime like that of THIRD seeks to monopolize the political system and rigs the electoral system and even the entire political system with the criminal control and use of public and private funds, the Cumlic, the military, and police in order to predetermine and pre-program the results of the elections. MB2. How do you think it will affect NPA guerrillas and the masses when they are constantly being tagged as terrorists by the THIRD government? JMS, most vulnerable to red tagging are the unarmed patriotic and progressive individuals, groups, and the masses who are subjected to mass intimidation, surveillance, harassment, injury and even extrajudicial killing by those in power and their agents. Red tagging is an instrument of state terrorism, tyranny, and fascist dictatorship. Within the framework of armed counter-revolution under the National Task Force headed by THIRD to end the People's Revolutionary Movement and preserve the evil forces of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, red tagging is vainly aimed at terrorizing the people and their patriotic and progressive forces and inducing them to speak and act against the revolutionary movement of the people. But because the overwhelming majority of the people, who are oppressed and exploited, cannot follow the dictates and inducements by the tyrannical regime, they would rather resist in so many legal and natural, practical ways beyond the control of the regime, and even better allow or encourage their best sons and daughters of fighting age to join the new People's Army and the underground. If we learn from recent history, red tagging and other repressive policies and acts under the Marcos fascist dictatorship did not result in the complete pacification of the people, but instead incited so many young men and women to join the NPA. Ultimately, the legal democratic mass movement was stimulated by the steady growth in strength and advance of the NPA. Red tagging by the enemy unwittingly benefits the armed revolutionary movement. MB3, what can you say about the results of the latest election? JMS, the main thing about the latest election in the Philippines is that it was rigged not only through THIRD's control of COMELEC and its computer or electronic system, but also through institutional coercion, and the results are of course rotten. The anti-people results are most manifested in the crucial senatorial race by the fake election of notorious plunderers, including THIRD's chief bribe collector and chief butcher in his bogus war on drugs. The senatorial race is crucial because the vile purpose of THIRD is to obtain a 2/3 majority in the Senate in order to railroad charter change to a bogus kind of federalism, which actually centralizes governmental powers in the hands of a fascist dictator who handpicks his regional and provincial agents among the dynasties and warlords, and allows the same fascist dictator, like Marcos, to benefit most from the sellout of national sovereignty and patrimony to the imperialists. The 7-hour information blackout allowed THIRD's COMELEC agents to monopolize the transmission of electoral results and engage in large-scale dogbawas by changing the votes in favor of the anti-THIRD senatorial candidates as well as party list candidates into votes for pro-THIRD candidates. There is a relative free play in the election of lower house candidates and local executive officials because THIRD was confident that in general pro-THIRD candidates would win because of their advantages in pork barrel and public and private funds for campaigning and vote buying. The free play at the level of local candidates was intended to cover the centralized computer rigging for the benefit of pro-THIRD candidates at the level of the senatorial race and the party lists. MB4, even if you are engaged in revolutionary activity, what is your view on candidates considered opposition to the THIRD administration? JMS, candidates opposed to the THIRD regime are conscious or objective allies of the people's movement for national and social liberation, in certain issues and by some measure, whether they have a formal alliance or not with the revolutionary forces. It is good enough for the Filipino people and their revolutionary movement that there are alliances at whatever level or scale among legal democratic forces of whatever party or group in opposition to the THIRD regime. By itself, the legal democratic mass movement of the toiling masses and the urban petty bourgeoisie cannot oust THIRD's the tyrannical and terrorist regime. It has to develop a broad united front with the anti-fascist sections of the upper classes and likewise with anti-fascist elements in the reactionary armed forces and police. That was how Marcos was overthrown in 1986. MB5, how do you think the NPA will respond given that now the THIRD admin is poised to pursue more counterinsurgency plots with the likes of Bato in the Senate? JMS, I think that the NPA has no choice but to intensify the people's war and advance the people's democratic revolution because the THIRD regime has in the first place terminated the peace negotiations within the framework of the Hague Joint Declaration and has been escalating its vicious attacks on the people and the revolutionary forces. It is in the criminal interest of THIRD to escalate the armed counter-revolution in order to realize his ambition of establishing a fascist dictatorship by scrapping the 1987 constitution under the pretext of shifting to a bogus kind of federalism, as I have pointed out before. He can probably be dissuaded from his evil ambition only by powerful mass protest actions and by the advances of the NPA in field of armed revolution. THIRD's greed for power and plunder is the main motivation for the series of issuances such as Proclamation NOS 360 and 374, Memorandum Order No. 32 and Executive Order No. 70 and all the repressive and murderous actions being undertaken by the regime against the people and their revolutionary forces in order to prevent serious and sincere peace negotiations between the GRP and NDFP and to enable the traitor, tyrant, terrorist and plunderer Duterte to realize fully his fascist dictatorship. On the May 13 elections. Interview by J.V. Sison. May 19, 2019. JV1. What is your overall analysis of the recent midterms national and local elections? Would you say that the elections were fair, free, honest, and peaceful? JMS, the Duterte regime and its instruments, the Kumlik, military, police and other henchmen of Duterte engaged in flagrant intimidation and cheating. My prediction came true that Duterte would manipulate the conduct and result of the elections to his overwhelming advantage because he has the power, the criminal mind and motivation to cheat. The elections were no level field for the opposition candidates vis-a-vis those of the regime. They were not free and peaceful, especially in most of Mindanao and other areas designated as trouble spots in Luzon and Mindanao where the military and police conducted red tagging, threats and some killings among the opposition. The elections were extremely dirty due to the threats, vote buying, press hating of ballots and vote addition subtraction through the computers of the Kumlik automated electoral system. JV2. It is noticeable that no independent and opposition candidate won in the senatorial race. Do you believe that the high popularity of the present administration and the so-called bad image of the Liberal Party have something to do with it? Or maybe the result of the elections has been planned if you base this on the warning of massive cheating of attorney Glenn Chong in November 2018. JMS, Duterte focused on cheating at the level of senatorial candidates because he wanted to ensure getting the 2/3 or a bigger majority in the Senate to fully obtain support for his fascist dictatorship through cha-cha for fake federalism, accomplish 100% foreign ownership of natural resources and all businesses in the Philippines and to avoid arrest for his crime of mass killings of suspects under Oplan Tokang and Oplan Kapi Upon. It is not true that Duterte is very popular. He stinks because of high taxes and the soaring prices of basic commodities. The masses despise him for the massive killings of suspected addicts and drug pushers and suspected revolutionaries, for being the supreme protector of illegal drugs, for his traitorous sellout to China of the West Philippine Sea, national sovereignty and patrimony, for the rapid and massive corruption of the Duterte family and his collusion with their co-plunderers like the Marcoses, Arroyos, and others. Duterte's high popularity is fabricated by paid poll survey firms, columnists, broadcasters, trolls and bots. Certainly, there are still those among the yellows that stink. But Duterte is far stinkier. Most of the candidates of Itso Diretso and other oppositionists are good. Not one among them won due to the flagrant cheating. Even the best senatorial candidate, Neri Colmenares, was flagrantly and massively cheated. The cheating was planned. The truth is clear. That is what is being said by large numbers of people. Not only by Chong and Gatton who were dropped from the group of Duterte's favorite candidates. They feel bad because even their votes were probably added to those of Duterte's favorites or they were not given a share of the huge fake votes. It does not mean that because they suck up to Duterte, they would be in the Senate. JV3. From your estimate and point of view, how severe was the widespread cheating and manipulation and the dirty, anomalous, and questionable holding of elections this year? Was it more severe than the widespread cheating, conduct, and results of the elections of 2010, 2013 and 2016 under the automated election system? JMS, in my estimate and based on the people's knowledge, the cheating and manipulation of the elections were systematic, widespread and severe. The cheating done by Duterte was dirty, anomalous, and disgusting. Duterte's cheating was more severe than the widespread cheating during the elections of 2010, 2013 and 2016 under the automated election system. Duterte's cheating became automated, faster and more widespread than what Marcos did during the elections under his full-blown nationwide fascist dictatorship. JV4. Aside from the loss of former Bayan Muna part list Rep. Neri Kalminares for senator, is it a possibility that the number of progressive lawmakers decreased? Is there any connection to the apparent campaign of government agencies against progressive parties? How intense was the desire of the present administration to remove the representation and voice in Congress of the poor and oppressed? Does this mean that the Philippine political system is not ready for a pro-left senator or president if go by the electoral track record of the progressives? JMS, Neri Kalminares' votes should have increased and he should have been a sure winner because he is the most steadfast, sharpest, and adept at fighting the criminal policies and actions of the Duterte regime. The people rejects Duterte and his candidates because of his tyranny, treachery, massive killings of suspects, suppression of critics, activists, and opposition, plunder, lies and mockery of the poor, women and Christians. The red tagging and other slanderous actions of the government agencies against the progressive parties were ineffective. The people saw through the lies of the bureaucrats and armed stooges of Duterte, their electioneering and violation of the democratic and electoral rights of the progressive candidates and the people. Only a few were fooled. The Duterte regime was dogged and determined to remove the representation and voice of the poor and oppressed from Congress. Therefore, Neri and Anak Paus were cheated and the votes for progressive party lists were massively reduced. Had there been no automated cheating, the patriotic and progressive candidates in the senatorial and party list races would certainly have increased. Watch out for the coming suppression as mandated by the result of the cheating in the elections by the Duterte regime. JV5. Low regard for the masses reflected by such terms as bobotant, stupid voter, have again come up due to the imminent victory of most of the pro-Duterte candidates for senator. Should personality politics be blamed for this? Or is the social and political system is so rotten that the masses have no choice but cling to the blade when it comes to voting? What really is the relevance of elections for the masses when it comes to their social conditions? JMS, the Duterte regime should be held accountable for the cheating and not blame the Filipino masses and mock them as bobotant. Do not blame the victims of Duterte's cheating. Those who blame the people are closet pro-Duterte and a few genuine anti-Duterte who think so highly of themselves, especially among the ranks of petty bourgeois who do not trust in the toiling masses. It is not only the Duterte regime that should be blamed but the entire ruling system of the puppets of foreign monopoly capitalists, the big compradors, landlords, and bureaucrat capitalists like Duterte. The voice of the toiling masses are suppressed because of the oppression and exploitation by the entire system and whichever reactionary regime. From this truth is what is known as personality politics among the ranks of the competing mostly reactionary politicians. The use of Smartmatic automated electoral system should also be an issue. It is too expensive and easily manipulated by any criminal regime or president like Duterte. Compare the said system with the automated system in Germany or Netherlands. Manual count open to the view of the public and competing parties at precinct level and secure transmission of vote results by ordinary computers are followed. This is far cheaper and easily guarded. The corrupt politicians in the Philippines chose Smartmatic automated electoral system because it is expensive and is a source of corruption and is more easily manipulated. JV6. Due to emerging reports on serious allegations of widespread cheating, is there a possibility to establish a broad alliance that will condemn the widespread cheating and denounce the dirty, anomalous, and questionable conduct and result of the elections? The conditions are slowly becoming clearer for a broad alliance at this time because of the statements of condemnation on the widespread cheating by different personalities, groups, and organizations like Attorney Glenn Chong, Attorney Larry Gatton, Bayan, Contradia, Makabayan, BMP, Caritas NASA, and MMDM. JMS, due to flagrant cheating by the Duterte regime, there is far more basis for a broad alliance and broad mass protest movement to condemn, denounce, and oust the Duterte regime. It is clear that the leaders and masses of Bayan, Contradia, Makabayan, BMP, Caritas NASA, MMDM, and others want to strengthen the alliance and manifest the potency of people's power against a tyrannical regime. I do not know if Gatton and Chong would make good their criticism of the cheating. A broad united front and militant mass protests are urgently needed to promptly counter even more evil policies and actions of Duterte due to his successful cheating in the elections. Big gatherings and marches must be launched in public places and inside and around Christian churches. In the long run, there should be gigantic gatherings of people's power to topple the evil regime of a monster like Marcos. JV7. Would the Senate, Congress, and local government be independent and patriotic when most of the winning candidates are pro-Duterte? Is there a chance that there will be public official who will oppose the policies and programs of the present administration? JMS, the Senate, Congress, and local governments which are pro-Duterte and benefited from the cheating and is benefiting from the continuing attacks of the Filipino masses and pillage of the country's treasury, cannot be independent and patriotic. But as long as there is oppression and exploitation, especially if these intensify, stronger masses and pro-people and heroic leaders would arise to fight the evil policies and programs of the Duterte regime. Some public officials won despite Duterte's intense and widespread cheating. JV8. What can the masses expect from the last 3 years of the present administration? Is there a chance that the present administration would be pushed to uphold policies and programs that are patriotic and pro-people? Do you see a possibility of a trend toward reforms, legal struggles, armed revolution, reaction, and even campaign to oust the present administration in the coming years? JMS, the Filipino masses cannot expect anything from the last 3 years of the Duterte regime except more oppression and exploitation. It is difficult and incorrect to expect that this regime would change and uphold policies and programs that are patriotic and pro-people. There is no, not even a distant possibility, that the regime would change nor that it would agree to meaningful socio-economic and political reforms. This regime plans to establish a fascist dictatorship and serve the foreign monopolies, the big compradors and landlords and the narrow clique of plunderers and killers. This regime is determined to suppress and rout the broad united front, the legal mass movement and the armed revolution. Thus, the people and the patriotic and progressive forces have no choice but to fight until victory in ousting Duterte from power. Even if Duterte presumes that he can kill the legal democratic movement which is exposed in the cities, he really cannot possibly do so. He would only succeed in pushing the Filipino masses to rise up. It is even more distant for Duterte to be able to kill the people's armed revolution. Armed revolutionaries are bound to increase due to the suppression of patriotic and progressive forces and people in the cities and the countryside. The armed revolution has a national scope and is deeply rooted among the toiling masses. They are capable of fighting and defeating a rotting regime that has limited strength and resources and many weaknesses due to the worsening economic and political crisis of the ruling semi-colonial and semi-feudal system. Expect the people's resistance to rise further against the escalation of oppression and exploitation on Duterte's success in rigging the elections. May 23, 2019. As a result of rigging the May 13 elections, Duterte has more two-thirds majority in the Senate and is in a position to dictate the realization of his fascist dictatorship through charter change to bogus federalism and declare martial law nationwide at his whim. Foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucratic corruption will further oppress and exploit the Filipino people. The further underdevelopment of the country, unemployment, mass poverty, soaring prices, plunder of natural resources and social wealth, mass murder with impunity and the worst forms of deception will continue. With overweening arrogance, the Duterte regime will continue to thrive on serving the evil forces of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, and blame the people, the legal democratic forces and the revolutionary resistance for the worsening socio-economic and political crisis of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system. We can expect the broad masses of the people to engage in protest actions as in the time of fighting and defeating the Marcos fascist dictatorship. We can also expect that a big new wave of mass activists will join the revolutionary underground and the armed revolutionary movement of the people. More than ever before, the Duterte regime will seek to destroy the revolutionary movement in order to tighten its monopoly of power and plunder. In this context, there is no chance for the resumption of peace negotiations in accordance with the Hague Joint Declaration for so long as the tyrant Duterte is in power. The people's struggle for national liberation and democracy will certainly grow in strength faster than ever before, precisely in contention with the escalating conditions of oppression and exploitation. It will surge in concert with the revolutionary struggles of peoples abroad against imperialism and all reaction. On the book review of Mao Thodorkov's Continuity and Rupture by Uriah Mark Todorov. May 25, 2019. Review: Continuity and Rupture speaks in its denouement of the possibility of a people's war in the heart of empire, a new strategy leading to new tactics of advancing class struggle. There are groups experimenting with protracted people's war in the fringes of global capital, Mao Thodorkov reminds us. Whether or not it could work in the most developed nations has yet to be determined. 209. JMS, People's War in the most developed countries may be defined as the armed revolution by the masses of the proletariat and other oppressed people. For such people's war to materialize and succeed, there must be a protracted period of preparations involving ideological, political, organizational, and prudent military work in the face of the chronic crisis of imperialism. But protracted people's war as carried out successfully by Mao in China cannot be duplicated in any developed country where the peasantry is no longer the majority class, and cannot be the social terrain where the Communist Party of the proletariat and the People's Army can grow from small and weak to big and strong in stages of developing people's war. For so long, there has been talk about people's war and protracted people's war in imperialist countries, but so far, no Maoist or any communist party whatsoever has carried out any sustained and successful armed struggle in any developed country. Assuming that the Communist Party does well its ideological, political, and organizational work and succeeds in arousing, organizing and mobilizing the proletarian and other masses, there are prudent military preparations that can be made legally, such as systematically sending in discreet revolutionary cadres into the reactionary army, as the Bolsheviks did, acquiring and making the firearms for the formation of community self-defense against criminals, and sporting gun clubs for leisurely target practice and pleasure hunting, and providing the firearm holders and the youth organizations with politico-military training. Review: a movement whose basis for unity cannot bridge all movements is no more than a mob of plebeians. Maoism provides a framework for incorporating the demands of the multitude into a scientific approach to revolution that no other ideology offers. JMS, indeed, there ought to be unity to bridge all movements, or a revolutionary core that unites all movements. Otherwise, there is a mob that is easily crushed by the enemy or dissipates eventually. Maoism provides the ideological and political framework for incorporating and integrating the demands of the toiling masses into a scientific approach to revolution that no other ideology offers. Review: the events of 1988 and 1993 are the points when Maoism became something more than anti-revisionist Leninism. For Mao Thodorkov, these two events are responsible for codifying Maoism as a new theoretical terrain. 12. First, in 1988 the PCP published a document titled On Marxism-Leninism Maoism. JMS, Maoism is a comprehensive development of Marxism-Leninism with such components as philosophy, class analysis, party building, rectification, mass movement, people's war, economic and cultural work, socialist revolution and construction, and the theory and practice of continuing revolution under proletarian dictatorship through the proletarian cultural revolution to combat modern revisionism, prevent the restoration of capitalism and consolidate socialism. What constitutes the most important contribution of Maoism to the development of Marxism-Leninism is the aforesaid theory and practice of continuing revolution under proletarian dictatorship through cultural revolution. This is the component that completes and culminates Maoism as the third stage in the development of Marxism. Longer than the Paris Commune of 1871 that prototyped the proletarian revolution, Maoism prevailed over revisionism and the restoration of capitalism for 10 years, even as the revisionists or capitalistroders continued to resist. Without said cultural revolution as component of Maoism, there is no explanation and hope for proletarian socialist revolution after the complete restoration of capitalism in China, Russia, and elsewhere. Mao laid down the fundamental principles of this component, unlike the other components which he further developed but for which Marxism and Leninism had earlier developed the fundamental principles. Review: the philosophical puzzle Clark unearths is the central problem of continuity and rupture. Marx alluded to it long ago when he wrote, "The ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas." 5. Clark writes that the proletariat internalizes bourgeois ideology. Without studying revolutionary theory, they will not know what is in their best interests, much less how to go about realizing them. To learn theory, the proletariat looks to petty bourgeois intellectuals, and as a result, the direction of such a movement will be determined in the final instance by petty bourgeois ideology. 96. JMS: definitely, the Communist Party must wage and generate an ideological, political, and cultural struggle that results in the arousal, organization and mobilization of the masses, and that can discredit, isolate, and defeat the ideas and state power of the ruling capitalist class. The big bourgeoisie promotes its own ideas and at the same time encourages and funds the ideas of the petty bourgeoisie in order to influence and captivate the proletarian masses. As a matter of historical sequence, the monopoly bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie are ahead in spreading their own ideas among the workers before the Communist Party begins its ideological, political, and cultural work. Review: the synthesis that he sees as having affected the Aufheben of Leninism into Maoism was the organizational technique of the mass line, and the theory of cultural revolution behind it. The party learns the demands of the oppressed, and interprets these demands through the ideology of Marxism-Leninism, from the masses, to the masses. The mass line forces the opposing poles of revolution and revisionism into contact. It is the continuous process of addressing the unavoidable presence of bourgeois ideology within the revolutionary party. JMS: Lenin's teaching that without revolutionary theory there is no mass movement remains valid. But of course the Communist Party and its cadres have the obligation to apply their theory and political line in carrying out social investigation and class analysis. From the masses they get the facts of their needs, demands, and problems, and to the masses they must bring back the correct ideas and sharpened slogans for fighting and defeating the ruling bourgeois class, the revisionists, reformists, opportunists, and all the blatant reactionaries. Review: the reconfiguration of post-revolutionary society must extend beyond the economic base, into its ideological superstructure. If we are to attain the telos of a fully automated luxury communist utopia, the question Paul raises from his historical study, how to consolidate the cultural revolution so as to win the class struggle that continues socialism, is an open question, newly encountered by history. Its resolution remains open to class conflict. 24. JMS: socialist society is not a post-revolutionary society. As Mao pointed out, classes and class struggle continue to exist in socialist society. Although the old exploiting classes have been defeated and deprived of power and wealth, their influence continues in the common notions, customs, and habits that persist among the people. And a new bourgeois class can arise from the intelligentsia and bureaucrats who enjoy the petty bourgeois conditions of life and then want more in contempt of the toiling masses. Thus, there is the need for continuing revolution under the proletarian dictatorship through cultural revolution in order to combat selfishness and revisionism. Class struggle is the key to the cultural revolution as in other fields and forms of struggle in socialist society. Without the cultural revolution in socialist society, the old and new monsters of capitalism would emerge through the revisionists and resurgent reactionaries. Review: Marxism-Leninism Maoism offers, for the first time, a scientific approach to the demands of identity politics. Its party of the new type, formed by the most oppressed members of society, engages in a praxis determined by the interests of these marginalized people. At the same time, Paul writes, if Maoism is contiguous with the Marxist insight that class struggle is the motor of history, 12, a party of the new type will preserve a political line determined by class in the final instance. 149. JMS: Like its historical and ideological Marxist-Leninist base, Maoism is integrative of all positive demands and trends among the people within the framework of the class struggle. Class struggle is the alpha and omega. It is the motor of history in the epical struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Review: the strategic destiny of Lenin's party is insurrection, the middle path that walks between the revisionism of right opportunists like Bernstein and Koskay, and ultra-leftism, what Lenin called the infantile disorder. 206. The Maoist Party is a completely different organization that will produce its own logical destiny. In their 1993 statement, RIM called Protracted People's War, PPW, the Maoist theory of strategy. Continuity and rupture finishes by acknowledging that there is still some debate over whether PPW is universal, or whether perhaps insurrection is more suited for developed nations. JMS: if you start the armed struggle, whatever you call it, and whether you start it in the city or the countryside of an advanced capitalist country, that armed struggle will surely fail to grow and advance if there are no ideological, political, organizational, and prudent military preparations of sufficient duration, and if the ruling class can still rule in the old way, command a strong unified army, and is not yet sufficiently debilitated by crisis, mass discontent, social turmoil, and external war, or an inter-imperialist war like World War I and II. As taught and won by Mao, Protracted People's War is a product of the class analysis of Chinese society and the interrelationship of the working class as the leading force and the peasantry as the main force against the imperialist, big compradors, landlords and bureaucrat capitalists in a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country. In such a war, the countryside and the peasantry provide the wide physical and social terrain for the development of people's war in stages over a protracted period of time. Review: J. Maofawad-Paul proposes that the debate over the universal validity of PPW comes from a lingering confusion between the name and concept of Maoism, 212, and that people's war is the right strategy for a mass party. This party of the new type, by aiming to diffuse itself amongst the masses, ought to begin the process of making revolution in its diffusion, Maofawad-Paul writes. Such an organization spreads its tentacles into every struggle, through innumerable fronts, so as to accumulate advanced forces that will become the germinal sites of military opposition. 218. JMS: any kind of armed revolution involving the masses of the exploited and oppressed can be validly called a people's war. To make such a people's war, the Communist Party and the mass organizations it leads must spread their tentacles into every struggle, through innumerable fronts, so as to accumulate advanced forces that will become the germinal sites of military opposition. Of course, the armed revolution must be preceded by ideological, political, organizational, and prudent military preparations. Review: following Maofawad-Paul to the end, the science of making revolution proposes a protracted armed struggle, waged by those with nothing left to lose but their chains and their allies, led by a vanguard party spread amongst the wretched of the earth. War is present, war is being waged against us. It is important to understand that socialism or barbarism really means socialism or planetary destruction. State monopoly on violence cannot be allowed to persist. JMS: protractedness of armed struggle may be reckoned with not only with regard to a single developed country but also to the scale of several developed countries, or on the global scale of both the armed struggles in underdeveloped countries, where some revolutionary armed struggle are going on, and the still non-existent but potential armed struggles in developed countries. The last time that anti-fascist armed struggles were carried out for several years in several capitalist countries was under conditions of World War II. It still remains to be seen when a Maoist party can start and prolong a civil war until victory in any capitalist country. On anti-communist violence. Interview by Vincent Bevins. May 30, 2019. But the reason I write you is different. I'm now writing a book on anti-communist violence in the 20th century, especially the mass murder of the Indonesian communist. I wanted to include your own personal history and formation when I discuss the consequences of this event. I hope you don't mind if I ask you two questions. I apologize if the answers exist in other materials, but I can only find very broad references to this. Is it true you studied in Indonesia? What did you study, and when and where? JMS, yes, I studied Bahasa Indonesia in Jakarta in 1962 under the auspices of the Siswalokantara of the Ministry of Social Welfare. I translated the poems of Chairil Anwar, the Indonesian national laureate, from Indonesian to English. How did the events of 1965 to 66 in Indonesia affect your thinking on revolutionary tactics and possibilities in Southeast Asia? Did you learn any lessons from what happened to the PKI? JMS, I observed and learned the lessons that the PKI members and most active mass activists were easily massacred to the extent of 3 million, according to the strategic command in charge of the slaughter, without any effective resistance because the PKI had no people's army and was thoroughly exposed to its enemies by its NASACOM and electoral activities. ADDL, thank you so much for your very quick response. This is most helpful. I have both those texts and personally have seen a lot of views on what went wrong for the PKI, but I am especially interested in how the event affected your political formation and the CPP. You said that you learned the lesson they were easily massacred without a people's army. Did this lesson have any bearing on your thinking in the years afterwards, or directly affect the way that the CPP was founded in 1968? I am guessing it must have, but I am trying to get a sense of how much, and how exactly. I hope these questions make sense. JMS, of course, the lesson from Indonesian massacre in 1965 to 66 had a bearing on my thinking in the years afterwards. Since then, I have thought that it is ultimately fatal for a communist party to expose itself mainly or completely before it can seize political power. Thus, the CPP has been clandestine. But you can read from my articles that discuss how since 1991 the internal laws of motion of capitalism have led to more frequent and more serious economic and financial crises, the aggravation of the inter-imperialist contradictions upon the rise of China and Russia as new imperialist powers, the accelerated strategic decline of the US, the escalating oppression and exploitation of the working people, the social turmoil and wars on a widening scale, the rise of fascist movements and perseverance of the people's resistance as the prelude to a foreseeable resurgence of anti-imperialist and democratic struggles and proletarian revolutions. Duterte reign of greed and terror. 1. Duterte's anti-people achievements for his reign of greed and terror. June 30, 2019. Duterte's anti-people achievements for his reign of greed and terror are awesome, especially when evaluated by paid poll surveys, mercenary troll armies and broadcasters. These gargantuan achievements have been obtained through oppression and exploitation in a worsening ruling system of big compradors, landlords, and brutal and corrupt officials like Duterte. They are the following. Ordering the mass murder of 30,000 people labeled as drug suspects to project an image of a strong man for the purpose of intimidating the people. Becoming the supreme protector of drug lords and worsening the drug addiction problem through massive smuggling and distribution of shabu and other illegal drugs. Destroying Marawi City, displacing the residents and pocketing the foreign funds for the rehabilitation and reconstruction of the city. Deliberately sabotaging the GRP and DFP peace negotiations in order to serve his ambition of fascist dictatorship by scapegoating the Communist Party of the Philippines and the New People's Army. Raising the salaries of military and police ahead of more deserving public servants such as teachers, nurses and so on, and corrupting the armed minions by rewarding them with cash and promotions for murdering those labeled as drug and as rebel suspects. Engaging in unprecedented corruption in the misuse of the presidential budget and discretionary funds and misappropriation of public funds for infrastructure projects, intelligence, and other purposes. Absolving the plunderers like the Marqueses, Arroyos, Estradas, Enriles, and the like through the corrupt Supreme Court, and collaborating with them in the control of government and abuse of the people. Rigging the 2018 midterm elections through vote buying and manipulation of the automated electoral system to ensure absolute control of the executive and legislative branches of the reactionary government. laying the ground for charter change in order to give the president as tyrant or fascist dictator absolute despotic powers under the pretext of fake federalism or bogus anti-terrorism. Military campaigns of suppression against the peasants and indigenous people to deprive them of their land and make way for the foreign corporations in mining, logging, plantation and real estate business. Perpetuating the program of bogus land reform and subjecting the peasants to worse feudal and semi-feudal conditions. Keeping wages low for workers under a system of short-term contracts, and wages agricultural workers even far lower in order to raise corporate profits. Increasing the tax burden at the expense of consumers in order to cover trade and budgetary deficits and assure loan payments to foreign lenders. Causing the prices of basic commodities to rise even while the incomes of working people are depressed and the problems of underdevelopment and mass poverty have worsened. Selling out to China the sovereign rights of the Filipino people over the exclusive economic zone in the West Philippine Sea and its rich marine oil, gas, and other mineral resources, which can more than suffice to develop the country. Red tagging and branding as communists and subjecting to human rights violations the toiling masses of workers and peasants, social activists who stand and act on patriotic and progressive grounds and issues and in defense of social and environmental justice. Using martial law in Mindanao and designation of large areas of Luzon and the Visayas as trouble spots for the purpose of state terrorism, plundering public funds and natural resources, and rigging the 2019 elections in advance. Receiving commissions for himself and his cronies for overpriced infrastructure projects and high-interest loans from China under terms that violate Philippine sovereignty, extremely onerous and calculated to make the Philippines a debt colony of China. Perpetuating the treaties, agreements, and arrangements that make the U.S. the dominant imperialist power in the Philippines and getting logistical support from the U.S. to wage state terrorism against the people and the revolutionary movement. Squeezing the Philippines with the regime's double puppetry to U.S. and Chinese imperialism and subjecting the Filipino people to the worst consequences of inter-imperialist contradictions and the worsening crisis of the world capitalist system. To comment on Duterte daring the U.S. to fire the first shot in the West Philippine Sea. July 6, 2019. There is no need for the U.S. to fire the first shot against Chinese intruders in the West Philippine Sea. Unlike Duterte and his subordinates, the Vietnamese and Indonesian authorities have been able to apprehend and even burn Chinese boats intruding into their respective seas as defined by the UNCLOS. And no war with China has ensued. Without firing a single shot, the U.S. can easily instruct its following within the military and police forces under Duterte to take him into custody as a traitor and to install Vice President Robredo as the constitutional successor, with the expectation that she can do what the Vietnamese and Indonesian authorities have been able to do against Chinese intruders. On behalf of the Philippines and in accordance with the UNCLOS and the POC judgment in favor of the Philippines, Robredo can order the filing of cases in the U.S. and other countries, where China has substantial assets, in order to compel China to pay rent for occupying the artificial islands and compensation for the serious damage to the marine environment in the West Philippine Sea. Why does Duterte expose himself so blatantly as a coward or even a moron? It is because China holds him by the balls. He has been heavily bribed to talk and act as he does. It is already of public knowledge that Duterte and his cronies have privately benefited from so many shady deals with China, high-interest loans, overpriced infrastructure projects, oil and gas exploration, telco contract, casinos and tourist projects, etc., aside from collaboration with the Chinese criminal triads involved in the smuggling of drugs and other goods. And why does the U.S. refrain from doing number 2 above? It is because it is still trying to use Duterte to crack down on the revolutionary movement and to make charter change to allow 100% foreign ownership of corporations engaged in the exploitation of land and natural resources and operation of all types of businesses. But like Marcos, Duterte can still be junked by the U.S. when he becomes more of a liability than an asset to U.S. interests. 3. Duterte is ahead in expressing fears of a coup which is indeed probable due to his crimes. July 9, 2019. The invective frenziedly thrown against me by Duterte's political, military and troll agents for my observation about the possibility of a US-directed coup against THIRD unwittingly hit THIRD instead of me. THIRD himself has been the one publicly asserting repeatedly that he is in danger of being overthrown by a coup and has in fact pleaded to his own military officers not to launch a coup but simply ask him to step down. If they believe themselves, my detractors should directly address THIRD as insane, cowardly, out of touch and engaged in wishful thinking. The political and military agents even pretend to be unaware that THIRD is shamelessly boasting of China's protection to keep himself in power against pro-US military officers. It is not my claim that THIRD is subject to an impending coup. But a coup is always potential and probable because the reactionary armed forces, while usually servile to the president, are still indoctrinated, trained, and armed as puppets by US imperialism. If Marcos could be overthrown by a people's uprising accompanied by withdrawal of military support, why not the tyrant and corrupt THIRD? In my statement, I clearly pointed out that while the biggest puppet THIRD and his cabal are allowed to take bribes in shady deals with China and the Chinese triads, the US is still using THIRD and the reactionary armed forces in a futile attempt to destroy the people's revolutionary movement and to make charter change for the 100% ownership of land, natural resources, and all types of businesses by US corporations. I have also pointed out that THIRD has a diminishing value to the US and can become more of a liability than an asset and can be junked by the US like Marcos, who used to appear to enjoy the total servility of the reactionary armed forces and the police. Contrary to the paid hype of his eternally rising popularity, THIRD is vulnerable to the people's mass uprisings due to their discontent over his policies and acts of tyranny, treason, mass murder, corruption, soaring prices of basic commodities, unemployment, low incomes, and other problems caused and aggravated by him. THIRD is also vulnerable to the continuing rise of the People's Armed Revolutionary Movement, the contradictions among his own political and military subordinates, and to the escalating US-China political rivalry and economic competition. THIRD fixed the plunder cases of biggest crooks in previous regimes. July 11, 2019. Arroyo unwittingly exposes the fact that THIRD has been responsible for having the corrupt and obedient Supreme Court dismiss the plunder case against her. THIRD and the Supreme Court are exposed as major factors of corruption in the Philippines. THIRD pretends to hate corruption. But his strongest alliance is with the plunderers like Arroyo, the Marcoses, Estradas, Enrile, and others. He is now the chieftain of the biggest Filipino crooks in Philippine history. Against the interest of the people, he has fixed all the plunder cases against these Luzon-based plunderers in exchange for their giving him some 14 percentage points in addition to the 25 percentage points of Visayas votes to make him president at 39 percentage points in 2016. The Luzon-based plunderers delivered the crucial bailiwick votes that made THIRD president, contrary to the notion that the troll armies made the difference for him. The troll armies were only good for hyping him and putting down his opponents. Now, the people are at the mercy of a president who is hell-bent on surpassing the corruption of Marcos and who is in alliance with the most successful plunderers in past regimes. THIRD and his evil alliance of the biggest crooks in the Philippines will continue to wreak havoc, unless the people rise up to end their reign of greed. Itanang Mok Prof. Topic: ILPS and on HRC Resolution. July 14, 2019. Professor Sarah Raimundo, S.R. Good day to all listeners of Itanang Mok. Professor, recently a very important event was held in Hong Kong at the height of the massive mobilizations of residents there for democracy and against repression. This was the 6th International Assembly of the largest anti-imperialist alliance in the world today. It was attended by hundreds of individuals from various countries. This can be considered the gathering of all the most advanced forces today upholding the anti-imperialist struggle towards peace, democracy, and justice. What happens when the world's most advanced organized people come together? Why is an international alliance of anti-imperialists important today? We have here today for the interview the chairperson emeritus of the International League of People's Struggle, none other than Professor José María Sison. JMS, good day to all our compatriots. SR1, Professor Sison, what is the significance of the International League of People's Struggle, ILPS, to the struggle for sovereignty and liberty of the world's peoples? Which countries have ILPS member organizations? JMS, the most important concern of the ILPS is national liberation, democracy, and social justice. ILPS has more than 300 member organizations. These are based in 50 countries in all continents and global regions. It is the biggest alliance of anti-imperialist and democratic mass organizations in the world. SR2, why is it said that the ILPS 6th International Assembly held in Hong Kong was successful? JMS, the ILPS 6th International Assembly was successful as it was the largest assembly ever in the entire history of the ILPS, and it achieved the program set for the assembly under the theme Win a Bright Socialist Future for Humanity. Unite the people to fight against imperialist plunder, war, racism, and fascism. It was attended by more than 400 delegates, observers, and guests from 44 countries and territories. More than 200 ILPS delegates attended, even as 15 could not come due to various reasons. ILPS proved itself to be the biggest and most consolidated anti-imperialist and democratic alliance of mass organizations in the whole world. SR3, you led the ILPS for a long time and now you are the chairperson emeritus. Can you relate to our audience your experience in the continued broadening and growth of the League? JMS, based on my long experience as ILPS chairperson, ILPS grew and strengthened itself because the world's people desire to free themselves from the claws of the imperialist powers and the reactionary regimes, to exercise genuine sovereignty and democracy, to have social justice, all-round social progress, international solidarity, and peace. The world's people reject the chronic crisis and wars and ceaseless worsening of oppression and exploitation in the world capitalist system. The toiling masses and the middle strata are united and fight against the reign of the big capitalists and other reactionary classes in various parts of the world. SR4, Professor Sison, could you relate some important resolutions for the ILPS membership to act on? Is there a resolution to stop the continued human rights violations in the whole world? In our country, human rights violations are rife and extrajudicial killings continue among many social sectors. JMS, everyone should read the General Declaration and the particular resolutions of the 18 commissions. These can be accessed at http://www.ilps.info. These reveal the dire conditions and problems of the world's people, especially the violations of human rights, as well as present the immediate and long-term solutions and changes in conditions that can be achieved through mass mobilizations. The General Declaration and the resolutions cover human rights violations in the civil and political, economic, social, and cultural. These focus on extrajudicial killings among various sectors as outright violations of civil and political rights under the tyranny of Duterte and as a result of exploitation and oppression considered as violations of economic, social, and cultural rights. SR5, what can you say about the Iceland resolution adopted by 18 countries in the United Nations Human Rights Council, UNRWA, to investigate the human rights situation in our country? JMS, the Filipino and the world's people have long been waiting for such a resolution. We are gratified that there is this UNRWA resolution to investigate the ghastly human rights situation in our country under the bloody and corrupt Duterte regime. Duterte pretended to launch a war against drugs. But his real intention was to become the supreme lord of drug lords and sow fear among the people with his capacity to slay anyone. And now he is using the tactics of Tokang to sow fear and kill ordinary peasants and tagged activists, critics of the regime, including the religious, journalists, lawyers and other human rights defenders. SR6, Amy Marcos, who is now a senator, says that the Philippines should cut diplomatic relations with Iceland for its initiative to have the Philippines investigated for the continuing human rights violations. What can you say about this? JMS, Amy is predisposed to rejecting and numb to the human rights violations of her father and of Duterte, her ally. Amy herself is criminally culpable in the killing of the poor student leader Archimedes Trajano during the reign of the Marcos dictatorship. IME knows nothing about international law and diplomacy. This is because her diplomas are fake. Until now, IME is the bitter fruit of cheating and corruption from the time of her father to the time of Duttard. SR7, Duttard upbraided the 18 countries that voted for the UNRWA resolution and called them fools. The countries that voted to study and investigate the human rights situation in the country are the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, Spain, Denmark, Italy, Austria, Australia, Iceland, Mexico, Argentina, Bahamas, Peru, Uruguay, Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Ukraine, and Fiji. Professor Sison, in your view, can the UNRWA delegation really enter the country? JMS, Duttard is the fool. He upbraids those that voted for the investigation of the human rights violations because in fact he is already shaking and very much afraid. He is the #1 butcher in the Philippines. He has the foremost culpability for the kidnap, torture, and mass murders under Oplan Tokang, Oplan Kapi Upon and Oplan Kapanatagan. Even now, he is already trying to block the investigation, but he gets more exposed as the criminal. Many institutions, organizations, and people that he cannot scare and control support the investigation. Duttard is afraid that the evidence gathered by the UNRWA can also be used by the International Criminal Court. SR8, finally, Professor Sison, what can you leave to our listeners about the worsening economic and political conditions in our country? President Duttard's Sana is coming and many are waiting. JMS, let all our listeners and compatriots join the gigantic mass protest to be launched by the broad united front of patriotic and progressive forces and ordinary people to oppose the lies that Duttard will again broadcast in his Sana and expose the further oppression and exploitation by the Duttard regime. This regime is tyrannical, treasonous, murderous, corrupt, and deceptive. The people should call Duttard and his political and military minions him to account for crushing human rights, mass murder, sellout of sovereign rights to China, continuing U.S. puppetry, intention to change the constitution to benefit the imperialists and the dynasties, corruption, raising taxes only for them to grab, rising prices of basic goods or commodities, damaging the economy, absence of jobs and livelihood, low wages, and bloody attacks on the masses to suppress their complaints. I bid you goodbye. Thank you very much for listening. Let us firmly and militantly continue our fight. Await our next interview. Again, thank you very much. Professor Sarah, Extra. Thank you very, very much ILPS Chairperson Emeritus Professor Sison. Greetings to the newly elected ILPS leaders from various countries. May we in your service have the opportunity again to be a part of ILPS. The participants were joyful, and even if others just got to know each other, they instantly warmed up to everyone as they were all aware of how all participants felt about organizing in their respective countries. Wherever in the world are there the happiest and loving but the struggling activists, every comrade knows. Thank you very much to our listeners. This is your comrade, Sarah Raimundo, from Bagong Alianzang Makabayan, and teacher in the University of the Philippines. Let us strive to win a bright socialist future for humanity. Unite the people to fight against imperialist plunder, war, racism, and fascism. On Duttard's puppetry and tyranny. One comment on report that Cardinal Tagle has agreed to collaborate with the PNP against the revolutionary movement. July 16, 2019. Because it quotes extensively from PNP chief Albiolde, the news story below, especially its title, tends to make it appear that Cardinal Tagle has agreed to collaborate with the tyrannical Duttard regime in staging sham localized peace talks and in carrying out a campaign of psy-war and military suppression against the revolutionary movement of the people. Cardinal Tagle is clear enough with his reported statement: any call for peace talks must come from the broad sector of society and not just a unilateral declaration from either government or underground movement. The unilateral declaration of government or Albiolde is not enough to make peace talks with the revolutionary movement. From the news story itself, I do not read anything which quotes Tagle directly as joining hands with the police for localized peace talks. The title of the news story is misleading. It merely reflects the one-sided presumption and talk of Albiol that he has hoodwinked the cardinal into siding with the tyrannical Duterte government and becoming an endorser of the localized peace talks which are being staged by the military and police and which have been condemned by the leading political organs of the NDFP, NDCPP and commands of the NPA at every level, from the national to the local level. I think that Cardinal Tagle is sufficiently informed that the sham localized peace talks are being staged by the military and police and have been condemned by the leading political organs of the NDFP and CPP and commands of the NPA at every level, from the national to the local level. To address the roots of the armed conflict and lay the basis for a just and lasting peace, the peace negotiations must be carried out at the national level in accordance with the framework set by the Hague Joint Declaration. The CPP, NPA, NDFP and other revolutionary forces as well as the broad range of patriotic forces of the Filipino people have exposed and condemned localized peace talks as a mere psy-war and red-tagging device of the military and police under National Task Force LCOC in a futile attempt to divide and destroy the revolutionary movement. The military and police minions of Duterte pretend not to know that the revolutionary movement of the people continues to preserve itself and grow in strength because the conditions for armed revolution have become more favorable because of the tyranny, treason, brutality, corruption and mendacity of the Duterte regime. To comment on the growing complications of Duterte's puppetry to two imperialist powers. July 17, 2019. The affirmation of the freedom of navigation of the U.S. and all countries in the high seas of the South China Sea runs counter to the claim of China that it owns those high seas and that the artificial islands it has illegally built and militarized in the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines also generate Chinese territorial sea. That the representatives of the Philippines and the U.S. can make such affirmation has certain implications and consequences, like the following. Duterte cannot evade the UNCLOS and international law and the assertion of the freedom of navigation by the US and other countries, and consequently China is going to demand from Duterte fulfillment of his promise to sell out Philippine sovereign rights in exchange for the commissions and other payoffs for himself and his ruling clique. In the meantime, the competition of the US and China in using Duterte is heating up at the expense of the Filipino people. The US has gotten a joint affirmation with the Philippines in favor of its freedom of navigation. But despite US security warnings, Duterte has agreed to let China Telecom and Huawei control the Philippine communications system. And of course China is still on track in trying to turn the Philippines into a debt colony through high-interest loans and overpriced infrastructure projects, and to give away to China the trillions of dollars worth of gas and oil resources in the exclusive economic zone in the West Philippine Sea through a lopsided exploration and exploitation agreement with China. Duterte is vulnerable to a withdrawal of support by a combination of patriotic and pro-US military officers because of the growing discontent of the Filipino people over Duterte's crimes of treason, tyranny, mass murder, and corruption. They are strongly offended by the treasonous sellout of Philippine sovereign rights to China by Duterte. As in the ouster of Marcos and Estrada, gigantic protest mass actions can encourage said military officers to withdraw support from Duterte before he can satisfy the US on his promises to destroy the revolutionary movement or allow by charter change foreign corporations to have 100% ownership of Philippine land, natural resources, and all types of businesses. 3. Note on Duterte's presumption of personal prerogative to own and dispose of the West Philippine Sea as he pleases. July 17, 2019. Duterte is utterly arrogant and stupid for presuming that he personally owns the West Philippine Sea and that he has the prerogative to sell out the sovereign rights of the Filipino people to China in exchange for the commissions and payola that he and his ruling clique get. He is truly a tyrant who has a penchant for personally owning things like the military and police, which he has converted into his private army. Worst of all, he has presumed that he has the sovereign right to own and kill Filipinos whom he subjects to oppression and mass murders. 4. Why Duterte wants to continue martial law in Mindanao. July 27, 2019. Duterte and his ruling clique want to continue martial law in Mindanao for definite purposes, such as the following: to pursue the policy of extrajudicial killings, mass murder, with utter impunity in order to suppress all opposition to the Duterte regime from intrasystemic critics and from the revolutionary forces of the people. To use the military to control all branches and civilian agencies and abuse their powers and resources in order to coerce submission to the Duterte tyranny. To grab land and natural resources from the Lumad, Bangsamoro, and the poor peasants of all ethno-linguistic communities for the benefit of foreign and local mining, logging, plantation and real estate corporations. To use martial law in Mindanao as a base for nationwide martial law, be it de facto or proclaimed, and to effect fascist dictatorship through charter change or plain declaration of revolutionary government, counter-revolution, and to capture the votes of Mindanao, as in the 2019 midterm elections, in forthcoming voting exercises like charter change referendum and election of officials. In view of his criminal character and control of all branches of the reactionary government, Duterte can proceed to continue martial law on any scale and for any duration in order to realize fully his ambition of fascist dictatorship and to ensure the installation of a successor that will protect him from prosecution for his grave crimes of treason, tyranny, mass murder, plunder, and electoral rigging. 5 masses of students and teachers will oppose police and military control of campuses. August 8, 2019. Increased police presence and patrols on campuses to intimidate the book-carrying teachers and students will further reduce the number of police from their previous haunts, promote criminality off the campuses and give more space to the revolutionary forces in the battlefield. The masses of students and teachers will militantly opposite the police state on campuses and the joint military-police scheme to use the ROTC and spy recruits to surveil and intimidate the masses of students and teachers and scare them from joining patriotic and progressive organizations and movements. Everywhere the Duterte terror regime is using the anti-national and anti-democratic whole nation approach of Executive Order 70 to spread red tagging and the communist scare, put under surveillance and militarize all civilian sectors of society and impose fascist dictatorship on the people. The Duterte regime of terror and greed is sharpening the crisis of the bankrupt semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system and generating the conditions for the rise of people's power and the advance of the people's war in the countryside along the general line of the new democratic revolution. 6 On Duterte's claim that NDFP insists on peace negotiations and Agcauli and Jalandoni want to talk in Manila. August 8, 2019. Duterte is completely wrong in presuming and implying that the NDFP will negotiate with his regime under his unilateral terms and that NDFP negotiating panel chairperson Fidel Agcauli and senior advisor Luis Jalandoni want to talk in Manila despite Duterte's Proclamation 360 terminating the peace negotiations, Proclamation 374 designating the CPP and NPA as terrorist organizations, Executive Order No. 70 and so many other despotic issuances and actions that are obstacles to GRP and DFP peace negotiations. It is Duterte who is clearly culpable for the termination of the peace negotiations in contempt of the people's desire for these. He has terminated these negotiations in order to scapegoat the CPP, NPA, and NDFP and gain the pretext to pursue his Marcos-style scheme of fascist dictatorship. There is yet no sign whatsoever that he is abandoning his scheme of fascist dictatorship, which is quite overreaching, especially because of his deteriorating health and the rapidly approaching end of his rule either by ouster or end of his legal term in less than 3 years. GRP and DFP peace negotiations and the Manila visit of Agcauli and Jalandoni are impossible so long as Duterte is in power and does not remove the aforesaid obstacles that he himself is responsible for. The NDFP stands firmly against any scheme to undermine and destroy the revolutionary cause of the Filipino people. Duterte underestimates the revolutionary integrity, long experience, and intelligence of the NDFP by presuming that Agcauli and Jalandoni will walk into his trap and slaughterhouse in Manila. Indeed, peace negotiations are a mode of talking to the enemy, addressing the roots of the armed conflict and possibly ending the long-running civil war in the Philippines. Thus, the NDFP is ever willing to negotiate peace with its enemy in order to serve and advance the national and democratic rights of the Filipino people. GRP and DFP peace negotiations are possible with the Duterte regime if it does away with the obstacles that it has made and mends its ways, and the Hague Joint Declaration and further agreements are reaffirmed. Otherwise the NDFP cannot do anything else but to further strengthen the Filipino people and the broad united front in their resolve and movement to oust the tyrannical, traitorous, brutal, corrupt, and mendacious Duterte regime. Itanong MOK Professor Topic, Extrajudicial Killings in Negros. August 9, 2019. Professor Sarah, greetings. Professor Sison, militant patriotic greetings to all our countrymen. Our topic for discussion on the bloody campaign of repression by the Duterte regime in Negros Island is timely and important in order for the Filipino people to know what is to be done. SR1, the news about the tolling of the bells in Negros spread very fast. Here in the University of the Philippines in Diliman, the tolling also of the carillon started. And the tolling of the bells is a call to the defense of Negros, stop the attacks. What indeed is happening in Negros, why are the killings rampant, and why is President Duterte still threatening more intense brutality? Who are affected and victimized in Negros, what should we do? All these and more on Ask the Professor. Codeo Productions went to the island of Negros on August 7 to 8 to join the ecumenical prayer caravan. Silence and fear was very palpable in the towns of Kenlon, Gihulangan, Ayungan, and Manjayad. The residents did not come even upon the invitation of the parish. What can you say, Professor Sison, about this situation in Negros Island where 87 have already been victims of extrajudicial killings since Duterte assumed office? JMS, the bloody campaign of suppression by the Duterte regime in Negros is deliberate and systematic. Duterte has given the police and military freedom to deploy their units to terrorize the people and make it appear that the terror and fear that they sow come from the CPP and NPA. They also accuse the patriotic and progressive organizations and activists and even the people as instruments of the CPP and NPA. Even the religious, lawyers and defenders of human rights, democracy, and peace are accused of being communist not only to frighten but even to threaten them with death and actually kill them. Duterte's objective in imposing a de facto martial law in Negros Island is to set up a fascist dictatorship nationwide, suppress all critics and opposition to his regime and have himself and his ruling clique all opportunity and excessive power to plunder the people's treasury, and furthermore exploit the toiling masses of workers and peasants. SR2, what is Memorandum Order No. 32 which according to Negronces is the root cause of all these reign of terror and killings? And what is Aplansaran that the PNP Chief Gen. Oscar Abayald has declared to get additional 300 Special Action Force? JMS, Memorandum Order 32 is deceptive and brutal. This is Duterte's order to concentrate the state's armed strength in the regions of Samar, the two Negros provinces and Bicol purportedly in order to stop lawless violence. In short, Duterte has given the police and military a blank check for them to create trouble and give cause to perpetrate mass killings. Aplansaran has also been placed within the framework of the false whole nation approach of Executive Order No. 70. All government branches and agencies have been placed under the military in order to spread terror through red tagging, threats and killings. The regime expects that through extrajudicial killings it can take complete control of the regions covered by Memorandum Order No. 32. Aplansaran is deliberately focused on or aimed at Negros Island. The military and police collaborate in carrying out attacks, the use of death squads and paramilitary forces. Most of the victims are peasants. Also included are the killing of attorney Ben Ramos and activists. Death squads are often on motorcycle and are clearly organized by the military and police. With Albayalda's request for 300 additional Special Action Force, it is certain that there will be many more victims of extrajudicial killings in Negros. Duterte himself is blatantly urging the military and police to carry out mass killings and offering big rewards. SR3, according to the police and military, it is the NPA that is doing the killing of people in Negros. What is your opinion on this, Professor Sison? JMS, it is not true that it is the NPA killing people in Negros. It is the military and police and their death squads are the ones doing the killings. It is clear when it is the NPA that launches tactical offensives. The AFP and PNP are their target in legitimate offensives under Carré Real, Geneva Convention, or laws of war. The NPA defends and takes vengeance for the people who are oppressed and killed by the military, police and their paramilitaries. SR4, Governor Roldigamo of Negros Oriental has also declared the CPP/NPA in the island persona non grata. He says that the existence of the Revolutionary Army has not brought any good but only more suffering to their region. He also threatened those supporting and giving aid to revolutionary organizations that he would drive them out of the island. What can you say, Prof. Sison, about the declarations of Governor Digamo? JMS, the declarations that the CPP and NPA in Negros are persona non grata are mere cywar. That has no effect on the struggle. The real persona non grata and hated by the people are the corrupt officials and landlords like Governor Digamo, the landlords in cahoots with him, the military and the police. They have long been known as plague on the people and have been earlier declared persona non grata by the people and their revolutionary forces. It is clear that the CPP, NPA, and other revolutionary forces defend the people who are exploited and oppressed by the reactionary government, especially under Duterte tyranny. Digamo and his ilk are threatening the revolutionary forces and the toiling masses. This also serves as a challenge to the armed revolutionary movement to do all they can to get justice for the victims of state terror and punish the criminals who are in power like Digamo. Should the NPA punish officials like Digamo as plunderers and violator of human rights through the armed city partisans or commando teams, many enemy troops and police would be tied down to guard duty in the cities and towns and reduce the number of armed reactionaries used in attacking the countryside. The NPA has been adept at this tactic because they study the strategy and tactics of protracted people's war. SR5, last July 18, the NPA ambushed 4 policemen in Mabato, Ayungan, Negros Oriental. According to the statement of the NPA, the policemen were intelligence operatives and members of the Regional Mobile Force Battalion 7 that are conducting surveillance in the island to pinpoint who are still to be killed. President Duterte's reward has risen to 5 million pesos to whoever can identify those responsible. In your view, Professor Sison, was the action of the NPA proper and in accordance with the principles of the revolutionary movement? JMS, the officers of the military and police have themselves declared that the 4 policemen were armed and were intelligence operatives, and were killed in an ambush of the NPA. The NPA has also declared that it launched an ambush in a legitimate operation under Carré Real, Geneva Convention, and the laws of war. Later, Duterte lied and claimed that the NPA captured alive, tortured and killed 4 policemen. Duterte loves to lie and pretend to offer bigger and bigger rewards for killing NPA suspects. This gangster Duterte is always egging his armed minions to abduct the innocent, carry out torture and mass killings for money. That is how Duterte bribes his armed minions. Thus killings of people have increased in Negros. SR6, it is being said that martial law will be imposed in Negros Island. What can you say about this? JMS, it is likely that Duterte will formally impose martial law in Negros Island including Samar and Baikal. There is de facto martial law in these regions. It is apparent that Duterte intends to declare martial law nationwide from that which he started in Mindanao. Phase I was martial law in Mindanao and Phase II is martial law in areas covered by Executive Order No. 32. Possibly Phase III will be the formal imposition of martial law in Luzon and therefore on the whole Philippines. The sedition charge against the representatives of the opposition and various critics, including Vice President Leni Robredo, bishops and other co-accused, is part of the preparation for martial law nationwide. SR7, the Filipino people continue to monitor the current situation in Negros Island. What is your message to our countrymen, Professor Sison? JMS, the Filipino people must remain vigilant and be steadfast and militant in fighting the intensified tyranny under Duterte and the spread of red tagging, terror and killings. No one must be cowed. Do not be scared. Fight, do not be scared. Duterte is a mere pushover when compared to Marcos. He is far easier to be kicked out from his throne. Through his own words and actions, he damages himself. The broad masses of the Filipino people are now his enemy because he has very much exposed himself as a traitor, tyrant, killer, corrupt and liar. And together with this is the worsening crisis of the ruling system in the socio-economic and political spheres. He is extremely hated by the exploited and oppressed masses. It will not be long before giant protest actions would rise, coupled with the withdrawal of support by the very soldiers and employees of the reactionary government. Officials of the reactionary military are now divided over the issue of Duterte being a traitor and seller of the Philippine sovereign rights to China. Duterte wishes to benefit from being a puppet of two imperialist powers, but he is now hard-pressed because the US does not like Duterte's allowing China's intrusion into the Philippines, building and militarizing artificial islands and basing in other Philippine islands and coastlines and taking control of the Philippine telecommunications system. Any of the following can become the tipping point for the Duterte regime: 1. Mass unemployment and skyrocketing of the prices of basic commodities; 2. Extrajudicial killings of critics and oppositionists reaching the level of a few thousands; 3. Railroading of charter change to seize absolute powers; and 4. Impeachment of Leni Robredo as vice president. Duterte does not know the depth and breadth of the people's anger for his paid broadcasters, trolls, fake opinion poll surveys and cheating in the last elections. JMS, thank you to all our countrymen and listeners. I bid you goodbye for now, and I hope to be with you again at our next interview in tackling the burning issues in our country. Until next time, my countrymen. Itanang Mok Prof. Topic: Endangering people through the wrong view of activism. August 14, 2019. Professor Sarah, Intro. Professor Sison, militant patriotic greetings to you, Sarah, and all our countrymen. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the distorted notion of activism being spread by those in power and thus putting people in danger. SR1, before we discuss in more detail the important issues of today, Professor Sison, can you first explain to our listeners the meaning of activism? JMS, activism means vigilance, understanding and legal actions in relation to events and issues in the country and in the world in order to promote, defend, and advance the rights and interests of the people, to protest and raise the concerns and demands of the exploited and oppressed masses. SR2, why does the government always suppress the youth and student activists by using the AFP and PNP at the lead? They have also named the main universities that allegedly recruit for the New People's Army or NPA. These are the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, PUP, and University of the Philippines, UP. What can you say about this, Professor Sison? JMS, we face today the Duterte regime that is tyrannical, treasonous, killer, corrupt, deceptive and defender of the rotten ruling system of the exploitative classes dominated by the imperialists. The regime proceeds in perpetrating grave crimes against the people. Thus the Filipino people are fighting these crimes. As a reaction to the rise and spread of protests, Duterte has issued orders to the military and police to strike fear into youth and student activists through red tagging or communist scare, demonization, threats, and by actually killing a number of activists to sow fear among the youth and the Filipino people. The assertion and innuendo that there is fear and unrest in our country because of activism and NPA recruitment among students in the aforementioned universities is pure nonsense. The Duterte regime itself is the reason and source of fear and dread in our country. Through the communist scare and NPA baiting, it wishes to suppress and crush the patriotic and progressive organizations of youth and students in order to maintain the regime of terror and greed. SR3, in the past few days, public hearings were held in the Senate. The AFP and PNP presented parents whose children were reportedly missing. This was disproved when Alice, the daughter of Relisa Lucena, came out and said that she was frightened by what her mother had done when she brought her to Camp Crame and presented her to intelligence agents there. What can you say about this scheme of the government to suppress activism and airing internal family matters to the public? JMS, what Duterte and Bato have done to make the Senate an instrument for witch hunt is undemocratic and fascistic. And it is good that the lies being spread by Bato and his cohorts have been exposed, through the example of Alice Lucena, for the suppression of the rights of students and intrusion into internal family relations. Because of the strong propaganda aimed at scaring parents, a mother like Relisa Lucena allowed herself to be used in the witch hunt and campaign of Bato against the freedom of students to think, speak out and act. Duterte and Bato want to turn the students into stoneheads and fool them into merely submitting themselves to the oppressive and exploitative regime and ruling system. SR 4, in the next Senate hearing, Senator Bato presented alleged NPA renegades who are now under the AFP and PNP. Many viewers found the testimonies of the alleged rebel returnees ridiculous. One said that he was a student by day, and an NPA by night. What can you say about this matter? JMS, what was presented in the Senate was clearly a big swindle. Military and police agents were presented as rebel returnees. This could have been called a comedy were it not part of an evil scheme of deception and support for the bloody regime of butchers and plunderers. The claim of student by day, and NPA by night was extremely crude. The notion that the NPA has helicopters bringing students to school by day and to the countryside by night is stupid. This stonehead Bato's mind is queer. Because of electoral rigging, Duterte's errand boys are now in the Senate and they now control all branches of government. As a result, the Filipino people see even more the necessity to protest up to waging revolution. SR 5, not only student activists are fired before the public. All the progressive organizations and sectors are accused of being NPA recruiters. According to Senator Bato, the government only wants to bring together the Filipino family and not to suppress activism. Legitimate activities of the different sectors and private institutions are criminalized by claiming that these are used to recruit for the NPA. What can you say about this, Professor Sison? JMS, it is true that the student youth are not the only target of the witch hunt. Principal targets are the progressive organizations and SEC tours. These are accused of being recruiters for the NPA. The regime makes it appear that the legitimate activities of the different sectors and institutions are bad and to be feared. The regime propagandizes that these are recruiting grounds for the NPA. Bato lies by saying that the government merely wishes supposedly to unite the Filipino family and not to suppress activism. In fact, the regime wishes to harass families, organizations, and institutions. They wish the military to meddle in the administration and curriculum of schools. They also want to revive the ROTC to be used in suppressing patriotic and progressive students and teachers. SR 6, in the last elections, the PNP distributed newspapers in precincts in Metro Manila and directly handed these out to voters. Their newspapers stated that the progressive party lists are communist and should not be elected. Now as schools start, the PNP has gone into senior high schools and have been giving orientations on how to suppress communism and openly claim that progressive organizations are recruiters of NPA. Did they also do these in schools and universities during the time of Marcos? What could be the outcomes of these methods by the AFP and PNP? JMS, in the last elections, the distribution of newspapers in the precincts in Metro Manila and handing out to voters the propaganda that the party lists are communist and not to be elected is patently malicious and fascistic. Also malicious and fascistic is the intrusion of the PNP into senior high schools to spread anti-communist and counter-revolutionary orientation. The claim that patriotic and progressive organizations are NPA recruiters is a big lie. During the time of the Marcos fascist dictatorship, this was also done by his military and police minions in schools and universities. The students and teachers were offended. They immediately saw that the regime's imposition of fascism on them. And they became more antagonistic to the regime and more devoted to their democratic rights. The threats and challenges of the anti-communist and fascist campaign increased those who wanted to make revolution and become communist to fight the Marcos regime. This is also happening today. Those who are desirous of revolution and becoming Communist Party members are increasing because they can no longer stand the brutal, treasonous, bloody, corrupt, and deceptive Duterte regime. SR 7, the state continues to intensify fascism not only in Metro Manila but also in the countryside. The killings in Negros, Baikal, and Samar persist. Martial law in Mindanao remains. What is your parting message to our countrymen in the face of what the Filipino people are now facing, Professor Sison? JMS, fascism and state terror will not stop in Negros, Baikal, and Samar, in Mindanao under martial law and in the whole Philippines if the Filipino people do not fight and end them. Duterte and his fascist cabal are not forever, especially because he is committing big crimes, sickly and clearly mad. Duterte is easier to overthrow than his idol, Marcos, who was ousted by the Filipino people's uprising in 1986. The decision and action of the people in the cities and countryside to fight and end the oppression and exploitation of the tyrannical regime of Duterte is correct and precise. They should intensify the struggle for national freedom and democracy and oust the Duterte regime. The big crimes of the Duterte regime incite the Filipino people into carry out various forms of struggle until this evil regime that has plagued people is ended. Professor Sison, our interview has been a great pleasure. Many thanks to you, Sarah, and to all our listeners. Let us look forward to the next interview on the burning issues of the day. Long live the Filipino people. Advance the struggle for national freedom and democracy. On student activism. Interview by Dempsey Reyes. August 21, 2019. What do you think has been the difference between student activism in the past and present? JMS, the struggle for national independence and democracy against Spanish colonialism emerged because of the student activism of José Rizal, Emilio Jacinto, and many others in the late 19th century. The new democratic revolution for the national and social liberation of the Filipino people is a resumption of the unfinished Philippine Revolution started by Andrés Bonifacio. It has been sustained with the major and vital participation of student activists from the 20th to the 21st century. We, the student activists of the late 1950s and the 1960s, were conscious of continuing the struggle for national liberation and democracy and overcoming the anti-democratic crackdown by the US and its Filipino puppets in the early 1950s on the patriotic and progressive forces in the Philippines. The current student activists are similar to their predecessors in being patriotic and progressive. The differences from the past arise from their being able to take advantage of the revolutionary legacy bequeathed to them and from being confronted by new challenges from foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. In the past, has there been red tagging already among student activist groups? Yes, certainly. Immediately after we established the Student Cultural Association of the University of the Philippines, SCOP, in 1959, we were soon assailed by the anti-communist witch hunt instigated by the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, NICA. We the student activists then were not cowed or silenced by the red tagging and anti-communist tirade, which invoked the 1957 anti-subversion law. But we became more inspired to fight back and to assert and exercise our democratic rights. We stood for the national and democratic rights of the student masses and the Filipino people. The Committee on Anti-Filipino Activities, CAFA, headed by Rep. Leonardo Perez tried to witch hunt, frighten and silence the progressive faculty members and students of the UP as a result of their progressive publications. I was one of those targeted for organizing the SCOP and for writing Requiem for Lumumba in praise of the Congolese leader and in condemnation of the CIA which instigated his murder. The anti-communist witch hunt by the CAFA failed to intimidate us, but it merely succeeded in rousing the students and faculty members to rise up in protest. The SCOP organized a broad alliance of campus organizations in order to uphold and defend academic freedom. Thus, we were able to mobilize 5,000 students to rally in front of Congress on March 15, 1961. A major part of the demonstrators poured into the hearing hall of the CAFA and literally scuttled its hearings. Would you say that despite all that has been happening now with the red tagging and conduct of probe on NPA recruitment supposedly because of student activism, do you think student activism will be impacted? JMS, student activism will not be silenced or die because of the current red tagging and anti-communist witch hunt by all branches of government under the Duterte tyrannical rule and its Executive Order No. 70. It is ludicrous that student activists are being persecuted merely because of the ultra-reactionary fear that they are being recruited to the NPA. The student activists and student masses are defying the attempts to intimidate and suppress them and intensifying their efforts to inform and educate themselves on social ills and issues, organizing themselves and mobilizing themselves. The campaign to persecute and deprive them of their democratic rights is driving them to fight back. It is not student activism that is the cause of many students and other people joining the NPA. The cause of the rising of the broad legal democratic movement as well as the armed revolution is the persistence of the rotten semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system and the aggravation of basic social problems by the tyrannical, traitorous, murderous, plundering and swindling regime of THIRD. For you, should student activism continue? JMS, of course, student activism should continue. In the first place, it is unstoppable and is needed by the students themselves and the entire Filipino people. The student activists and the student masses must struggle for better conditions and a brighter future by opposing the rotten ruling system dominated by imperialism and ruled by the brutal and corrupt politicians of the big compradors and landlords. It is not the fault of student activism that there are oppressive and exploitative conditions that they must criticize, repudiate, and overcome. It is the escalating conditions of oppression and exploitation that are driving more students activists to join the armed revolution. Thus, the tyrannical THIRD regime is now known as the best recruiter of the NPA. Itanang Mok Prof Topic, Inopacan Issue. September 6, 2019. Professor Sarah, Intro, let us first greet our listeners. Professor Sison, greeting the listeners, militant patriotic greetings to you Professor Sarah Raimundo and all our countrymen. SR1, on the so-called purges. The news about a court order for the arrest of José María Sison, Julie de Lima and 36 others allegedly for NPA purging was first published by the Philippine News Agency in the evening of September 5, 2019. Up to 38 persons were listed in the court order that was issued on August 22, 2019. Professor Sison is here with us for us to hear his side. SR1, Professor Sison, is this the first time a court order issued for your arrest? And what was your Julie de Lima's reaction to this? Can you give a direct response to this allegation? JMS, it is only now that we learned about the court order for our arrest. But I already know that I am the number one accused in the fake case on the alleged mass graves in Inopacan. Julie's and my reaction is that the case is nonsense because of the allegation that I am among those who ordered the invented massacre. I was under maximum security detention in 1985 and when I was arrested in 1977 I lost my position within the CPP. I was under neither circumstances nor position to order the NPA. The arrest order has been made to intimidate those accused and other persons. SR2, the news refers to the court order pointing to 38 persons involved in a purge or massacre of 67 alleged victims of Oplan venereal disease of the New People's Army in Inopacan, Leyte. There were supposedly shallow graves that were discovered on August 28, 2006. To your knowledge, was there really such an Oplan carried out by the NPA? JMS, in my view, the so-called Oplan venereal disease is sheer fabrication. Made by military Psy-war. The truth is, Norberto Gonzalez and General Esperon invented the fake case of Inopacan/Hilongos. It was Esperon who gathered skeletons from different cemeteries and used these as evidence for various cases. Thus, the Inopacan case was called a case of walking skeletons. SR3, do you know why it took so long after their supposed discovery of the mass graves they issued a court order only now? JMS, they are striking the case in order to harass and demonize those accused. The military is prolonging the case by presenting so many false witnesses. The military has been showing their fabrication for almost 2 decades. In 2007, the Supreme Court under Chief Justice Reynaldo Puno decided in 2007 to throw the case away and also said that the function of the prosecution should not be prostituted. But the accusation was amended to resurrect the dead case. SR4, is this case of mass graves the same case filed before against José Ocampo and others? What has happened to that case? If it is the same case, can you share with us what you know about this case of the government? JMS, Satter was included in the Inopacan case before. He was granted bail because the accusation against him was baseless. SR5, are you familiar with the names in the list of the court order? Are they all activists like you and longtime critics of the oppressive system and government? JMS, I am not familiar with all of the names of those accused. But I know that some of them were in prison in 1985 like Satter Ocampo and Vicente Laidlad. Some are already dead like José Luneta. Some are desaparecidos abducted by the military like Leo Velasco and Prudencio Calubid. Some are also abroad like Luis Galandoni since 1976 up to now. Many of those in the list are former activists. There's the wish to put them and all activists under intimidation. Duterte is showing that he is capable of kind of harassment up to murder. SR6, what effect does it have on your situation as asylum seeker in the Netherlands? Can you be arrested from there? What is your protection there? JMS, there is no extradition treaty between the Netherlands and the Philippines. And I have rights as a recognized political refugee under the Geneva Refugee Convention and the European Convention on Human Rights. I have already mentioned the most important point. I was under maximum security detention in 1985 and as a prisoner I was not in a position to give orders to the CPP and NPA. My Dutch and Filipino lawyers are very capable of thrashing this fake allegation. SR7, Professor Joma, there are a good number like you from many countries who have been forced to go abroad. Many of our countrymen are OFW. In your case, you are called by some experts as political refugee. Is this also what you call yourself? Does this differ from political exile? Can you please explain to us what these mean? Why is it that there are more and more political refugees in the world? Why are political refugees being demonized and denigrated? Do you have friends or acquaintances who are political exiles? What are the cases and charges against them? JMS, I am a political refugee recognized by the highest administrative court and government in the Netherlands in accordance with the Geneva Refugee Convention. A political exile is not necessarily a political refugee. The number of political refugees is growing because of US troublemaking in the Middle East, Africa, and many other countries. SR8, some of your critics say that in your case you are a self-exile because you voluntarily left the country. What can you say about this? JMS, I am not a self-exile. That is an insult from my critics. I have explained why I became a political refugee. I was forced to apply for asylum because Cory Aquino cancelled my Philippine passport in 1988 and I was threatened with arrest by the military if I went back home due to a fake case of subversion. The military is always inventing fake cases against me. SR9, Professor Sison, according to experts in literature, your poem Sometimes, The Heart Yearns for Mangoes is about the experience of an exile like yourself. When did you write this poem? What are your memories of our country that made you write that poem? And many are eager to know if mangoes are your favorite fruit. JMS, I wrote Sometimes the Heart Yearns for Mangoes for a poetry festival in the Netherlands in 1994. Sometimes I feel homesick because I have many comrades, friends, and relatives in our home country about whom I worry. But I am always assured as I am also an internationalist. Mangoes are really my favorite fruit because they are sweet and delicious when ripe and a good metaphor for love of country because it is shaped like a heart. SR10, Professor Sison, the accusation of purges or violent cleansing by revolutionary movements are a favorite accusation by counter-revolutionaries. For example, demonizing Joseph Stalin of the Soviet Union knows no bounds because of the alleged purges he carried out and the truth that he led the successful struggle of communist soldiers of the Soviet Union in defeating the fascists of Nazi Germany under Hitler is deliberately being erased. Why do you think the accusations against revolutionary movements are all the same? JMS, it is true that revolutionaries honor Stalin for building the socialist system in the Soviet Union and defeating fascism. Counter-revolutionaries deliberately discredit communist statesmen and leaders in order to discredit at the same time their just aspiration to change the violent and oppressive ruling system of big capitalists and landlords. In truth, it is the system of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism that are violent and oppressive of the toiling masses. In order to dismantle the oppressive and exploitative system, it is necessary for the people to overthrow them through armed struggle. SR 11. As an expert and student of revolutionary movements and their history, can you explain to us the alleged purges by the Communist Party of the Philippines in the decade of the 80s? There is now a comprehensive summing up by the CPP of this. Did the CPP make an investigation of this? What are the roots of this purge, if true, and what happened to those who carried it out? JMS, in some years during the decade of the 1980s, some cadres deviated from the line and propagated the wrong line of militarism. When this failed, they covered up their responsibility and pointed their fingers on others, whom they also punished. Later, investigations were carried out and the errors and crimes of the culprits were brought to light. The CPP decided in 1992 to repudiate and rectify the errors and condemn the crimes of those who deviated from the correct path. That is why there was a great rectification movement. Those who were principally responsible have since left and gone over to the side of the enemy. SR 12. What do you think is the motivation of this action by the court and the Duterte regime? You are one of the fiercest critics of Duterte. Do you think this has something to do with your consistent monitoring and open criticism of his shortcomings and wrongdoings? JMS, it is true that Duterte hates me for my constant criticism of his wrong policies and actions. But he wants to scare all those who criticize and oppose him. He wants to intimidate all of them because he still intends to foist a fascist dictatorship on the country so he can continue stealing and killing unobstructed. SR 13. Lastly, what is your message to the activists, critics, and opposition personalities who continue to expose the rottenness of the Duterte regime? JMS, my advice and call to the activists, critics, and oppositionists: don't be afraid, fight. Don't be cowed, go on with the struggle. Expose even more the rottenness and crimes of Duterte and his running dogs. Long live the Filipino people. Thank you very much to all of you. Goodbye for now and watch for our next broadcast with Professor Sarah Raimundo. On red tagging of youth activists. Interview by Michael Beltran. September 9, 2019. As the founder of KM in 1964, why would you say that the Duterte government is giving particular attention to red tagging youth activists in universities? What can you say about allegations from the likes of Senator Bato de la Rosa that youth groups are tearing families apart? JMS, the Duterte government is under advice by USI war experts and their pro-US partners in the Philippine puppet military to use red tagging or the communist scare against youth activists in the universities in order to intimidate all students and discourage them from participating in the national democratic movement against U.S. imperialism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. Duterte fears the student youth for being critical of his regime, being receptive to revolutionary ideas and having the energy, militancy and daring to engage in mass actions, as in the overthrow of Marcos and Estrada, or to even join the armed revolutionary movement. He also believes that during the 1950s the anti-communist campaign was effective in silencing the youth. He and his U.S. and Filipino national security advisors do not realize that the anti-communist campaign and the anti-subversion law pushed and challenged us students from 1958 onward to engage in the study of Marxism-Leninism and the Philippine Revolution, form the SCOP, Act to Stop the Anti-Communist Witch Hunt by the CAFA in 1961, build the KM from 1964 onward and finally to join in the founding of the CPP and NPA in 1968 and 1969. It is the forces of semi-colonial and semi-feudal exploitation and oppression and the mass murderers in authority like Senator Bato de la Rosa that break up families by killing people with impunity on mere suspicion of being drug addicts and pusher or being connected to the CPP and NPA. Red tagging, mass intimidation, and killings are meant to intimidate the people of all classes and sectors and force them to accept the imposition of fascist dictatorship on the entire nation. Would you say that this red tagging has been present since the martial law years and under subsequent presidents? Or other attacks against youth groups? JMS, red tagging has been done in the Philippines since before World War II. Bolshevik was the cuss word against the leaders of the working class, who went to the Soviet Union or joined the Communist Party of the Philippine Islands, CPPI. When the Cold War started in 1948, red tagging or communist baiting was used not only against avowed communists but also those critical of or opposed to US imperialism, the big compradors, landlords, and corrupt politicians. Red baiting and anti-communism was carried on in conjunction with the campaign to destroy the old merger party of CPSP and the HMB, and even after their defeat in 1952 to make sure that they would not resurge, and to fight the national democratic movement that arose in the 1960s and the emergence and rise of the CPP, NPA, and other revolutionary forces since the late 1960s. But Duterte wants to surpass his anti-communist predecessors with the use of Executive Order 70. Please see the most comprehensive critique of this, https://codo.org. EO70 whole of nation approach will escalate and prolong armed conflict not end it/. In all campaigns and instances of red baiting, US imperialism, the local reactionary classes and their political agents try to deceive, intimidate, and draw the youth away from the struggle for national liberation and democracy, which they misrepresent as communism and unwittingly praise the communists for being patriots and progressives unlike them. They are mortally afraid that major reforms and revolution, if not discredited and stopped, would arise to deprive them of their power and privileges. Would you say universities represent an important ideological battleground, and how do you think this can take shape in the struggle against Duterte's tyranny? JMS, of course, the universities are an important ideological battleground. Even without any campaign of rabid anti-communism to dominate the universities in the Philippines, anti-communist, conservative liberal and all sorts of subjectivist ideas are in fact dominant in the curricula and in the study materials. But the adherents of Marxism-Leninism and the New Democratic Revolution have increased cumulatively since the 1960s because their ideas expose the realities of oppression and exploitation and express the demands of the people, especially the toiling masses of workers and peasants. The rabid anti-communists who are ultra-reactionaries wish to exterminate the ideas of Marxism-Leninism and New Democratic Revolution even by violating academic freedom and all democratic rights. Such ideas will bring about the national and social liberation of the people. But the imperialists, the local exploiters and their political agents want to suppress these ideas out of the fear that they inspire the people to fight for national liberation and democracy through the agency of the educated youth who have taken either the road of social activism or the road of people's war. In times such as now, when the Duterte regime is red baiting, threatening, trying to shame and even killing patriotic and progressive youth activists, more and more of them are joining the armed revolution in order to secure themselves from fascist attacks but also to be able to fight back and bring down the Duterte tyranny ultimately. Thus, unwittingly Duterte has become the chief recruiter of the CPP and NPA. The broad masses of the people are motivated to fight back, precisely because of the rule of terror and greed. On the possible ouster of Duterte. Interview by Delphine Mallory, Philippine Daily Inquirer. September 12, 2019. Is it really illusory that PRRD can be ousted? According to Panilo, PRRD can't be ousted. JMS, the possibility of Duterte's ouster is still running and is not illusory. The objective conditions are present for the ouster of the Duterte regime. This regime is notorious in the Philippines and abroad for being tyrannical, treasonous, mass murdering, corrupt and swindling. Duterte is liable for impeachment if not for the rigging the previous elections through electronic dogbawas, and thereby gaining a majority in both houses of Congress. But there is a high probability for certain factors to combine or converge in order to oust him, like when Marcos and Estrada were ousted in 1986 and 2001, respectively. The factors include the intensification of people's war, gigantic protest mass actions in the streets, the support of the Catholic and other churches, denunciations by the political and business leaders offended by Duterte, and withdrawal of support from him by a significant bloc of AFP rank and file. Looking back, what was the concrete contribution of the revolutionary movement to Marcos' downfall? At this stage, can the revolutionary movement again do to Duterte what it did to topple Marcos? JMS, the revolutionary movement contributed the longest and greatest efforts to discredit, weaken, isolate, and overthrow Marcos. The efforts included the growth in strength and advance of the People's War and the inspiration that this gave to the broad masses of the people and to the eventual upsurge of gigantic mass protest actions. These persuaded the US to consider Marcos a liability more than an asset, junked him and signaled to the AFP to withdraw support from Marcos. It is obvious from the continuing People's War that the revolutionary movement is trying its best to fight the Duterte regime. It is doing its part to seek the ouster of Duterte. But other factors have to be taken into account. The legal democratic mass movement, the churches already offended by Duterte, and the opposition groups need to cooperate and do their best to arouse and mobilize the masses for mass protests like the following: community-based noise barrages and meetings and marches from various assembly points to converge on a focal area. All these are achievable by the people in the exercise of their democratic right to speak and assemble. The Duterte regime and its pro-US military officials have so far been trying to please the US with their repeated promises to destroy the revolutionary movement once and for all time. But the US also notices that the regime itself is a provocation and challenge to the people to join or support the armed revolution. And the US is becoming resentful over Duterte's sellout of the West Philippine Sea and its marine and mineral resources to China, and his involvement in China's takeover of the telecommunications system in the Philippines. Many of the junior officers of the AFP are already grumbling against Duterte's sellout of the West Philippines and the telecommunications system. They are insulted that the Chinese cell towers will be built in military camps and use the troops as security instead of hiring private security agencies. The patriotic officers within the AFP consider Duterte traitorous and stupid for using AFP camps to accommodate both Chinese cell towers and US military facilities, under EDCA. Considering that today state violence is rife against those who oppose Dagong, an all-out war in the countryside, and the Sparrow unit created fear among state personnel and enemies of the revolutionary movement. What is the possibility that this would be revived to operate actively in urban areas? JMS, I have already read from publications of the CPP and NPA that they are reviving armed city partisan units and at the same time preparing commando teams that are based in the countryside but can be sent to the cities on missions to punish officials who are notorious for corruption, human rights violations and connivance with crime syndicates, as well as to sabotage or destroy key military and police detachments and installations. They are reportedly studying closely the previous urban-based warfare conducted previously by Filipino and Vietnamese revolutionaries in anticipation of worse repression and even fascist dictatorship. Right now, because of the widespread red tagging, threats to life and liberty and actual killing of social activists, the Duterte regime is already compelling a considerable number of activists to go underground and join the People's War in the countryside. After politico-military training, many of these activists can become good fighters in armed city partisan units and commando teams. My impression is that what you might call sparrow warfare in the urban areas can strategically force the military and police to take guard duties or go on the defensive in the cities and have less armed personnel for combat in the countryside. Duterte has been failing in his scheme to destroy the revolutionary movement because he is preserving and aggravating the basic problems of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism that drive the people to join and support the new democratic revolution led by the CPP. The CPP and NPA have been pursuing the strategic line of protracted people's war of encircling the cities from the countryside. In more than 50 years, this strategic line has enabled the creation of strong party branches, 120 guerrilla fronts, revolutionary mass organizations and the People's Democratic Government from the Barangay level upwards. Under Executive Order 70, Duterte is failing in his military strategy and tactics. Most of his military and police officers preoccupy themselves most of the time with anti-war activities, violating human rights, meddling with civilian agencies of the reactionary government, pocketing public funds and extorting from people, faking surrenders and encounters and deploying too many checkpoints and token patrols. Thus, they reduce the number of officers and men for combat. Furthermore, even if he increases the number of combat units, they are ineffective because they are rendered deaf and blind by the people's support for the revolutionary movement. The anti-colonial resistance in the Philippines. Interview by Jacob Bodden. September 15, 2019. Although the Philippines is independent in name, in what way would you consider the Philippines semi-colonial and semi-feudal? JMS, the U.S. granted nominal independence to the Philippines on July 4, 1946 and allowed the political representatives of the local exploiting classes of big compradors and landlords to take charge of administration from national level downwards. But to keep the Philippines as a semi-colony, the U.S. required the puppet politicians to co-sign the USRP Treaty of General Relations, which upheld U.S. property rights in the Philippines, kept the U.S. military bases, put foreign relations of the Philippines under the supervision of the U.S. State Department, and so on. Further on, after the grant of nominal independence, the U.S. rammed through the Philippine Congress the enactment of the Parity Amendment to give U.S. corporations and citizens equal rights like Filipinos to exploit natural resources, operate public utilities and all types of businesses. The Philippines has been kept semi-feudal by having the landlords dominate agricultural land in the countryside and the comprador big bourgeoisie dominate the cities. The most powerful and wealthiest kind of Filipino bourgeoisie has a comprador character, a trading and financial agent of U.S. imperialism. There is no national industrialization occurring and no land reform to finally break down the feudal base of the economy. Since the first decade of the 20th century, the U.S. has maintained the semi-feudal economy by promoting mining and plantations for export crops, allowing some manufacturing or semi-manufacturing short of establishing heavy and basic industries and favoring the importation of finished manufactures in a lopsided trade, which gives rise to heavy foreign indebtedness of the Philippines. In what way is the current revolutionary struggle a continuation of the 1896 revolution? JMS, the current revolution is a continuation of the 1896 revolution because it still aims to realize full national independence and people's democracy. But the difference is that it is now led by the working class, no longer by the liberal bourgeoisie, and has a socialist perspective. The industrial proletariat has expanded to some significant extent from some 5% to 16% since 1896. But it still has to base itself on a worker-peasant alliance in order to wage revolution. The revolution is being consciously waged in the context of the era of modern imperialism and proletarian revolution. What are the most important differences between the anti-colonial resistance against Spain and the US, and the current revolutionary struggle? JMS, the most important differences are in the change of class leadership in the revolution from the liberal bourgeoisie to the proletariat, the change of proportions of classes in society due to the shift from feudal to semi-feudal society, and the world context of modern imperialism and proletarian revolution has been significantly affected after World War II by neocolonialism, anti-communism, social democracy, modern revisionism, neoliberalism and neoconservative line of ceaseless wars. But the revolutionary forces and people in the Philippines and in the world are fighting back. We are now in transition to a period of global resurgence of the revolutionary forces. In 1916 the United States declared by law that they had to work together with the Filipino people to become independent. Why did the US do this? JMS, nationalist agitation and agrarian unrest continued. Thus, the U.S. promised independence after tutelage in self-government and allowed Filipino officials to go on independence missions to Washington to plead for independence. It was a way of letting off steam. And the U.S. also targeted the landed estates of the Spanish religious estates for land reform, although the ultimate beneficiaries were Filipino landlords because the poor tenants could not afford the redistribution price of land. On the Future of the Communist Movement. Interview by Alan Robles, South China Morning Post. September 16, 2019. How strong are the communists right now? JMS, the membership of the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, is about 100,000. It is nationwide in scale and is deeply rooted among the toiling masses of workers and peasants as well as people from various social sectors. The CPP leads the New People's Army, NPA, which has thousands of red fighters and operates in 120 guerrilla fronts in 74 out 81 Philippine provinces. It has formed mass organizations of various classes and sectors, whose members run in the millions. The party/CPP performs the leading role in the thousands local organs of political power which constitute the people's democratic government. The Duterte regime taunts the CPP and revolutionary movement for not being to capture the presidential palace in Manila. But the CPP has been outstandingly successful in building the people's democratic government in the countryside. And the people and territory it governs continue to expand. The revolutionary government is advancing in waves in the direction of supplanting the reactionary government of big compradors and landlords from the localities up to the national level. At certain levels of the reactionary government in certain areas, officials who cannot function without cooperating with the revolutionary movement. That was the case of Duterte having had to cooperate with the revolutionary movements while he was Davao City mayor. Can they be crushed? How? How soon? Why not? JMS, the CPP and the revolutionary movement it leads cannot be crushed because in the first place they work and fight to realize the people's demands for national and social liberation against foreign monopoly capitalism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. They are pursuing the general line of people's democratic revolution with a socialist perspective. Socialism is not yet in the current agenda but is the bright future foreseen. By pursuing the strategic line of protracted people's war, the NPA under CPP leadership avails of the countryside and the peasant majority of the nation as the wide base and area for maneuver against a militarily superior enemy. In response to the enemy's strategic offensive, the NPA takes the strategic defensive but launches/undertakes tactical offensives in order to capture and accumulate arms over a long period of time. The NPA operates nationwide and is deeply rooted among the peasants and indigenous peoples. The military machine of the regime can never have enough troops and equipment to destroy the NPA all at once. It can focus only on a few areas where it undertakes uneven and porous operations of encirclement. The NPA has proven that it can gain more arms from its operations of counter-encirclement and by initiating tactical offensives in other areas where the enemy forces are weak. The CPP is clandestine to the enemy and is protected by the People's Army and by revolutionary mass organizations. Just to kill one communist, the Duterte regime has to kill at least 1,000 non-communist people. This is obvious from the wild red tagging being made by the military and police. One more important thing, the CPP is very capable of defending itself with the People's Army and mass support. Why have all previous attempts failed? JMS, all previous attempts to destroy the CPP and the revolutionary movement have failed because the CPP always strengthens itself ideologically, politically, and organizationally. It adheres to the theory of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism as the guide to action, the general line of people's democratic revolution through protracted people's war and the organizational principle of democratic centralism. The theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism provide the fundamental revolutionary principles and the historical lessons that inspire the CPP cadres and members to wage the revolution under the leadership of the working class within the context of the Philippines and the world. By understanding Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, the CPP cadres and members are prepared to wage revolutionary struggle for any length of time in the epochal struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. The CPP has analyzed the history and current circumstances of the Filipino people. It has analyzed the semi-colonial and semi-feudal character of Philippine society and has identified the basic problems of the Filipino people, such as imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. These are the targets of the Philippine Revolution. and the CPP has built its proletarian class leadership, the People's Army and the National United Front as the weapons by which to defeat the reactionary state. All previous attempts to destroy the CPP and revolutionary movement by military means have been frustrated because of the general line of People's Democratic Revolution and the integration of revolutionary armed struggle, agrarian revolution, and mass base building in the implementation of the strategic line of protracted People's War. Why has communist movement lasted this long? JMS, the CPP and the revolutionary movement have lasted for so long because they uphold their revolutionary principles, ceaselessly strive to strengthen themselves ideologically, politically, and organizationally and fight for the national and democratic rights and interests of the Filipino people, especially the toiling masses. The Marcos fascist dictatorship and the subsequent pseudo-democratic regimes have been detested by the people as instruments of U.S. domination and of the local exploiting classes of big compradors and landlords. Such regimes can be distinguished from each other only in terms of extent and intensity of oppression and exploitation. Each regime has tried to destroy the CPP and revolutionary movement through strategic campaign plans made by U.S. advisors and pro-US military officers in the AFP. By violating human rights and using brute force, every regime has unwittingly driven an increasing number of people to join the armed revolution. It has been practically the chief recruiter of the CPP and NPA. Whenever it sends military forces to seek out the NPA and attack the people in the countryside, it practically acts as the transport and supply officer of the NPA. The NPA lays the ambushes and command detonated mines to get the arms and other supplies from the intruding military forces. More than 95% of the arms of the NPA have been captured from the reactionary military and police. The rest have been either donated or bought. What is the key to destroying the communist movement? JMS, the CPP can be destroyed only if it violates its correct revolutionary principles, policies, and general line, commits grave errors and fails to rectify them. Sheer military force or even higher technology from the other side cannot defeat the CPP's revolutionary struggle for the national and social liberation of the Filipino people. Under the leadership of the CPP, the new People's Army can defeat enemy forces piece by piece and seize weapons cumulatively. That is what has been happening in the last more than 50 years. The CPP remains ideologically strong by constantly undertaking its three levels of theoretical and political education: basic, intermediate, and advanced. It requires the correct application of principles in understanding and solving problems through concrete analysis of concrete conditions. It consistently opposes idealism and subjectivism and criticizes and rectifies errors along this line in the course of study as well as in the course of work. The CPP remains politically strong because it adheres firmly to the general line of People's Democratic line and opposes any left or right opportunist deviation or error. Periodically and promptly, all CPP organs and units assess and evaluate their work to correct errors and shortcomings, improve work, and advance. Major errors that run for a long period of time and do serious damage to the revolutionary movement are subjected to a rectification movement of ideological and political education for as long as necessary. The CPP remains organizationally strong because it follows the principle of democratic centralism. This is centralized leadership on the basis of democratic discussions and decision-making by consensus or vote. Once a decision has been taken, it is followed by everyone as a matter of discipline. But the decision can be reviewed if it proves to be wrong or not supported by certain facts. There is both discipline and freedom within the CPP. What's so different between the government and military's latest strategy and the strategies of the past 50 years? JMS, the latest strategy under Executive Order 70 and Oplan Kapanatagan are no different from previous strategic campaigns. The so-called whole nation approach is a recycling of previous strategic campaigns designed by U.S. advisors and their pro-US military assets in the AFP. It serves the interests of the U.S. and the local exploiting classes of big compradors and landlords. The differences are not in substance but merely in style. The commander-in-chief THIRD is an unabashed ruffian who publicly calls on his armed minions to go on rampages of mass murder and to rape women. He aims for the militarization of the entire government and society. As a result, the military officers expose their incompetence and corruption by taking over or meddling in civilian departments and agencies of the government. Military and police officers are preoccupied with enriching themselves by dipping into the resources of various non-military agencies of government, faking surrenders and encounters to get cash rewards and promotions, releasing criminals from prison by taking bribes and using checkpoints and patrols for the purpose of extortion and mulcting. Thus, the number of military officers and men for combat duties is greatly reduced. They would rather enrich themselves than take more risks in the battlefield. Even if more of them were deployed for combat against the NPA, they are rendered blind and deaf because of the people's ardent support for the NPA. The joint or separate AFP and PNP military operations are often successfully thwarted through ambushes, command-detonated mines, sniping and other tactics of the NPA. Many of the THIRD regime's military and police avoid combat by pretending to undertake civic action, peace and development operations, community support programs and such other fancy missions. Aren't there good elements in the armed forces? What can they do amidst the less than noble military officers? JMS, even in the reactionary armed forces, there are always good elements, who take seriously the need for patriotism, democracy, integrity, and honest service. These good elements have emerged in major historical events. They rose up in 1986 to withdraw support from Marcos in 1986 and from Estrada in 2001. Right now, there are predominantly junior officers who are increasingly criticizing corruption and human rights violations by officers above them. They are most vocal among themselves in asserting their patriotism and condemning THIRD's sellout to China of the West Philippine Sea and its rich mineral and marine resources. They are most revolted by THIRD's violation of national security by allowing China to take over and control the telecom system in the Philippines and to allow the Chinese cell towers to be based in AFP military camps and to be guarded by military personnel, instead of private security guards. They consider THIRD a traitor and a dumbo for mixing up in AFP military camps the Chinese cell towers and the US facilities under the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. THIRD faces the prospect of being ousted by a military withdrawal of support from him as consequence of his treasonous acts and the intolerable rot he has abetted within the AFP. As in 1986 and 2001, the military withdrawal of support can occur in conjunction with the intensification of people's war, gigantic protest mass actions in the streets, rebukes by the Catholic and other churches and denunciations by political and business leaders offended by THIRD's brutality, corruption, and maladministration. Itanang Mok Prof. Topics: 1. Robert Mugabe, former President of Zimbabwe. 2. Martial law under Marcos and de facto martial law under THIRD. September 17, 2019. Professor Sarah, Professor Sison. Before we go to the important issues in our country, let us first talk about a hot topic which is also being talked about around the world today. It is about the passing away of the ex-president of Zimbabwe, Robert Mugabe, last September 6 at the age of 95. There are different sentiments among his countrymen regarding his history as president of Zimbabwe, the former Rhodesia. SR1, according to old Africans, Mugabe was a revolutionary and liberation fighter. Can you please share with our listeners who Robert Mugabe really is? Is it true that he was a good leader and a revolutionary? JMS, Robert Mugabe was a true revolutionary and leader in the liberation of Zimbabwe. In his passing, he has been honored as a hero by the government and people of Zimbabwe. For a long time, he was considered a hero and father of his country against British colonialism and imperialism and English white minority rule. He was imbued with African nationalism and became chairperson of the Non-Aligned Movement, Organization of African Unity and African Union. He tried to study Marxism for some time as guide to the liberation of the black majority in his country. He was imprisoned for 10 years, 1964 to 74, by the English colonialists. Upon his release from prison, he went to Mozambique to lead the armed struggle of the Zimbabwe African Union, ZANU, against the white minority rule of Ian Smith of Rhodesia, the former name of the English for Zimbabwe. He entered into peace negotiations upon the suggestion of the British, and it led to the end of the armed struggle. A general election was held in 1980, which the ZANU Patriotic Front won, and Mugabe became the first prime minister from 1980 to 1987. He became president from 1987 to 2017. Under his rule, he expanded the system of healthcare and public education. At the start, he compromised with Britain on economic policy. But he still pushed decolonization, especially land reform against the white landlords. SR2, many Zimbabweans also called him a dictator. They say that he ordered the killing of many people and was responsible for the collapse of their economy. He was allegedly greedy for power. He reached 37 years in power before he was ousted by the military in their country. What can you say about this, Professor Sison? JMS, the confiscation of land from the white landlords for distribution to black farmers was the reason for the bitter attacks against Mugabe from the white minority, their cohorts within the Zimbabwe African People's Union, ZAPU, party, and British and Western media. The imperialists sabotaged the exports of Zimbabwe, and this caused great damage to its economy. But its economy was saved with the help of countries not subservient to the US and Britain. The worst challenge to Mugabe was the armed opposition waged against his government. Here, many had killed one another. Mugabe's 5th Brigade crushed the armed opposition in Matabeleland, in which thousands perished. However, Mugabe allowed the participation of the opposition in elections. Until now, his legal political opponents are very much alive. SR3, what lessons can we draw from the history of Robert Mugabe, Professor Sison? Is there any significance in what he did for the people of Africa and the world? JMS, Mugabe's deeds for the liberation and development of Zimbabwe and his promotion of unity among African countries against colonialism, imperialism, and white minority rule are of great significance. Due to his successes and the people's support, he seemed to have overlooked his old age and the need to retire. At the age of 93, he still wanted to continue as president of Zimbabwe, but the military told him that it was better for him to give way to the vice president. The lesson here is that there has to be a retirement age and term limits for leaders. SR4, on September 21, 1972, the former president and dictator Ferdinand Marcos signed Proclamation No. 1081. It declared the imposition of martial law over whole country. Marcos did this to suppress the intense anger of the people who were suffering abuses by those in power. The economy was down. Many were unemployed. Many had nothing to eat, and the workers and peasants were suffering oppression left and right from capitalists and landlords. Organizations of youth and teachers in schools were banned. Publications were ordered closed, and the people were denied the right to speech and expression. Why? To prevent the whole world from knowing about the violence happening in the country. Many were arrested, tortured, killed, and abducted, who until now remain missing. SR5. Professor Sison, you were among those who fought during the period of martial law. What can you say about what Marcos did? JMS, Marcos was truly an evil person. Greedy for power and riches. He imposed martial law on the people to set up a fascist dictatorship in order to remove all obstacles to his violations of democratic and human rights and his plunder of the people's money and overpriced projects with the foreign and domestic debts attached to them. As early as 1965, we who belonged to patriotic and progressive organizations knew that Marcos planned to be a dictator his whole life. Because of this, we were determined to strengthen the mass movement up to building a revolutionary party and army. Marcos's penchant for using the military to scare and kill people became even clearer in 1969 and 1970. SR6, you were captured in 1977. Who arrested you? The Philippine Constabulary, PC, or soldiers? How did you face Marcos and what did they do to you? JMS, it was a composite of forces of Philippine Constabulary that arrested me on November 10, 1977. and later I was imprisoned for a long time until 1986 at the Military Security Unit of the Philippine Army. Marcos and I were like gentlemen when we faced each other. He even pretended to offer national unity and reconciliation. I answered that we would study what would be good for the people. I even complained about the abduction and summary killing of activists in southern Tagalog. When I was returned to my cell at MSU in Fort Bonifacio, I was visited for several days until Saturday. I sensed that they were becoming irritated that they could get nothing from me that could be used against others. So starting Saturday and Sunday, I was placed under physical torture, including beatings and many hours of water cure, continuous pouring of water into my nose until I felt like drowning. SR7, Professor Sison, what lessons can you share to our listeners regarding your experience as one of the victims of martial law? JMS, martial law is an evil thing. This serves as license for the president as commander-in-chief and his military minions to commit all kinds of human rights violations, including abduction, torture, murder and plunder. Because of martial law so many were abducted, disappeared, tortured, murdered, and deprived of property. In the most conservative estimate, Marcos stole from 10 to 15 billion US dollars. SR8, now let us proceed to the period under President Duterte. Can you first explain to our listeners what is the meaning of de facto martial law? JMS, just like in the period of the Marcos fascist dictatorship and in Mindanao since 2017 there is a formal proclamation of martial law. But in Luzon and the Visayas there is yet no such proclamation, but there is de facto or in actuality martial law because of the actual use by Duterte of the military to use terror, arrest, torture and kill people without going through any due process in a proper civilian court of the government. Under Executive Order No. 70 Duterte has placed the government and the whole society under his iron hand or his military instrument. SR9, there are now so many former police and military officers in Congress and Senate and Malacanang. The Philippine National Police has now also entered into schools and universities in Metro Manila allegedly to suppress the recruitment of the youth by the NPA. This also allegedly part of their campaign against prohibited drugs. What is your opinion about these, Professor Sison? JMS, what you have mentioned are proofs of de facto martial law. Under orders of the Commander-in-Chief, the military is becoming dominant in government and society. The military interferes in everything to spread terror and commit all sorts of crimes in the name of anti-communism and national security. SR10, on May 23, 2017 martial law was declared in the whole of Mindanao. After this, the government cancelled the fifth round of peace negotiations between the Government of the Republic of the Philippines, GRP, and National Democratic Front of the Philippines, NDFP, whose negotiators were in the Netherlands. What can you say about this, Professor Sison? JMS, from that date that you mentioned, he proclaimed martial law in the entire Mindanao to begin openly fighting the CPP, NPA, and other revolutionary forces. Duterte deliberately destroyed the peace negotiations in order to use the armed conflict or the CPP and NPA to set up a fascist dictatorship. SR11, Professor Sison, martial law in Mindanao has not only been for 1 year. It has been extended until the end of 2019. What in your view is the government's reason and why the need to continue martial law in Mindanao? JMS, martial law in Mindanao has been extended to serve as foundation for de facto martial law in the entire Philippines and foundation as well in cheating in the last elections and in future elections. Duterte has now dominated Congress and local governments by using terror against the opposition and cheating in elections in Mindanao. One more important point, because of martial law in Mindanao, land grabbing from poor lumad and peasants and the plunder of natural resources have become easier. SR12, what is the effect of martial law in Mindanao? Do you think, Professor Sison, that the government can suppress the revolutionary forces of the CPP/NPA/NDF? JMS, in my opinion, the rotten government cannot succeed in suppressing the revolutionary forces in Mindanao. These will get even stronger because of the intensified oppression and exploitation and because they carry the correct line of the people's democratic revolution. And they also have the correct strategy of protracted people's war and tactics of widespread and intensive guerrilla warfare based on the broadening and deepening support of the oppressed masses. SR 13, on September 21, the Filipino people will commemorate the 47th anniversary of martial law in the country. What is your message to our listeners, Professor Sison? JMS, my message to all our countrymen is to keep in mind the big crimes of the Marcos fascist dictatorship and celebrate the great struggle of the Filipino masses and the patriotic and democratic forces to overthrow that dictatorship. Learn from experience and resolutely fight the plan and actions of the Duterte tyranny to impose martial law and a fascist dictatorship on the Filipino people. Martial law as an instrument of fascist dictatorship generates fertile conditions for armed revolution. September 23, 2019. On behalf of Duterte, Panilo is trying to make the formal declaration of martial law acceptable as an instrument for saving democracy. But the historical fact is that Marcos used martial law to impose a fascist dictatorship on the people, not to save democracy. It is bad enough that even without the formal declaration of martial law nationwide, Duterte is already taking repressive measures that amount to de facto martial law, and he is using this to attack the national and democratic rights of the Filipino people and to prepare the way for a full-blown fascist dictatorship. How bad is martial law under Duterte is well demonstrated by the escalation of extrajudicial killings and other human rights violations in Mindanao since May 23, 2017. Martial law is being used as a license to brutally attack the people and suppress their national and democratic rights. The people and their patriotic organizations are being attacked in order to deliver to foreign and domestic exploiters the human and natural resources of Mindanao. Martial law and fascist dictatorship are not effective means of destroying the revolutionary movement but generate the conditions for unbridled greed and terror, which in turn drive the people to rise up in armed revolution. The Marcos dictatorship was an effective stimulus to the growth in strength and advance of the revolutionary movement. From only 300 fighters in 1972, the NPA would grow in strength to thousands during the Marcos fascist regime. The very attempt of Duterte to realize fascist dictatorship through de facto or formal nationwide martial law provides the people and their revolutionary movement with another excellent opportunity to grow in strength and advance towards the overthrow of the ruling system of big compradors, landlords, and corrupt government officials like Duterte. The mad scheme of Duterte to impose nationwide martial law and a fascist dictatorship is a manifestation of the chronic crisis and decomposition of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system. The ruling classes in the Philippines continue to be unable to rule in the old way and thus impose the open rule of terror on the people. The people therefore fight back. And their revolutionary forces continue to grow in strength and advance on the road of armed revolution. Interview on James Richardson's Communism, The Genesis of the Philippine Communist Party, 1902–1935. By Teo Esmerisagan. October 22, 2019. I am Teo Esmerisagan, a columnist for Pinoy Weekly. I am writing a review on James Richardson's Communism, The Genesis of the Philippine Communist Party, 1902–1935, published in 2011. As a scholar, Richardson is admirable for the volume of the stream of historical references. His book, Light of Liberty, Documents and Studies on the Katipunan, 1892–1897–2013 clarifies the history of the Katipunan for its use of heretofore new documents never used before. From the book you can discern that he was close to the couple William and Celia Pomeroy. You can similarly read the same in his introduction to the book Prisoner, Life as a Political Prisoner in the Philippines, 1952–1962–2009 by William Pomeroy. In some of his essays in journals his defense of the PKP is consistent against criticisms of the PKP, and it can be said that his defense is good. His book says that when the CPP was newly established, he had hoped that the PKP and the CPP could unite. One new thing Richardson did in the book is to link the establishment of the CPP in the so-called Third Period of Communist International, which existed from 1928 to 1933 and has weakened since then. This was proclaimed at the Sixth Congress of the International in July-August 1928. According to this, the global capitalist system faced sharp contradictions, and in one burst of successes of socialist revolutions. One major implication in the practice was opposing reformist social democracy, which shortly would be called social fascism. It seems logical, since the major opponents of the working class, imperialism and the ruling classes, were clearly corrupt and needed to be targeted by the communist leadership. According to historians, the Communist International itself criticized this analysis, and many say it has been a disaster for the global communist movement. Matthew Worley, editor, In Search of Revolution, International Communist Parties in the Third Period, 2004. The Third Period and its analysis by communists and historians are controversial. According to Richardson, in the CPP's implementation of this policy, which resembles an ultra-left mistake, though he did not use that phrase, 1. It invited extreme repression, and, 2. It became separated it from many possible allies at that time. I am an attentive reader of yours. I don't know if I just didn't notice, but I don't remember that you directly or indirectly laid out your analysis of the Third Period in your writings and interviews. In addition to using your response to Richardson's book review, I will take advantage of the opportunity to ask questions about the Third Period. TSM, what is your view of the general analysis and tactics of the so-called Third Period of Communist International? JMS, the general analysis and tactics conceived of and applied in the Third Period of the Comintern had as its main basis and main point of reference the history and circumstances of the Soviet Union and Europe and the general trends of crisis and consolidation of the world capitalist system and the flow and ebb of proletarian revolution since the October Revolution of 1917. The first period that followed World War I brought about the October Revolution of 1917, the revolutionary flow in Europe and defeat of the working class, especially in Germany when the right-wing Social Democrats suppressed the revolution of 1918-19 led by the Spartacists. The period also encompassed the foreign interventionist war in the Soviet Union. The defeat of the interventionist war further incensed the international bourgeoisie against the Soviet Union and the Comintern in its second and third periods. The second period, most of the 1920s, included the separation of left-wing socialists from the right-wing social democrats in several European countries to form communist parties, the rise of the fascists headed by Mussolini in Italy, the consolidation of capitalism on a global scale and the unstable and debt-laden Weimar Republic administered mainly by the Social Democrats on behalf of the monopoly bourgeoisie. The third period, 1928 to 1935, ushered in by the Sixth Congress of the Comintern, saw the high tide of socialist revolution and construction in the Soviet Union, the dismal crisis of the world capitalist system since the 1929 U.S. stock market crash, the rise of fascism in Europe, the resurgence of proletarian revolutionary parties and movements and disdain for the reformism of social democratic parties in Europe and the US. The ideologues of the imperialists, including Social Democrats and Trotskyists, blame the communists for supposedly enabling the rise of Hitler and the Nazis in the so-called Third Period of the Comintern by denouncing the Social Democrats as social fascists and thereby preventing an anti-fascist united front. It is like blaming the Filipino communists for the Marcos fascist dictatorship. This is perverse logic, blaming the victims, the German communists and the proletariat, for the crimes of the fascists. It covers up the fact that the German monopoly bourgeoisie used the Social Democrats and fascists in sequence against the communists and the proletariat. In the first place, the Social Democrats bloodily suppressed the Revolution of 1918-1919 and administered the bankrupt Weimar Republic on behalf of the monopoly bourgeoisie. History has proven that the monopoly bourgeoisie uses the Social Democrats and the fascists as its alternating arms. We see again the rise of fascism in Europe even before the communists can regain strength because the monopoly bourgeoisie fears the growing social disorder as a result of the crisis and stagnation of global capitalism since 2008 and is deliberately using fascism as the necessary complement for neoliberalism and as the preemption of THRE resurgence of communists. TSM, what is your view of the analysis that social fascism puts communists in a position of simultaneously combating fascism itself and social fascism in that period? JMS, communists always have the task of safeguarding themselves against both right and left opportunism within their own ranks as well as against both social reformism and fascism in any society ruled by the big bourgeoisie. During the so-called Third Period, it was correct for the German and other communists to do the foregoing as well as Stalin had to contend with opportunist trends represented by Bukharin and Trotsky and with real outright imperialist agents and the kulaks resisting collectivization. In recent history in the Philippines, it was perfectly correct for the CPP to criticize as clerico-fascists the reformist Christian Democrats, masquerading as social democrats, even as the CPP was confronting the Marcos fascist dictatorship and delivering the main blow against it. Father Archie Intenon and Norberto Gonzalez of PDSP deserved to be called clerico-fascists as they took inspiration from Franco-fascism, dedicated themselves to rabid anti-communism and went to reactionary military camps during the Arroyo regime to agitate military officers to unleash bloody attacks against the CPP, NPA, and NDFP. Under Oplan Bante Laya. Classical social democrats or revisionists who are not yet in power or have a share of power allowed by the monopoly bourgeoisie are basically reformist, shun revolutionary change and are used by the monopoly bourgeoisie to conjure the illusion of democracy and to attack and discredit the revolutionary party and movement of the proletariat. Social democrats expose themselves as social fascists when they outrightly support severely repressive measures or the bourgeois state's open rule of terror. Remember that the right-wing social democrats in power headed by Friedrich Ebert suppressed the workers' revolution of 1918 to 1919 in Germany. The Social Democrats in the main proceeded to administer the German capitalist system on behalf of the monopoly bourgeoisie and competed with the fascists in blocking the rise of the communists to power in the so-called Third Period. But not all Social Democrats are indivisibly the same everywhere all the time. They can constitute themselves and behave differently according to different circumstances. Under certain circumstances, communists can have an alliance with left-wing social democrats against the right-wing social democrats. Lenin and Mao have taught us how to apply the policy and tactics of the United Front. Build the basic revolutionary alliance of the working class and peasantry, win over the middle forces and take advantage of the splits among the reactionaries in order to isolate and destroy the power of the most reactionary force at every given time. In temporary alliances with unreliable forces, the Communist Party has to apply unity and struggle skillfully and maintain independence and initiative. The nature and composition of the alliance changes according to the circumstances and needs of the revolutionary party and masses. TSM, what do you think of the view that because of the analysis of social fascism and its corresponding tactics, the communists became weaker and the fascists grew strong in many countries at the time the so-called Third Period communism was being implemented? JMS, it is wrong for the anti-communists to blame the communists for weakening themselves and strengthening or enabling the fascists by criticizing and denouncing the social fascists. The overwhelming fact is that the monopoly bourgeoisie has used both social democrats and fascists against the communists. Social democrats who actually become social fascists win the support of the monopoly bourgeoisie by suppressing the communists and the proletarian masses, as did the avowed socialist Mussolini who took power as a fascist in 1922 and as did the Social Democrats who suppressed the revolution of 1918 to 1919 in Germany and served the monopoly bourgeoisie in the Weimar Republic by using both the persuasive and coercive powers of the bourgeois state. However, sometimes there are left-wing social democrats who oppose the fascist-inclined right-wing social democrats. Condemning and considering all social democrats as indivisible constant enemy of the Communist Party, irrespective of the circumstances and the balance of forces between revolution and counter-revolution, is contrary to dialectical materialism, historical materialism, and the policy and tactics of the United Front. Remember that the First International was a mix of scientific socialists, Proudhonists, agrarian revolutionaries and so on, and the Second International included those to be characterized as right-wing and left-wing socialists. The Third International had the distinctive advantage of being based in the Soviet Union, the first long-lasting socialist country on 1/6 of the surface of the earth. Lenin taught us how to fight pseudo-socialists and reactionaries on the basis of principles, and also how to work within reactionary institutions and avail of alliance to reach the masses in the millions. The right-wing socialists and the Trotskyists were disruptors of the anti-fascist United Front. They are wrong in claiming that communists are to blame for the lack or weaknesses of what ought to have been an effective anti-fascist United Front. TSM, the analysis of social fascism and its supposed weaknesses, is often used, and as well third-period communism, to criticize Stalin. How do you view this analysis in relation to Stalin's leadership? JMS, the categorical and incorrigible right-wing Social Democrats and Trotskyites as well as other reactionary ideologues play the role of agents of imperialism and fascism by claiming that Stalin himself was responsible for setbacks of communist parties and the rise of fascism, especially in Germany because of the condemnation of social fascism and the military line of revolutionary class struggle in the so-called third period of the Comintern. Within his own national scope of responsibility, which was then the bulwark of the world proletarian revolution, Stalin scored unprecedented great achievements in socialist revolution and construction by arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the Soviet people in their millions in the so-called third period. It is absurd to hold Stalin responsible for the rise of fascism in the imperialist countries. Fascism was the product of the severe crisis of the capitalist system and the failure of the Social Democrats, Liberal Democrats and other stripes of bourgeois Democrats to solve the crisis. The monopoly bourgeoisie was culpable for using the fascists upon the failure of the Social Democrats to stabilize the capitalist social order. In Germany and in the face of the growing Communist Party. For a while from the so-called Third Period to World War II, the imperialists could use fascism and wreak havoc, but ultimately they faced the mighty counter-offensive of the Soviet Union and its Red Army under the leadership of Stalin. TSM, what is the developing theory about the so-called third period communism that when victory is approaching, communist attacks sharpen on reformists and ideological formations between communists and imperialists and the ruling class? Up to what is this sharpening? Will they be aligned to enemies? Is this a shift from being primarily alliance, and secondarily struggle, with them in the long struggle of laying the foundation for victory? JMS, it is idealistic, anti-communist, and wrong to have the fixed idea that communists who are approaching victory must do away with some allies for no principled reason at all. When reformists and other reactionaries find it necessary and reasonable to join a revolutionary alliance, they are open to changes in mentality and political position as they see the benefits of the revolution for the people and their positive role in developments. There is abundant proof that in socialist society non-communist individuals, masses, organizations, and institutions, including religious, enjoy the freedom of thought and belief, express themselves freely and contribute to socialist revolution and construction, without having to join the Communist Party. Alliances of communists and non-communists have continued even after the revolutionary seizure of power from the exploiting classes. But there can be a series of die-hard reactionaries and anti-communists to struggle against one after the other as the revolution progresses. The imperialists and the reactionary classes are also capable of grooming one set of their defenders after another against the proletarian revolution and socialist system. It is the task of the revolutionaries to defeat them one after other as they arise. The Bolsheviks had to overthrow Kerensky for definite offenses even if he were a previous ally against Tsarism. After being an ally, socialist revolutionaries violently opposed the Bolsheviks and tried to kill Lenin. The Bolsheviks had to fight them. Stalin had to fight Bukharin and Trotsky because they opposed with their respective right and left opportunist lines the socialist revolution and construction. TSM, do you think the third period communism really affected the establishment of the CPP until 1935, before the United Front anti-fascist policy that was attempted in 1936 in the country? JMS, it was during the so-called third period of the Comintern that the Communist Party of the Philippine Islands, CPPI, was established in 1930. The establishment of this party was in accordance with Comintern general policy to create national sections wherever possible. This party did not face any problem of contending with Social Democrats, having to call them social fascists and refusing any united front with them. And it did not presuppose that in the absence of Social Democrats to denounce as social fascists European style, it must substitute them with utter hostility with the national reformists who pleaded for national independence from the U.S. colonial master, or with social reformists like the Liberal Democrats and the Jesuit-educated intellectuals who studied the papal social encyclicals and raised the slogan of social justice to head off the communists. That the CPPI could be established only in 1930 involves the particularities of Philippine history and circumstances. As regards United Front work, Crisanto Evangelista and his co-founders of the CPPI did not shun it despite any latter-day presumption of influence by the third period. They actually engaged in United Front work before and after the establishment of the CPPI. Before the establishment of the CPPI, they engaged in United Front work for demanding the immediate, complete, and absolute national independence of the Philippines. With regard to the uprisings from 1931 to 1935, which included those of the Colorams in Taguig, the Tangulans, the Sectalistas in 1934 and Asadillo in 1934-35, the CPPI criticized and repudiated the leaders as anarchist and adventurist, but expressed sympathy for the rising masses who clamored for national independence and social justice. It denounced Benigno Ramos and other Sectalista leaders as fascist because they worshipped Japan and eventually collaborated with the Japanese fascists. Even while outlawed on the false charge of illegal association and sedition by the U.S. colonial authorities from 1931 to 1936, the CPPI had fraternal relations with the Socialist Party that arose in 1933. They cooperated as well as competed in arousing, organizing, and mobilizing the peasants and farm workers against the landlords of Central Luzon. The alliance was so good that the two parties decided to merge as one party in 1938. There was no Social Democratic Party that the CPP could denounce in part or entirety as social fascist. TSM, my take from Armando Liwanag's Rectify Errors and Rebuild the Party, did little to focus criticism on the PKP's founding period. But at times when the old party was being criticized, it appears that left opportunism was the main. The following are examples. A. Without sufficient consideration of and safeguard against the oppressive and coercive character of the U.S. imperialist regime and the domestic ruling classes, the party was publicly launched on the 13th anniversary of the October Revolution. Within a short period, on May 1, 1931 and subsequently, the reactionary authorities took punitive actions against the party. Cadres and members of the party were arrested and imprisoned. Mass organizations under the leadership of the party were banned. In 1932, the Supreme Court formally outlawed the party and its mass organizations and meted out prison sentences to their leading members. B. The urban, parliamentary, and open character of the Communist Party of the Philippines during the early months of its existence in 1930 and 1931 was mainly responsible for the political disaster and difficulties that it soon suffered. During this early period, the party leadership was given to the use of left language in public against the entire bourgeoisie, and illegal work was not effectively carried out together with legal work. The question, can this also be a reflection of the third period communism? JMS, the quotes that you have made from Rectify Errors and Rebuild the Party do not take guidance or cue from any advocacy or critique of so-called third period communism. They are based on facts about the CPPI from 1930 to 1932. In the first Great Rectification movement of 1966 to 1968, the CPP did not accuse the leadership of Crisanto Evangelista of either right or left opportunism because said leadership did not willfully and systematically carry out either one. The CPPI was legalistic and had practically no clandestine layer of cadres and members. the colonial spies could trail all the CPPI members attending meetings at the House, Templo del Trabajo, of CPPI chairman Antonio Ora from 1930 to 1931, thus, the CPPI was vulnerable to suppression by the U.S. colonial authorities and their Filipino puppets. It had few members because it was just beginning and had the tendency to recruit solely or mainly from the trade unions and the industrial workers. It was not because of any systematic sectarianism or ultra-leftism against any social democratic party or trend. There was simply no social democratic party that it contended with in the Philippines and could have denounced as social fascist. The Socialist Party was established only in 1933 with the positive motivation of Pedro Abad Santos to carry out the tasks left above ground by the outlawed CPPI. It was never hostile to the CPPI but even merged with it in 1938, as if to help it make up for its loss of opportunity in recruiting more members during its period of illegality, from 1931 to 1936. Evangelista was good at reciting passages from the Communist Manifesto, at calling on the people to fight for national independence and urging workers and the rest of the people to struggle against U.S. imperialism and the local exploiting classes in the direction of the communist future. But definitely, he and the CPPI had no clear general line of People's Democratic Revolution through protracted People's War of encircling the cities from the countryside from 1930 to 1935 or even up to 1940. Based on further developments in the Philippines and abroad, especially in China, the CPP would have the distinct achievement of drawing up the general political line of People's Democratic Revolution and the strategy and tactics of People's War. The ideological, political, and organizational achievements of the CPP surpass by far any such achievements of the old merger party of the Communist and Socialist parties. TSM. What is your view of Norman Lorimer's or Jim Richardson criticism of the Communist Party of the Philippine Islands at the time of the so-called third period of the Comintern? Please analyze the criticism below. Born in the midst of the Comintern's ultra-leftist third period, the party initially adopted an extremely militant stance that called directly for the overthrow of American imperialism, the removal of the bourgeois landlord native traders and the establishment of the Workers' and Peasants' Soviet Republic. An armed uprising of the toiling masses, a manifesto of 1933 declared, was the only way of attaining independence, and although no concrete steps were taken toward embarking an armed struggle, open revolutionary rhetoric and a wave of strikes and demonstrations ensured the arrest and imprisonment of the first-ranking party leaders. Under different circumstances, this display of governmental white terror could have provoked a mass protest from sympathetic non-party groups, but unfortunately the PKP's early militancy had been combined, again in line with Comintern thinking, with a rigorous sectarianism that minimized the value of relations with other anti-administration forces. Alternative opposition groupings, in fact, were attacked as manifestations of social fascism and their leaders lampooned, not always unfairly, as unwitting imperialist tools. Much potential sympathy evaporated and the PKP, drastically short of CAD-RES, entered an unhappy period of illegality and isolation during which it failed to exert much influence over events even in critical areas of central and southern Luzon. JMS. The above quotation consists of general assumptions that do not apply on the Philippines from 1928 to 1935. It is one-sidedly slanted against the CPPI and harps on the line that communists deserve what they get from the imperialist and reactionary adversaries. It is best to look at the facts. In the years from 1928 to 1930, the CPPI was still being conceived of to be the genuine vanguard of the proletariat in contrast to the Partido Obrero, which was criticized as having become reformist, collaborationist with the ruling system and loose like its trade union base, the Congreso Obrero de Filipinas, COF. The right-wingers of COF were yellow labor leaders, leaders of company unions and sycophants to the Bureau of Labor, with no social democratic pretensions whatsoever, and took the initiative of rigging the elections within COF to drive out the left-wingers headed by Crisanto Evangelista. Thus the left-wing trade unions separated from the COF and formed the Katipunan ng Mga Anak Paus sa Filipinas to serve as the worker base of the projected vanguard party of the proletariat. The Kalapanang Pambansa ng Mga Magbubukid ng Pilipinas, KPMP, was also expected to be rural base of the party among the workers and peasants. When in Moscow to attend the Profintern Congress in 1928, Crisanto Evangelista was encouraged and advised by the Comintern to realize the founding of the CPPI in accordance with Philippine conditions. He was not instructed to hunt down social fascists or even to emulate the Chinese communists who were already in the process of waging a people's war against the GMD headed by Chiang Kai-shek, who had betrayed the National United Front since 1927. At its founding in 1930, the CPPI was not at all ultra-leftist by adopting the line of demanding and fighting for immediate, complete, and absolute independence from U.S. imperialism, criticizing the puppet leaders under the U.S. colonial regime and vowing to mobilize the workers and peasants was ultra-left or sectarian. Had the CPPI not adopted this line, it would not have been a Marxist-Leninist party but an outright ass-licker of the colonial and semi-feudal ruling system. The CPPI was newly born in 1930. And yet the US imperialists and its puppet constabulary were already crazed by anti-Bolshevism and were hell-bent on destroying the baby as soon as it was born. They used the brute power of the colonial state against the CPPI leadership and preoccupied it with arrests, detentions and internal exile from 1931 onward. It is absurd to blame the CPPI for the wrongs done to it by US imperialism. It is easier to find factual basis for saying that the CPPI had a right opportunist tendency than that it was guilty of ultra-leftism. The CPPI attended mass meetings with legal rally permits even if its leaders uttered agitational slogans, which the U.S. authorities could misinterpret as seditious, despite the fact that the utterances did not result in any violent act as an immediate and direct consequence. In fact, with regard to the issue of violence, the CPPI had no concrete plan to overthrow the ruling system by revolutionary violence and condemned as anarchist and adventurous the leadership of the short-lived Taeyag uprising of 193, the Tangulan unrest and Sakdal uprisings of 1934 and Asadillo guerrilla-type resistance from 1934 to 1935 which lasted for a year. The CPPI had no people's army to wrongly deploy and misuse in any left opportunist manner. It was not any ultra-leftism or left opportunism but the predetermined and unilateral anti-Bolshevism and anti-worker and anti-people malice of U.S. imperialism that unleashed the unjust acts of persecution against the CPPI cadres, reduced the CPPI membership to a few hundreds and the weakening of its connections with the Comintern. Even then, the CPPI was able to lead legal democratic struggles from the underground. The CAP and KPMP persevered in struggle despite the systematic attempts of the U.S. colonial authorities to intimidate or bribe the leaders. It was also beneficial to the CPPI and the anti-imperialist and democratic movement that the Socialist Party, together with its own mass organizations, arose in 1933 and filled the gap left by the CPPI above ground. If not for the continuing core strength of the CPPI and the mass movements of the workers and peasants and the middle forces, the U.S. colonial authorities and the Quezon administration would not have bothered to respond positively to the demands for the legalization of the CPPI and release of its leaders in accordance with the calls for Popular Front Against Fascism and in line with the 7th Congress of the Comintern. TSM 9. Some say that Communist International's repudiation of the Popular Front Against Fascism policy in the mid-1930s was proof that the third period policy was wrong. How do you understand this shift? JMS, by 1935 the fascist powers, Germany, Italy, and Japan, had already consolidated their power in their respective countries and were clearly bent on pursuing expansion by war and by coordination among them as the Axis powers. It was therefore necessary for the Comintern to adopt during the 7th Congress a line of opposing the aggressive policy of these fascist powers at the level of countries, political parties and peoples. There was readiness on the part of the Soviet Union and the imperialist countries opposed to the Axis powers, US, Britain, France and others, and the anti-fascist political parties to form the Anti-Fascist United Front. Thus, the 7th Congress opened a new period of promoting and realizing this united front among countries and within countries. The major policy shift from the third to the fourth period was determined by major changes in the objective conditions and subjective factors. Whereas in the third period the right-wing Social Democrats were still relatively strong in Europe as a whole and were arrogant towards the communists, the current arose among the peoples, anti-fascist political parties and anti-fascist countries that the anti-fascist United Front was necessity. It is wrong to presume that the Comintern and communists were to blame for the rise of fascism and the anti-communist arrogance of the right-wing Social Democrats and all other reformists in the third period, and to pontificate that the Comintern and the communists did their mea culpas and repentance in the fourth period. The US no less had a major change of attitude and policy towards the CPPI and the Filipino communists it had outlawed and persecuted. It would allow James Allen of the American CP to approach Quezon for the release of the detained and internally exiled communist leaders. It was conscious of allowing the development of the Popular Front in the Philippines in order to counter the calls of Japan for the colonized countries to declare their national independence against the Western powers and share in the bounty of an Asian co-prosperity sphere. Quezon himself was receptive to the proposal for releasing the communist leaders because he wanted to gain credibility for his slogan of social justice and maintain the political overhand over attempts of Emilio Aguinaldo to use the slogan of nationalism and his background as former president against the Quezon Party. In sum, the international and domestic conditions favored the release of the communist leaders and legalization of the CPPI in 1936. Whereas in 1934 the CPPI resumed contact with and sent delegates to the Comintern clandestinely, the communist leaders openly resumed their political activities and went to the Soviet Union after their release from prison and internal exile. Crisanto Evangelista went to the Soviet Union to brief the Comintern and to get treatment for his tuberculosis in 1937. The CPPI sought to re-strengthen itself on the basis of its mass support, merging with the Socialist Party in 1938 and through United Front. TSM 10, what is your view of how the CPPI dealt with the various groups when it was newly established until 1935? Was its mix of unity and struggle correct? JMS, the CPPI did relatively well in dealing with other political forces from its 1930 founding to its illegalization from 1931 to 1935. Even as it denounced U.S. colonialism and the national reformists like the Nacionalistas and Democratas, it knew how to conform with legal requirements and deal positively with the bureaucrats, trade union, and peasant leaders with various shades of opinion, the defenders of civil liberties and the broad masses of the people who clamored for national independence and social justice. You must fully take into account that the CPP was still a baby in the cradle when the U.S. colonial authorities decided to pounce on it. I was still small and weak and it had no experience of revolutionary armed struggle as the Chinese party had. By having to wage legal struggle without any people's army to rely on, it had to use United Front tactics of the legalistic sort. No amount of Comintern inspiration and influence could have allowed the CPP to bully any kind of reformist group, be it bourgeois nationalist, social democratic, liberal democratic or Christian democratic. Even as it criticized the anarchism and adventurism of the leaders of the Colorams, Tangulans, and Saikdals, the CPPI expressed understanding of the social, economic, and political root causes of the uprisings and expressed sympathy for the people's desire for national independence and social justice. Having previously been a member of an independence mission to Washington, CPPI leader Evangelista had close personal and political relations with Quezon and the Nacionalista Party, even as he was critical of Quezon and the Varones and Sotos as national reformists. Sole preoccupation of the CPPI and its leaders with legal struggle dictated upon them to develop legal political relations with other non-hostile parties and to engage in unity and struggle within the bounds of legal struggle. The CPPI had totally no experience of revolutionary armed struggle and no experience of revolutionary United Front for armed struggle until the Japanese invasion of the Philippines in 1941. We cannot therefore expect the CPPI to have experienced and developed the United Front in both legal and armed forms of struggle as the current-day CPP has done. I am not aware of any CPPI document that declares that the United Front is mainly and essentially for armed struggle where the People's War has already broken out in connection with the chronic crisis of the Philippine ruling system. Definitely, the CPPI had no idea yet of CPP's United Front line of relying mainly on the basis alliance of the workers and peasants, winning over the middle forces and taking advantage of the splits among the reactionaries in order to isolate and destroy one enemy after another. On Mao Zedong Thought and Maoism. Interview by Professor Regleto Aldrich D. Imbang, Radi. November 18, 2019. Radi, in a recent publication of the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, entitled Anniversary Statements, 1992 to 2017, I found out that it was only during the 26th anniversary of the CPP in 1994 that the term Maoism appeared, not in 1992 and 1993, as far as the said publication is concerned. Previous statements, like the Rectify Errors, Rebuild the Party, in 1968 merely mentioned Mao Zedong thought, despite the fact that Chairman Gonzalo of the Communist Party of Peru in 1983 supposedly affirmed the universality of Maoism. Can you please enlighten me with the CPP's appreciation of Maoism and the seemingly delayed upholding of the CPP of Maoism's universality? JMS, the adoption of the word Maoism, instead of Mao Zedong thought, by the Communist Party of the Philippines is a matter of transcription and symmetry alongside the terms Marxism and Leninism. It is a reaffirmation of the earlier CPP recognition of the great contributions of Mao, under the rubric of Mao Zedong thought, to the development of Marxism-Leninism in philosophy, political economy, party building, especially the rectification movement, the People's War and the proletarian cultural revolution in socialist society. In the course of his leadership of the Communist Party of China, CPC, and the Chinese Revolution, Mao together with his Chinese comrades had the modesty of being averse to glorifying himself by the term Maoism. In the literature of the Chinese CP, you will find some merry references to his contributions in ideology and policy as Mao's thinking and Mao's thought. It was only in the course of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution that Mao Zedong thought graduated to Mao Zedong thought, with a capital T. By that time, the CPC had already acclaimed Mao Zedong thought as representing the third stage in the development of the universal revolutionary theory of the proletariat. Thus, it is false to say that Gonzalo was the first to sum up or synthesize the teachings of Mao or his theory and practice as constituting the third stage in the development of Marxist theory and practice. The foundation for the Marxist theory and practice of People's War was already established in the Leninist stage when the October Revolution of 1917 shifted from the cities to the countryside in the Civil War and war against foreign intervention. Regarded as Mao's most important achievement to constitute the third stage of the development of Marxist theory and practice was not his theory and practice of protracted People's War but that of continuing revolution under proletarian dictatorship through cultural revolution to combat revisionism, prevent capitalist restoration and consolidate socialism. Considered as the first stage in the development of Marxism was the formulation of its fundamental principles and critique of free competition capitalism by Marx and Engels. And the second stage of Leninism was the further development of Marxism by Lenin in the era of modern imperialism and proletarian revolution. Before Mao died, he had achieved all theoretical and practical contributions that he was capable of in order to achieve the third stage in the development of Marxism. But the CPC called this the stage of Mao Zedong thought. In the early years of the GPCR there was even an over-enthusiastic notion within the CPC that after the solution of the problem of modern revisionism imperialism was heading towards total collapse and socialism was marching towards world victory. But Mao himself cautioned in 1969 that it would take another 50 to 100 years to reach that desired goal. Soon after Mao's death in 1976, the Dengist counter-revolution overthrew the proletariat in China. The Chinese state and CPC changed their class character. But they have continued to refer to Mao Zedong thought formally and ritualistically, despite the official condemnation of the GPCR as a total catastrophe and the full-blast capitalist restoration and teaming up of China with US imperialism in promoting neoliberal globalization. It is to the credit of Gonzalo that he took the initiative in 1983 to use the term Maoism, instead of Mao Zedong thought, by way of posthumously showing a higher appreciation of Mao at least for some of his great accomplishments and for acclaiming Mao's theory and practice as third stage in the development of Marxist theory and practice. But it is absurd to assert that because of Gonzalo's synthesis he is responsible for making Maoism universal, or that the universality of Maoism is reduced to the universality of protracted people's war and the prescription for a militarized party. As I have earlier pointed out, Mao himself constituted in his own lifetime Mao Zedong thought or Maoism by making great contributions to the development of Marxism-Leninism in philosophy, political economy, party building, especially the rectification movement, the People's War and the proletarian cultural revolution in socialist society. Mao Zedong thought has gained universal significance long before Gonzalo called it Maoism. The universal significance of Mao Zedong thought or Maoism does not depend in any way on Gonzalo, who has not really summed up all the great achievements of the great Mao. The worshippers of Gonzalo use his coinage of the term Maoism to evaluate him as the greatest Maoist after Mao. They should take him to account for his own conduct of leadership in his own country, his left opportunist line before his capture in 1992 and right opportunist line soon after his capture. These conflicting opportunist lines have brought about the decline of the People's War in Peru. And the mystique about him as being responsible for synthesizing Maoism should not be used as an axe against those who continue to wage People's War. Koski did not prove himself any better than Lenin when he protested that Lenin's ideas were not Marxism but Leninism. He was the first among all people to utter the term Leninism against Lenin himself. Roddy, in the same 1994 anniversary statement mentioned in the previous question, the latter equated Mao Zedong thought with Maoism, as stated, Mao Zedong thought or Maoism, a criticism which is likewise charged by Dem Folke Dianan in first critical remarks about the role of the Communist Party of the Philippines in the international communist movement. See. You have given the explanation that there is no difference in content between Mao Zedong thought and Maoism in an interview by the New Culture magazine of the Communist Construction Union of Brazil. For the Dem Folke Dianan, however, if both Mao Zedong thought and Maoism were terms having the same content, there would be no difference as well in either saying Marxism or Marx thought, or Leninism or Lenin thought. However, the ism in Maoism has to be distinguished as it means the systematization and close development of all the three components of Marxism to a higher level and to a higher truth, and not merely as an individual contribution of a Chinese communist. What is your response to this critique? JMS, I had the good fortune of being in China in August 1966, when the GPCR was just beginning and Mao was being evaluated, appreciated, and defended against his detractors and in relation to his great Marxist-Leninist predecessors. I had very enlightening conversations with members of the CPC Central Committee and the highest responsibles of the CPC Higher Party School. They summed up the great achievements of Mao under the term Mao Zedong thought, such as the following. In philosophy, Mao elaborated on and developed Lenin's identification of the unity of opposites, divide into two, as the most fundamental law of materialist dialectics. He did so in such essays as On Contradiction, On Practice, Where Do Correct Ideas Come From? And On the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People. He applied materialist dialectics in gaining higher knowledge from the dialectics of theory and practice, in carrying out the new democratic revolution through People's War and undertaking socialist revolution and construction. In political economy, Mao had the advantage of learning positive and negative lessons from Stalin's policy of socialist industrialization and agricultural cooperation, the revisionist reversal of socialist revolution and construction, and leading self-reliant socialist revolution and construction by using the basic and heavy industries as the lead factor, agriculture as the base of the economy and light industry as the bridging factor under conditions of imperialist blockade, revisionist betrayal and other adversities. In social science, Mao developed further the theory and practice of the new democratic and socialist stages of the Chinese Revolution. but his most important achievement in social science was in recognizing the problem of modern revisionism and the continuing fact of classes and class struggle in socialist society and in adopting solutions. He put forward a series of campaigns to uphold, defend, and advance socialism, such as the anti-rightist campaign, the Great Leap Forward, the socialist education movement, and ultimately the Cultural Revolution, as he faced greater resistance of the revisionists and capitalist roaders. In party building, Mao adopted and developed further Leninist teaching on building the proletarian vanguard party. He excelled at developing the rectification movement as the campaign for educating the party cadres and members in Marxist-Leninist theory and practice, as the method for identifying the errors and weaknesses and for saving the patient from the disease, and as the way for the party to better serve the masses, mobilize them, let them acquire power and come under their supervision. In People's War, Mao had already demonstrated how the toiling masses of workers and peasants could defeat an enemy that was superior in military equipment and trained personnel through the strategic line of protracted People's War by encircling the cities from the countryside in semi-colonial and semi-feudal countries. By winning the new democratic revolution through People's War, the revolutionary proletariat and the people gained the power to proceed to socialist revolution. The theory and practice of continuing revolution under proletarian dictatorship through the GPCR was regarded as the greatest epoch-making contribution of Mao. It was aimed at combating modern revisionism, preventing capitalist restoration and consolidating socialism. Even as the GPCR would be defeated by the Dengist counter-revolution, it still confirms and explains how socialism can be subverted and destroyed from within. Such a lesson will guide the forthcoming socialist revolutions. Before, during, and after the founding of the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, the foregoing 6 components of Mao Zedong thought or Maoism were already acknowledged and propagated in CPP publications and grasped by CPP cadres and members. What the Gonzaloites are doing is to tear apart Mao Zedong thought or Maoism and exaggerate protracted People's War as prescription for all countries under all circumstances and require militarization of the party as the principal or essential elements of Maoism. This is not Maoism but a grotesque Gonzaloite distortion of Maoism. In other articles, I have already pointed out that the Gonzaloites have well proven themselves as mere charlatans by claiming that protracted People's War can be done in industrial capitalist countries and by not doing any single-arm tactical offensive anywhere for decades to prove their point. The militarization of the party is an anti-Maoist notion which runs counter to the principle that the party, as the ideological and political leading force, commands the gun. In its second great rectification movement, the CPP opposed and defeated the left opportunists who wanted to subordinate the party to the army. Roddy, contemporary leftist philosophers like Alain Badiou, Slavoj Zizek, and Jody Dean affirm the communist idea, although they have various interpretations of this idea, but strikingly glaring among them is their divergences in terms of the question of political organization, which can be commonly described as a clear surrender of the Leninist vanguard party. Badiou, for example, a self-proclaimed Maoist and an heir to the May of 1968 of France, argues for a politics without a party. Dean, on the other hand, argues for the necessity of a party but a party in an international level, not anymore the traditional state-bound communist party of the past that clearly claim as its aim the seizure of political and state power from the bourgeoisie. What is your insight in relation to the question of political organization in winning the struggle for communism, and what was Mao's or Maoism's important contribution to this problem? JMS, it is absurd for Badiou to argue for politics without a party. He is intellectually and practically a subjectivist and anarchist who seeks to disorganize the masses and lead them to the predominance of bourgeois parties and the bourgeois state. He is out of the world of class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Definitely, he is not a Maoist even if he proclaims himself to be a Maoist. The first great socialist state would not have been established had there been no Bolshevik party to lead the toiling masses of workers and peasants in overthrowing the reactionaries and seizing political power. Without the CPC, the Chinese proletariat and people would not have succeeded in winning the new democratic and socialist stages of the Chinese Revolution. Jody Dean is somewhat better than Badiou in recognizing the need for a revolutionary party. But while being internationalist, the Proletarian Revolutionary Party has to win the revolution within national boundaries. For Lenin and the Bolsheviks to win the Great October Socialist Revolution, they had to oppose the social pacifism and social chauvinism of the Second International. It is relevant to recall that the Third International or Comintern tried to run a world party with local communist parties as national sections. But came 1943, the Comintern had to dissolve itself because it could not communicate and instruct or advise the CPS who were engaged in the bitter anti-fascist wars. Consequently, the principles of equality, independence, and mutual support and cooperation were adopted in the comradely relations of communist and workers' parties. In the bitter struggles against the well-organized bourgeoisie and imperialist powers, the proletariat as the leading class in the revolution must have a political party. It must have an ideological, political, and organizational line to defeat the enemy. It must grow in strength by being intimately linked to the toiling masses. It must arouse, organize, and mobilize them in their own best interest. The mass base generates the mass activists and the best party cadres and masses. The party can defeat the enemy and win the revolution only with the participation and support of the masses. We can learn from Mao and Maoism how to build the party ideologically, politically, and organizationally, how to do social investigation and mass work, how to arouse, organize, and mobilize the toiling masses, and how to avail of the People's War and the United Front to reach and mobilize the masses in their millions. Mao taught us how to use the rectification movement in order to correct errors and shortcomings and thereby further strengthen the party. He insisted on the mass line of mobilizing the masses and gaining strength from them from one stage of the revolution to a new and higher stage. Some petty bourgeois intellectuals have the high-flown disdain for nation-states and political parties. But these are progressive products of history in relation to the backward conditions of colonial and feudal domination. And for the proletariat to defeat the bourgeois states and parties, it must create the socialist state under the leadership of the Proletarian Revolutionary Party. Before the classless communist society can be achieved, socialist states and communist parties are needed to fight and defeat imperialism and the local reactionary classes. I need not comment on Slavoj Žižek because you do not raise any specific point about him. You do not have to. He is a chameleon and charlatan who poses as a philosopher, flip-flops from pro-Stalin to anti-Stalin statements and plays with phrases like a child playing with his toys. I suggest that you look into how Noam Chomsky describes him. Roddy, Alain Badiou interprets the Great Cultural Proletarian Revolution, GPCR, as a novelty as it is the first revolution to happen in a socialist state in the same way that the Paris Commune was the first revolution to happen in a capitalist state. However, in his reading of the GPCR, Badiou reinforces his stand of the politics without a party as the Communist Party of China then, and now, became intertwined with state power, the machinery which he claims must be abolished rather than seized. In this way, his notion of emancipatory politics advances the claim of a politics at a distance from the state, claiming that restraint rather than seizure should now be the model of contemporary political procedures. What is the correct Maoist view concerning the relation between the party and the state? Can we say that the mass line constituted a significant contribution to this problem? JMS, there would have been no GPCR as a novelty for Badiou had there been no CPC that established a socialist society that was being subverted by the capitalist roaders and that needed the GPCR to combat the capitalist roaders and consolidate socialism. The Dengist counter-revolution defeated the GPCR precisely because the revisionist or capitalist roaders were able to retain and eventually enlarge their power and authority within both the party and state. As shown in the examples of the Soviet Union and China, when the ruling party of the proletariat is undermined by modern revisionism and the capitalist roaders, the character of the state changes from socialist to capitalist. In the first place, no socialist state and society can ever arise and develop if there were no revolutionary party of the proletariat that leads the people's army and the masses in overthrowing the bourgeois state. During the GPCR, the most extensive kind of democracy arose, with Mao rallying the masses of Red Guards and the people to bombard the bourgeois headquarters in the party and state and calling on the party and the People's Liberation Army to support the left. Under the leadership of the CPC, revolutionary committees arose to lead the masses in communities, factories, and farms. But in the course of the class struggle, the rightists and the ultra-leftists also generated an anarchy of factions behind which the capitalist roaders maneuvered to retain their positions in the CPC and state in collaboration with the centrists in order to defeat the GPCR ultimately. It is in accordance with Maoism or the teachings of Mao that the CPP has strengthened itself ideologically, politically, and organizationally and has built the mass movement as its and at the same time the local organs of political power as the embryos of the future people's democratic state. The sum of these local organs of political power may be considered the provisional revolutionary government of the workers and peasants. These organs of political power can be formed only because there are the party, the People's Army, the mass organizations and the united front that support and enable them. Roddy, in my dissertation, I argue that contemporary communist hypothesis must consider three terms, each of which are dialectically related with each other: party, state, and mass movement. I argue further that the possibility of communism could only be if the nature of the party is a party in size Zion, that is, a party which, while utilizes state power to suppress reaction, also immerses itself with the mass movements. What is Maoism's greatest lesson to the question of political organization, a question which Lenin brilliantly answered in What Is to Be Done? Did Maoism modify, in one way or another, the question of vanguard leadership, especially if we take into account the lessons of the GPCR? JMS, you are on the correct track by considering the party, the state, and mass movement, each of which are dialectically related to each other. Even if only one of these is lacking or is weak, it is impossible to achieve the full development of socialism, which is the precondition to communism. If there is no genuine communist party, there can be no socialist revolution and no socialist state to establish. If there is no socialist state, there is no way to promote the forces and factors of socialism and pave the way to the communism. Without the class dictatorship of the proletariat, there is no way to suppress reaction and to prevent the bourgeoisie from remerging and taking power. A ruling communist party or socialist state cannot survive and progress without relying on the mass movement. Mao adhered to the Leninist concept of a vanguard party representative of the proletariat as the most advanced political and productive class that is most interested in socialism. In the course of the new democratic and socialist stages of the Chinese Revolution, Mao and the CPC had ample time and opportunity to develop the CPC as the leading force and the various types of forces that brought about the Chinese socialist state. In an all-round way, the CPC benefited from the line of relying and trusting the masses and constantly arousing, organizing, and mobilizing them in communities and workplaces in the course of fighting the enemy and building a socialist society. The party was in the lead and at the same time at the core of mass formations. In both ways, it drew strength from the masses. It is also pertinent to mention that, after the death of Lenin, Stalin, and the CPSU carried forward Leninism in party building, mass mobilization and in socialist revolution and construction. He built a powerful socialist state that could defeat fascism and subsequently challenge US imperialism and the world capitalist system. He carried out well the Leninist task of promoting the building of communist parties in many countries through the Comintern. The Chinese Revolution would not have won victory and would not have established the Chinese People's Democratic State, gliding into the socialist state, if not for the vanguard role of the Chinese Communist Party, the mobilization of the masses, the use of the PEOPLE's army to destroy the reactionary state and the readiness of the people to build further as the new democratic government the local organs of political power established in the course of People's War. Revisiting peace negotiations as an option and other issues. One comment on Dutard's NTCL Cock and Pipe Dream. November 19, 2019. Because of the militarization and fascization of the reactionary government under the NTFL COC, civil and military personnel and resources are being misallocated and bureaucratic and military corruption is heavily fed. The corrupt military and civilian officials would rather make money on fake development and fake community support projects and on fake surrenders and fake casualties for the purpose of pure psy-war, thus further bankrupting the reactionary government. These fakeries reduce the number of military and police personnel for the battlefield. But even if these were increased in the so-called focus areas, they are kept blind and deaf by the people's support for their own people's army. The NPA has also skillfully used the tactics of shifting from areas under concentrated enemy attack, concentrating elsewhere to attack the weak points of the enemy and dispersing to do mass work. Duterte is crazed by too much power for his little brain and is pipe dreaming with fentanyl. Absurdly, he keeps on decreeing the impossible extermination of the CPP, NPA, and the oppressed and exploited people who support the CPP and NPA. To comment on the better part of Congress. November 21, 2019. It is fine that from 64 there are now 78 congressmen signing the petition to stop the crackdown on the legal, patriotic and progressive organizations. They deserve appreciation and congratulations. They are a significant number in view of the usual mechanical majority of congressmen that line up with the Duterte regime on foul legislative acts that rob, exploit and oppress the people. What are those foul legislative acts of the majority of the House? To cite some, those aligned with the neoliberal economic policy and state terrorism, the mounting tax and debt burden, pork barrel from which to get cuts from private contractors, acquiescence to high-interest loans and overpriced infrastructure projects, expanded coverage of endo system, imported rice to kill the local rice farmers, lopsided budget in favor of the president, the military and police at the expense of social services, public education, health, and the like, and doubling of salaries of military and police and stagnation of the lower salaries for public school teachers, health personnel, and so on. The Duterte regime is unwittingly making the conditions exceedingly favorable for the armed revolution of the people by engaging in the gross and systematic violations of human rights in the urban and rural areas, in the militarization and fascization of government and society under EO 70, in the corrupt misallocation of public resources and in excessive local and foreign borrowing to finance the consumption-driven importation of foreign manufactures and to prevent the industrialization and development of the Philippines. Even while in office, Duterte will be hit hard by the consequences of his anti-national and anti-democratic policies and acts because of the rapidly worsening crisis of both the domestic ruling system and the world capitalist system, the intolerable suffering of the people from oppression and exploitation, the increasing anger of the people and the impending outbreak of widespread and intense mass protests, already bursting out in so many countries on a global scale. 3. On the worsening problem of unemployment and other dismal economic and social conditions. November 23, 2019. According to figures from the Philippine Statistical Authority, PSA, 10 million people lost their jobs in the third quarter of 2019. That is a whopping 23% of the Philippine labor force of 44 million people. Adult joblessness rose in Balance Luzon, 25%, Mindanao, 19.9%, and Metro Manila, 24.5%. The unemployment figure does not include underemployment, which has been understated at 16.4% of the labor force and which in fact consists mostly of those fully unemployed doing occasional odd jobs. The underemployment figure is usually far higher than the unemployment figure and is always used to conceal full unemployment. Under the Duterte regime, the rates of unemployment and underemployment have soared. But the regime has usually claimed a mere 3 to 5% unemployment rate or an incredible employment rate of 95 to 97%. The dismal conditions of massive unemployment in the Philippines are due to the lack of genuine development through land reform and national industrialization and the wastage of resources due to high import-dependent consumption, mounting debt and tax burden, overpriced infrastructure projects, rampant bureaucratic corruption and wanton military spending. Despite the fast worsening wage and living conditions, the soaring rate of unemployment, the inflation of the prices of food and other basic commodities and the rapid spread of mass poverty, mercenary poll survey firms like SWS and Pulse Asia have continued to claim a high popularity, Trust and satisfaction, rating for Duterte. The Duterte regime has increasingly made the broad masses of the people suffer the policies of neoliberalism and state terrorism, and has committed the most outrageous crimes of tyranny, treason, mass murder, and plunder. By escalating oppression and exploitation, the regime has made the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system more than ever ripe for the simultaneous rise of gigantic mass protest actions and the people's war for national liberation, democracy, social justice, and all-round development. 3. Corruption and incompetence in preparing and holding the 30th Southeast Asian Games. November 25, 2019. Like the rest of the Filipino people, I am appalled and disgusted by the Duterte regime's naked and shameless incompetence, waste, and plunder of public funds in the mismanagement of the hosting of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. Cayetano should immediately resign and be replaced by a Filipino Olympian, a world record holder, or a former national athlete, with known administrative skills and with a competent team. Corrupt and inept politicians like Cayetano, who are favored by a corrupt and incompetent regime like that of Duterte, should be banned from national sports bodies. They only know how to loot and plunder public funds, and they deny Filipino athletes the full state support they deserve. The entire committee headed by Cayetano should resign. They are complicit in his bumbling and corrupt kind of leadership. They should all be investigated and prosecuted. The SEA Games can still be saved, but it will require Herculean efforts and strong national unity that could only come from a high sense of patriotism and a credible new leadership. Cayetano does not have both. In fact, he and other Duterte minions are the main source of problems Filipinos now have to solve. The new chair could appoint members from the ranks of veteran athletes, and representatives from Filipino professions and other sectors with proven competence in holding international events, in quickly but safely refurbishing the venues, in installing timekeeping and other digital equipment, in coordinating among multiple organizations all at the same time, in ensuring transport, communications, and accommodations, and in providing adequate, timely, and proper food to thousands, and other concerns. The new chair and committee should quickly assess the situation. If the health and safety of all participating athletes would be their paramount concern, it might even be wiser for the Duterte regime to apologize for its corruption and incompetence and to announce a postponement of the Games to the first quarter of 2020. It would thus be better than holding the Games now under the circumstances that continue to shock us all. It is tragic that corruption in Philippine sports had to erupt in the days leading to the SEA Games. But that is the fault of the inept and the corrupt regime. It is bound to happen that its most brazen and bottomless greed would be exposed. The Filipino people should continue to support Filipino athletes. Their outrage is directed at the evil Duterte-Cayetano combine. It is time to re-examine and finally end the corrupt bureaucrat capitalist rule of reactionary politicians, retired military generals and oligarchs in Philippine sports who thrive on stealing public funds. They are the plague afflicting Philippine sports. Their corruption takes away from athletes the leadership roles, state funding and competent management of their national associations. Left on their own and with adequate state and public support, our athletes can do better in looking after their own development and welfare than the likes of Cayetano. While it turns out the P50 million cauldron could be the most scandalous problem now, it should light up the paper trails of corruption, ineptitude, and mismanagement that lead to and incriminate the office of the President and the office of the House Speaker. For Duterte has lion's share in the plunder of funds for sports facilities and the Southeast Asia Games. November 30, 2019. Duterte keeps on flip-flopping between calling for an investigation of corruption in the handling of more than 17 billion pesos for the 30th Southeast Games and absolving Cayetano, who has been held most accountable for corruption because of the media and public outrage over the most obvious manifestations of corruption related to the private foundation of Cayetano. Among such manifestations are the cauldron, which is clearly overpriced at 50 million pesos, the delayed and sloppy construction or renovation of sports facilities, the shortage of funds for the training and well-being of the Filipino athletes, and the bungling of the food, rest accommodations, training facilities, and transport for all the athletic delegations from the Philippines and other countries. Why does Duterte behave strangely and practically expose himself as a big liar with his flip-flops? It is because he himself, using Denizui, the Udina Corp and other dummy corporations, has the lion's share in stealing from the overly large fund for the games and is trying to confuse the people and prevent a complete and thoroughgoing investigation. Most of the loot comes from overpricing the costs of constructing and renovating the sports facilities, acquiring equipment, and building the infrastructure and sports facilities in the new Clark City. Aside from taking large cuts from the overpriced contracts, the value of the real estate investments of Udina and its subsidiary corporations in thousands of hectares, which have been grabbed from the ETA communities, have been pushed up by building the sports facility and the infrastructure leading to it. According to inside sources in the Duterte regime, Cayetano's scale of corruption is probably limited to only 1.5 billion pesos, which has been conceded to his private foundation, while by far the big plunderers are Duterte himself and his dummy Denizui, who have taken the most advantage of at least 11 billion pesos borrowed from abroad and at least 6 billion pesos appropriated by Congress, or a huge total of more than 17 billion pesos, as well as the thousands of hectares which have been grabbed from the ETA communities. 7. On the resumption of the GRP and DFP. Peace negotiations. December 8, 2019. I welcome President Duterte's publicly expressed desire to resume the GRP and DFP peace negotiations and his instruction to Secretary Bello to visit me and consult with me in Utrecht in this regard. I am pleased that President Duterte has also acknowledged that he is running out of time and that he is determined to achieve peace before the end of his term. It is timely for the GRP and NDFP to celebrate with the Filipino people the season of Christmas and the New Year, and to create the favorable atmosphere for peace negotiations by undertaking such goodwill measures as reciprocal unilateral ceasefires and the release of political prisoners who are elderly and sickly on humanitarian grounds, especially those who shall participate in the peace negotiations. It is my view that the peace negotiations can be resumed in a formal meeting to issue the declaration to reaffirm the agreements that have been forged since 1992, to overcome the presidential issuances and other obstacles that have arisen since 2017 preventing the peace negotiations, to set the agenda and schedule for these negotiations, and to fulfill political, legal and security requirements. The GRP and NDFP negotiating panels can pursue further negotiations on the interim peace agreement, with its three components pertaining to coordinated unilateral ceasefires, general amnesty, and release of all political prisoners, and the sections of the Comprehensive Agreement on Social and Economic Reforms, CASR, on agrarian reform and rural development and national industrialization and economic development. All the remaining sections of the CASR can be negotiated, completed, and mutually approved by the GRP and NDFP in a relatively short period of time. Thereafter, the comprehensive agreements on political and constitutional reforms and the end of hostilities and disposition of forces shall be negotiated, completed, and mutually approved. 7. Military and police authorities expose bad faith in Duterte's offer of peace negotiations. December 10, 2019. In good faith, the NDFP has proposed goodwill measures, such as reciprocal unilateral ceasefires and the release of sickly and elderly political prisoners, especially the NDFP political prisoners detained in violation of JASIG, in order to create a favorable climate for peace negotiations. By rebuffing the NDFP proposal of goodwill measures, the GRP military and police authorities exposed Duterte's lack of sincerity in offering peace negotiations and the malicious scheme to attack the people and the revolutionary forces without any pause. The NDFP and the revolutionary forces it represents are being challenged to fight against the escalation of military and police campaigns of suppression. They are being reminded by their own enemy to defend themselves and to intensify their own tactical offensives. It is highly probable that Duterte's offer of peace negotiations, preconditioned by resuming them in the Philippines, is a prelude to the escalation of attacks against the people and the revolutionary forces. The NPA can see through the ruse and will not lay itself open to attacks by declaring a ceasefire that is not reciprocated by the AFP and PNP. both the precondition on the NDFP to negotiate in the Philippines and under the control and surveillance of the reactionary military and police and the rejection of the proposed goodwill measures are signs that the Duterte regime is not really interested in peace negotiations but is merely trying to find a further pretext for continuing and escalating its bloody attacks against the people and the revolutionary movement. 8. Safety and immunity guarantees for NDFP personnel and necessary circumstances for peace negotiations. December 12, 2019. If he is truly interested in peace negotiations with the NDFP, President Duterte as political leader and commander-in-chief of the GRP has to reorient his defense, military, and police officials and order them to let the peace negotiations proceed and tackle the substantive agenda on social, economic and political reforms under safety and immunity guarantees for the negotiating personnel of both sides and under conditions that the NDFP is secure from the hostile conditions of militarization and fascisation in the Philippines under the current regime. The most militarist-minded and brutal officers of the AFP and PNP must be reminded to stop pipe dreaming about entrapping the NDFP negotiating personnel in Metro Manila at the very resumption of formal talks, putting them under their control and surveillance and thereby obtaining by sheer trickery the victory that they cannot obtain in the battlefield and through their use of psy-war, which consists of fake news, fake community support projects, fake surrenders and fake encounters. The NDFP negotiating personnel, negotiators, consultants, and technical staff, are highly principled and intelligent people, conscious of the dirty strategy and tactics of the reactionary military and police forces and always mindful of how Randy Malayao was murdered. Several NDFP consultants have been arrested and detained on trumped-up charges and with planted evidence, and how all the consultants, resource persons, and technical staff of the NDFP are being red-tagged and threatened with arrest and summary execution in violation of JASIG and Carre Real. The peace negotiations cannot be resumed without a formal meeting in a foreign neutral venue abroad to reaffirm the bilateral agreements made since the Hague Joint Declaration of 1992 and to overcome all the repressive issuances that the Duterte regime has made since 2017 to terminate and prevent peace negotiations and to unleash campaigns of red tagging, abductions, torture, mass murder, looting, arson, bombing and other atrocities against mere suspects and civilian communities. In my particular case as chief political consultant of the NDFP, I cannot give up the legal protection that I enjoy under the Refugee Convention and the European Convention on Human Rights and practically surrender myself to a regime and its armed minions that are notorious for gross human rights violations. I cannot leave the Netherlands without first getting the political and legal guarantees of several pertinent governments to retain my rights to non-refoulement and Article 3 of the European Convention for the noble purpose of talking peace with Duterte in a country near the Philippines. Certain high military officials have claimed that they are so sure of destroying the armed revolutionary movement of the people and have declared that they do not want any peace negotiations and ceasefire of any kind. Arrogantly, they boast that the NDFP has no choice but surrender in Manila ab initio. They go against the publicly expressed wish of Duterte himself for peace negotiations and a bilateral ceasefire. In view of the mania of his military officers for war and the continuance of operational plans to destroy the people's revolutionary movement, there is compelling reason to hold the peace negotiations in a neutral venue abroad until such time that comprehensive agreements on social, economic, and political reforms are mutually approved for the benefit of the people. Duterte can remind his own military and police officers that they have embarrassed him enough with their continuing failure to destroy the revolutionary movement with brute military force and psy-war. It is standard practice to hold peace negotiations between two warring parties in a neutral foreign venue to preclude the peace spoilers and saboteurs from having too many opportunities to spoil or sabotage the peace negotiations. Most of the major agreements in the GRP-NDFP peace process were made during the time of Ramos in a foreign neutral venue and under circumstances when the negotiations were carried out while fighting continued in the Philippines. If Duterte cannot yet stop his own military officers from waging war, it is possible to talk while fighting, and this is still better than no talk at all, if I may quote some of the peace advocates. But of course, it is even far better that Duterte military and police minions are restrained immediately from taking advantage of the repressive issuances he previously made and from further committing human rights violations against the people and suspected revolutionaries. The broad masses of the people benefit immediately from respect for their human rights, including their civil, political, social, economic, and cultural rights. Let Carreril guide both the GRP and NDFP and generate favorable conditions for the comprehensive agreements on social, economic, and political reforms. 9 Implications and possible consequences of resuming GRP-NDFP peace negotiations. December 14, 2019. The GRP and NDFP principals definitely desire to resume the peace negotiations previously terminated by the Duterte regime and further encumbered by repressive measures, like Proclamation NOS 360 and 374, Memorandum Order No. 32 and Executive Order No. 70. Informal meetings can resolve issues and prepare the formal meeting to resume the peace negotiations by reaffirming bilateral agreements since the Hague Joint Declaration of 1992 and overcoming obstacles, as well as the subsequent formal meeting to finalize the interim peace agreement, which is a package of general amnesty for political prisoners, major articles of the Comprehensive Agreement on Social and Economic Reforms, THIRD, on agrarian reform and national industrialization, and bilateral ceasefire. But many people fear that in agreeing to resume the peace negotiations the NDFP might be compromised and set up by the Duterte regime for an inevitable termination of the peace negotiations and use the breakdown of peace negotiations as pretext for the further escalation of tyranny and repression and as the cover for railroading charter change that institutionalizes fascism and surrenders the national patrimony and sovereign rights to imperialist powers and foreign monopoly banks and firms. Of course, the NDFP is taking big risks in agreeing to negotiate peace with the GRP to address the roots of the armed conflict and agree on social, economic, and political reforms. The many people who are worried about the risks and who advise prudence on the part of the NDFP are justified because of previous bad experience and the continuing pro-imperialist and reactionary interests dominating the GRP and the Duterte regime. In line with the national and democratic rights and interests of the Filipino people, the NDFP is determined to be alert to the risks and to be prudent in the peace negotiations. It holds revolutionary principles firmly while at the same time exercises flexibility in policy to try persuading the GRP to come to comprehensive agreements on social, economic, and political reforms within the framework of national independence, democracy and social justice. So long as there is yet no final peace agreement, the Filipino people and the revolutionary forces have all the right to wage all forms of revolutionary struggle against oppression and exploitation. The NDFP negotiating panel can withdraw from the peace negotiations if and when the GRP is merely using these to compromise and set up the NDFP and the revolutionary movement for the escalation of tyranny and repression and for charter change that violates the national patrimony and sovereign rights of the Filipino people. While there is still adequate reason for carrying out peace negotiation, both the GRP and NDFP should strive to use these in undertaking goodwill and confidence-building measures and making comprehensive agreements on social, economic, and political reforms for the benefit of the people. The Carreril can be a guide for getting rid of tyranny and repression. As soon as possible, the THIRD should be completed, finalized, mutually approved, and implemented immediately. The GRP and NDFP reciprocal working committees should continue drafting the Comprehensive Agreement on Political and Constitutional Reform, CAPCR, even now. A great leap of trust and confidence will be achieved when the THIRD is mutually approved and is implemented immediately. The Red Fighters of the NPA and the soldiers of AFP who come mainly from the toiling masses of workers and peasants will be happy to see that their families will benefit from genuine land reform, rapid employment through national industrialization, higher incomes, and expanded social services, education, health, relief, and rehabilitation, etc. Even the private entrepreneurs will be happy with the greatly expanded opportunities opened up by land reform and national industrialization. 10 Trip to Manila before THIRD is premature. But one-on-one in country near Philippines is possible. December 26, 2019. I thank President Duterte for the offer to meet one-on-one. But it is premature for me to go to the Philippines before the mutual approval of the Comprehensive Agreement on Social and Economic Reforms. Let the GRP and NDFP negotiating panels work this out first in a neutral venue abroad for the benefit of the people, especially with regard to genuine land reform and national industrialization. Nevertheless, I am willing to meet with President Duterte in a country near the Philippines after the formal resumption of the peace negotiations and the mutual approval of the interim peace agreement, provided the Royal Norwegian government as third-party facilitator helps in securing the necessary political, legal and security guarantees from a number of pertinent countries. I would be putting the prospect of peace negotiations at risk if I make myself available for any kind of attack by officers of the AFP and PNP who think that they can end the revolutionary movement by getting rid of me and who are increasingly disobedient to President Duterte and continue to make offensive movements despite the current ceasefire ordered by the CPP to the NPA. The current basic problems of the Filipino people are imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. I will work with anyone who notices these three elephants in the room and agrees with me that these problems must be solved in order to achieve full national independence, democracy, and social justice, which are the guiding principles of the peace negotiations as set forth by the Hague Joint Declaration of 1992. Itanong MOK Professor Topic, Peace Talks in 2020. December 29, 2018. SR1, a liberating greeting to our audience. What is a more fitting topic to end the year but our most desired peace? Very important to the majority of Filipinos is to have a serene and simple life, with their family, a decent home and work to sustain their basic needs. We are being buttressed by disasters brought about by calamities as well as by the government with no plans of making our lives peaceful and joyful but instead bringing us relentless extrajudicial killing due to the war on drugs, arbitrary arrests, crackdown on progressive organizations, massacre of farmers, killings of activist leaders and human rights defenders. The armed revolution being advanced by the New People's Army under the guidance of the Communist Party of the Philippines, CPP, is the revolutionary answer of the working masses to the troubles and darkness brought about by the unprecedented oppression, plunder, and destruction created by the powers that lord over the ruling system. Perhaps many of you are asking, is it true that the Duterte regime approached Professor Sison and the NDFP for peace talks? How did this happen? Is it true that the founding chairman of the CPP, Professor Sison, will return home for the peace talks? What are the issues related to this? Should the peace talks stall again, what is bound to happen? We are joined by none other than the CPP founding chairman, a major participant in the peace negotiations and chairperson emeritus of the International League of People's Struggle, to share with us his views on the Duterte government and the peace negotiations. JMS, good day to you, Professor Sarah Raimundo. And greetings to all our listeners, happy and successful New Year in all your efforts for family and country. Secretary Bello, who came to the Netherlands upon President Duterte's order, and I had back-channel talks on December 5. Our talks were completed through the exploratory teams of the GRP and the NDFP headed respectively by Hernani Braganza and Fidel Agcauli. An agreement was reached to have a reciprocal ceasefire agreement from December 23 to January 7 as a goodwill and confidence-building measure to pave the way for a formal meeting to reopen the peace negotiations in the second or third week of January 2020. SR2, are there any conditions laid down between the GRP and the NDFP to continue such peace talks? JMS, exploratory teams have agreed to reaffirm all previous agreements made by the GRP and NDFP since the Hague Joint Declaration of 1992 and overcome or eliminate such barriers to negotiations as Proclamation 360 and 374, Executive Order No. 70 among others. They also agreed to set the negotiation agenda upon the reopening of the negotiations and include in the agenda the so-called Interim Peace Agreement containing 3 agreements: 1. General amnesty and release of political prisoners. 2. Approval of major articles on agrarian reform and national industrialization in the Comprehensive Agreement on Social and Economic Reforms, CASER. And 3. coordinated unilateral ceasefires. SR3, some say Professor Sison, that in order to continue the peace talks you need to go home where the peace talks would supposedly take place. What can you say about this? JMS, in due time, after KZR has been approved by both sides, I can meet with President Duterte in Manila and we discuss how to improve and further speed up negotiations, the implementation of KZR and whether the talks about political and constitutional reforms, end of hostilities and disposition of forces could be held in Manila. Before we meet in Manila, President Duterte and I can see each other earlier in a country near the Philippines after the two sides approved the so-called interim peace agreement. With the help of the Royal Norwegian government, the legal, political and security requirements for my trip to Asia could be easy to arrange. It's not right that I just go back to Manila for the time being. If I do, it means that I accept and surrender to the status quo and the current character of the Duterte regime that is tyrannical, traitor, murderous, corrupt, and deceitful. I do not wish and I am not capable of betraying what the revolutionary movement and the Filipino people are fighting for. In addition, it is dangerous for anyone to trust the regime's death squads. I have received warnings from some of my friends within the AFP and the PNP itself about the dangers. But my personal safety is a small matter. Of utmost importance is making sure that the interests of the Filipino people, as well as the security of the process of peace negotiations itself and the NDFP negotiating panel. Everyone in the world knows that Duterte's military minions have been assassinating and arbitrarily arresting NDFP's negotiations personnel. They repeatedly violated the joint agreement on safety and immunity guarantees and Carre Real. Remember the killing of Randy Malayo and the arrests of Vic Laidlad, Reyque Sambre, Rafael Bailosis, Adel Silva, Rain Antigamara, and others. SR4. The martial law in Mindanao is no longer legal. What are you looking at, Professor Sison? JMS, it's good if true that martial law in Mindanao would not be extended. The proclamation of martial law in the whole of Mindanao has been declared unjustifiable and bad from the very beginning. It was used by the regime, and its military and the police only as a license to violate human rights. 5. Lastly, Professor Sison, what is your advice to our listeners who have great hopes on the peace talks? JMS, the National Democratic Front will seek to have peace negotiations, according to the interests and wishes of the Filipino people and the organizations and institutions upholding just peace. But early on, the Duterte regime has preconditioned that the peace negotiations be conducted in Philippines. The NDF will not enter this obvious trap. Should the peace negotiations not go through, it simply means that the Filipino people will continue waging all forms of struggle against the Duterte regime. And even with peace negotiations, the people do not lose the right to engage in all forms of struggle for national liberation, democracy, social justice, and all-sided development. We always uphold and fight for a just peace. Sarah, Extra. JMS, goodbye Prop. Sarah Raimundo and all our countrymen. Thank you very much to you and all of our listeners. And I wish you a happy, and successful new year. In all your efforts for the people. Until the next interview. Sarah, the peace talks are proof that the oppressed masses also have a systematic and organized reservoir of power that can confront the state and bring it to a platform that can drive real reforms for the benefit of the majority of peasants, fishermen, workers, semi-workers, national minority, urban poor, women, LGBTQ, youth. It is important that we consider the peace talk or pistokes as called by ordinary people, to be a form of state-recognized power of the people. Happy New Year, peace, and more success for all of us. Here we end IMKP for the year 2019. 3 messages and letters. 2019 New Year's greetings. January 1st, 2019. On behalf of the International Coordinating Committee, I convey at the start of the new year of 2019 warmest greetings of solidarity to all the commissions on the 18 concerns and all the member organizations, national chapters, and global regions of the International League of People's Struggle, ILPS. The ILPS as a whole and all its components have reaped in the previous year victories in the anti-imperialist and democratic struggles in many countries and in all continents. On the basis of such victories and the accumulated ILPS strength, we can plan and hope for an ever more successful year. The crisis of the world capitalist system continues to worsen. The economic depression and stagnation that followed the 2008 financial meltdown remain, and yet a new plunge of the crisis is expected to result from the bursting of the public debt bubble. The crisis keeps on worsening and inflicting intolerable oppression and exploitation on the peoples of the world. At the same time, it challenges and drives the peoples of the world to rise up in resistance. They can take advantage of the intensifying inter-imperialist contradictions. The inter-imperialist contradictions are intensifying. The two main partners in carrying out the neoliberal policy are increasingly at odds with each other. The strategic decline of the US has accelerated with its previous accommodations to China and with the costs of aggressive wars it has unleashed. Now the US is going protectionist and wants to take back the economic, trade and technological concessions it previously gave to China. The trade war and political rivalry of these two capitalist powers are sharpening. The US is also making provocations against Russia on its borders and trying to rally its traditional allies against the alliance of Russia and Russia. The peoples in both imperialist and non-imperialist countries are rising, even as the imperialists and the reactionaries are using ultra-rightist movements to seize the political initiative from the anti-imperialist and democratic movement forces of the people. We are in a period of transition to a great resurgence of the anti-imperialist and democratic movement of the peoples as the world proletarian revolution for socialism. The entirety and components of the ILPS must strive to arouse, organize, and mobilize the people of the world and bring about the advance of the forces of national liberation, democracy and socialism. Utrecht, the Netherlands. January 1, 2019. Author's preface to the Turkish edition of Philippine Society and Revolution. January 16, 2019. I am delighted and honored that the Turkish edition of my book, Philippine Society and Revolution, is published. I thank Alkan Arslan as the translator, Veli Aydin as director of the publishing group El Yunlari, and the Yusuf Koz as writer of the introduction. I consider the translation and publication of the book as noble acts of revolutionary solidarity in support of the Filipino people's struggle for national and social liberation under the leadership of the Communist Party of the Philippines, as advanced detachment of the working class, against U.S. imperialism and the local exploiting classes of the comprador big bourgeoisie, landlords, and bureaucrat capitalists. Since 1969, Philippine Society and Revolution has been a basic text for the revolutionary education of the cadres and members of the Communist Party of the Philippines, the activists in the mass movement and allies who wish to enlighten themselves further. It has far-reaching consequences, as manifested and reflected by the great accomplishments of the CPP and the Filipino people in the last 50 years of waging the people's democratic revolution and preparing for the socialist revolution. The book is written in accordance with the Marxist-Leninist Maoist stand, viewpoint and method. This is dialectical materialism applied on the history and current circumstances of the Filipino people. Stages in the development of the people's struggle for freedom, the basic problems of the people and the revolutionary solution to these problems are presented. Chapter 1 covers the following historical periods: the pre-colonial societies, the colonial and feudal rule of Spain, the old democratic revolution of 1896, the colonial and semi-feudal rule of the U.S. and the semi-colonial and semi-feudal ruling system after the nominal grant of independence to the Philippines by U.S. imperialism through puppet politicians of the local exploiting classes. Chapter 2 describes such basic problems of the Filipino people as U.S. imperialism, domestic feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. These evil forces determine the semi-colonial and semi-feudal character of the ruling system. They relentlessly oppress and exploit the Filipino people and impose on them the rigors of ever-worsening social, economic, and political crisis which is chronic and can be ended only by revolution. Chapter 3 puts forward the general line of People's Democratic Revolution with socialist perspective and the strategic line of protracted People's War as the solution to the basic problems of the people. The leading class in the revolution is the working class represented by the Communist Party of the Philippines. The main force of the revolution is the combination working class and the peasantry, both of which comprise more than 90% of the people. The party wields revolutionary armed struggle and the National United Front as its most important weapons. The revolutionary armed struggle waged by the New People's Army is the principal and highest form of struggle because it is the instrument for the overthrow of the enemy and for the seizure of political power. The National United Front is the instrument for engaging the people in their millions through the formation of various types of alliances on the basis of building the various mass organizations and the local organs of political power which are the foundation of the people's democratic government. We, the Filipino revolutionaries, hope that the study and reading of the book by the Turkish comrades and people will help to enlighten them about the Philippines and the Filipino people and provide them with lessons, insights, and perspectives that may be relevant to Turkey and the Turkish people as well as to other countries and peoples who need to confront the evils of imperialism, opportunism and reaction. It is of the highest importance that the proletariat and people of the world unite against the common adversaries that oppress and exploit them. As a result of neocolonialism and the betrayal of socialism by the modern revisionists, the US and other imperialist powers have escalated the exploitation of the people under the neoliberal economic policy and unleashed state terrorism and wars of aggression. All basic contradictions in the world are now intensifying, those between the imperialist powers and the oppressed peoples, those among the imperialist powers and those between labor and capital. The crisis of the world capitalist system is worsening. It is inflicting grave suffering on the people and at the same time driving them to wage revolutionary resistance. We are in a period of transition to the great resurgence of the revolutionary movements for national liberation, democracy, and socialism against imperialism and all reaction. José María Sison. Amado Guerrero Nom de Guerre 1968–77. Founding Chairman. Communist Party of the Philippines. Utrecht, the Netherlands. January 16, 2019. A Poet in the People's Service. Book Review, Pandayan ng Pananindigan, Pagbisita at Mga Tula ng Pakakaibaka ni Benito Cancio Quilloy. February 1, 2019. The poems of Benito Cancio Quilloy are a major contribution to poetry created in prison in the tradition of Amado V. Hernandez Isang di Panglanget. The harsh conditions of prison serve to strengthen the revolutionary conviction of the political prisoner. He hankers not only for personal freedom but also for the freedom of the people, especially the exploited toiling masses, who are in the larger prison of the semi-colonial and semi-feudal system. The alternating avalanche of thoughts and feelings and the aridity of boredom drive the revolutionary political prisoner to write poems in order to keep sanity and purpose and to assert his freedom, his creative role and his relations not only with family and friends but also the people he is sworn to serve. Quilloy succeeds in becoming a poet from being a scientist, agricultural technologist, and community development worker and in creating poems based on his personal and the people's experiences, needs, demands and aspirations in order to overcome the harsh conditions of imprisonment. In writing this review, I have been tempted to choose what I consider the best 5 or 10 poems in terms of theme and poetic style. But I prefer to come up with the general view that all his poems are paid for by the rigors of imprisonment and are worthy of serious reading and each one deserves to be read, appreciated, and evaluated by every reader. The poems are significant because they take up the issues that are carried by the program of the People's Democratic Revolution. In various poems, the reader can discern the author's scientific knowledge, his closeness to the farm workers and peasants and the anguish of separation from his loved ones. Most of the poems can pass the muster of literary criticism and can be appreciated as excellent works of art. I am proud to be in the company of Quilloy and other poets driven by imprisonment to write poems not only to assert their freedom and creativity but more importantly to continue serving the people in their struggle for national freedom, democracy, social justice, economic development, cultural progress, and a just peace. May the subjective freedom of Quilloy become an objective fact through his release from prison. The charges against him are trumped up, on the basis of outright lies, planted evidence and false witnesses. May he gain the freedom to continue working as a development worker and writing poems in the service of the people. José Maria Sison. Fellow poet, Utrecht, the Netherlands. February 1, 2019. Tribute to Ca Felix Randy Malayo. February 5, 2019. We came to know Ca Felix Randy Malayo personally in the course of the peace negotiations between the National Democratic Front of the Philippines, NDFP, and Government of the Republic of the Philippines, GRP, from 2016 to 2017. What immediately struck us as soon as he introduced himself to us was his amiability, cheerful mien, quick sense of humor and deep sense of optimism. In the course of working with him we came to respect him for his revolutionary integrity, intellect and diligence in the discussion of issues and drafting of documents and his desire for a just and lasting peace. As a consultant, he participated in the discussion and the formulation of the NDFP drafts on the Comprehensive Agreement on Social and Economic Reforms (CASER), and the Comprehensive Agreement on Political and Constitutional Reforms. He also worked hard in promoting the peace process by taking long and tiring trips to speak in various forums in the Philippines and abroad. These forums were organized either by third-party peace advocates, the NDFP unilaterally or bilaterally with the GRP. While Ca Randy was in prison, we came to know him through mutual friends who informed us of his background and condition and who brought books from us to him. We admired him for his advocacy and activism for a just peace immediately after his release upon the dismissal of false charges against him. We have admired him for firmness in principle, his intelligence and style of hard work, seriousness of purpose, quiet kind of courage and humility, and his skillful handling of relations in mass work among the youth, workers, peasants, intelligentsia, and leaders of various parties. We can say more about the brilliant qualities of Ca Randy and his accomplishments in the service of the people. But we are confident that many of us can give the wide range of testimonies to propagate his revolutionary spirit and exemplary deeds. Even those in power who are responsible for his murder are unwittingly rendering Ca Randy the highest honor, even if in the vilest form of slander. It is a good thing to be attacked by the enemies of the Filipino people's revolutionary cause of national and social liberation. The attacks unwittingly verify who are the heroes of the Filipino people. Ca Randy is a hero of the Filipino people who has contributed his best to our struggle for national freedom, democracy, genuine development, social justice, cultural progress, and just peace. He will live forever in the hearts and minds of the people, while his contributions are indestructible energy within the growing and advancing revolutionary movement. Greetings to Judge and Widerstand. On the 100th anniversary of the assassination of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. January 12, 2019. As a founder of the Communist Party of the Philippines and in the spirit of proletarian internationalism, I send you warm comradely greetings and wish you success for this revolutionary weekend celebration to mark the 100th anniversary of the torture and murder of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. We fervently urge Red Youth in Germany to unite under the flag of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, and struggle for unity to contribute their utmost to the building of the revolutionary vanguard party of the proletariat and the resolute and militant mass movement for democracy and socialism. In the current challenging context of the rise of fascism in Germany, such unity is crucial to develop the leadership of the proletariat and the revolutionary mass movement for proletarian democracy and socialism. You must exert all efforts to arouse, organize, and mobilize the youth, the proletariat and all other people in Germany to fight fascism, win the battle for democracy and advance to socialism. Red Salute/Rot Front. Tribute to Isagani Serrano. March 3, 2019. I knew Isagani, Kagani, Serrano as a comrade who served the Filipino people in the best way he could in various roles and circumstances. For this reason, we respect and honor his memory. For his revolutionary conviction and militancy against the Marcos fascist dictatorship, He went to prison twice and was there for a total of 7 years to keep up the struggle with his imprisoned comrades. He was proud of and was influenced by the continuous revolutionary tradition of his hometown in Batan, from the time of the Huk Balahop to the New People's Army. He found time to communicate with and contribute to the education of the Cotters and Red Fighters in the 1970s. He was concerned with the development of the revolutionary movement in central Luzon. I first came to know about Kakagani when he was a member of the Manila Rizal Committee of the Communist Party of the Philippines. He brought into his party work his experience and relations in community organizing in the ZOTO project in the Tondo district of Manila. I had the most frequent meetings with Kagani in the years of 1976 and 1977 when the party Central Committee was trying to strengthen the National Democratic Front of the Philippines. He participated in the elaboration of the original NDF Preparatory Commission's 10-point guidelines into a full program of political action upon the initiative of Ka Edgar Jobson as chairman of the NDF Preparatory Commission. After the meeting somewhere in Zambales, we proceeded to improvise teams and play basketball. He arranged the meeting place in Nueva Ecija for my meeting with a key Moro revolutionary whom I swore in as a CPP member and became a promoter of the Moro Revolutionary Organization, Program of Action in Mindanao. We also played basketball after the meeting. When I was arrested and detained for more than 8 years, I lost contact with Kagani. But after my release from fascist imprisonment, we resumed contact in due time in the course of my speaking rounds. In Utrecht in 1988, we had a long conversation about his concept of popular democracy. I was satisfied with his clarification that the concept was not meant to deny the proletarian class leadership in the new democratic and socialist stages of the Philippine Revolution. He stressed the need for people's continuous oversight and supervision of leaders and the people's right to recall leaders when they prove to be unfit. He often visited Utrecht and other cities in Europe in connection with Philippine Rural Reconstruction Movement, PRRM, and other initiatives on environmental and development issues. He was always ready to put the PRRM in the service of the people, especially the peasants, and to avail of the integrity, competence, and diligence of progressive activists. I admire the work of Kagani in making the PRRM an active organization for promoting and undertaking projects in favor of land reform and better conditions of farm work, agricultural cooperation, rural development, and protection of the environment for self-reliant development and survival of humanity against global warming due to the depredations of the transnational corporations and their local accomplices. I leave to others to recall and give due recognition to the major achievements of Kagani in management, research, education, and training and launching organizations, conferences and movements on social, environmental, and development issues. Kagani's devotion and work as a patriot and progressive is worthy of emulation by the current and future generations. May his good work be continued by those whom he inspired, educated, and trained, and may it continue to inspire them to contribute their best in the service of the people. ILPS greets Korean people on the first anniversary of Panmunjom Declaration. April 26, 2019. We, the International League of People's Struggle, convey our warmest greetings of solidarity to the Korean people of both North and South on the occasion of the first anniversary of the Panmunjom Declaration, signed by Comrade Kim Jong-un, Chairman of the State Affairs Commission of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and Moon Jae-in, President of the Republic of Korea, on April 27, 2018. This declaration reflects the common aspirations of the 80 million Korean people for peace, prosperity, and reconciliation. It solemnly states that there will not be another war in the Korean peninsula and that a new era of peace has begun. We welcome the determination of the Korean people to put an end to the protracted division, confrontation, and the consequences of the Cold War, to open a new era of national reconciliation, peace, and prosperity, and to develop inter-Korean relations. We support the following provisions of the Panmunjom Declaration. Firstly, the North and the South will make an all-round and epochal improvement and development in their relations so as to reconnect the severed blood vessel of the nation and bring earlier the future of co-prosperity and independent reunification. Secondly, the North and the South will work together to ease the acute military tension and substantially remove the danger of war on the Korean peninsula. Thirdly, the North and the South will closely work together to build a permanent and durable peace mechanism on the Korean peninsula. We respect the adoption of the Panmunjom Declaration as a historic event demonstrating to the whole world that Korea is a single nation and that Koreans can surely achieve peace and prosperity by themselves. The long period of division, foreign intervention, and imperialist threat of nuclear war must come to an end. We join the peace-loving peoples of the world in manifesting solidarity and support for the peace process on the Korean peninsula and encouraging the establishment of a lasting peace mechanism. We support and encourage the Korean people in developing inter-Korean cooperation and exchange and jointly achieving national prosperity. We always stand firmly in solidarity with the Korean people in striving to achieve their country's reunification in the spirit of national independence. For the International Coordinating Committee, International League of People's Struggle, José María Sison, Chairperson. Condolences to the family of General José María de León Zumel. April 30, 2019. To Cora, his wife, their children, Margaret, Patricia, and Peter, and sister, Charito Zumel Colet. We convey our sincerest condolences and deepest sympathies over the demise of Gen. José María de León Zumel. When Gen. Zumel visited Utrecht, he was introduced to us by his brother Antonio Manang Zumel as Job. We saw immediately how close the two brothers were. We cherish the happy times and conversing with him over wide-ranging topics when he visited Utrecht. Watching the brothers sang duets with relish was a delight. It was from Job that we learned the Ilocano birthday song Padakamay. It was touching how the brothers related to each other. Even if they have differences in the field of politics, their personal bond as brothers and respect for each other never ceased. Manang was especially proud of his younger brother's unblemished record for honesty and as a patriot. One could see this from the way he had lived his life through the years, clean and simple, in keeping with their parents' teachings. Job was a loving person who has touched the lives and hearts of many people who will always remember him with love and the highest respect. We recognized Job indeed a patriot and an epitome of an officer and a gentleman. With warmest regards. José María Sison, Julie de Lima and family, Luis Jalandoni and Connie Ledesma. Fidel and Rosario Agcauli. Message of thanks to all concerned at the launch of my books, Hong Kong. June 23, 2019. I convey warmest greetings of solidarity to all present. Thank you for attending the launch of my two recent books, Combat Tyranny and Fascism and Struggle Against Terrorism and Tyranny, Volume I. I am thankful to the ILPS for the privilege to have these books launched on the evening of the first day of its 6th International Assembly. I am also thankful to the reviewers for assuming the task of giving you a review of the books. The titles of the books focus on the current phenomenon of Duterte tyranny in the Philippines. Many of the contents deal with Duterte's sabotage of the GRP and DFP peace negotiations. But the books deal with both Philippine and global issues related to the major concerns of the ILPS. The preface of each book gives you an overview of the contents. At any rate, Combat Tyranny and Fascism compiles my writings in 2017 and Struggle Against Terrorism and Tyranny, Volume I covers my writings during the first half of 1918. Aside from possibly acquiring the books being launched tonight, you will have the opportunity to acquire other books on display at the assigned place for the entire duration of the 6th Assembly. The books are pertinent to the anti-imperialist and democratic struggles that we are engaged in. I wish you the best in reading them. Revitalize the organization of families and friends of political prisoners. Message of solidarity to Kapatid. June 15, 2019. Julie and I express our firm solidarity with the families and friends of political prisoners who are revitalizing and relaunching Kapatid. As former political prisoners, we know from experience how important and necessary it is to have a support organization. This is urgently needed as the number of political prisoners is increasing due to the tyranny of the Duterte regime. People are easily arrested and imprisoned on mere suspicion and trumped-up charges for alleged association with the Communist Party of the Philippines, the New People's Army and the Moro revolutionary organizations. Non-bailable common crimes are usually charged against the political prisoners. Under the open encouragement of the tyrant, the military and police plant firearms and explosives to frame up people for arbitrary arrest and indefinite detention. The agents of state terrorism commit the acts of terrorism and yet cast their victims as terrorists. The fast-rising number of political prisoners suffer conditions of congestion in limited prison facilities. Due to the malicious character and corruption of the regime, the political prisoners are deprived of the proper kind and amount of food. They are made susceptible to illnesses and deprived of medical checkup and prompt and adequate medical attention. The visits of relatives and friends are extremely restricted or even prevented. It is therefore of the greatest importance that those who care most for the political prisoners are allowed to visit them and look after their needs. Kapatid is absolutely needed to ensure that the families and friends are united and enabled to extend support to the political prisoners and their immediate families. We therefore agree and support the main tasks defined for Kapatid. To support the struggle of political prisoners to be free. To help in improving the physical and mental conditions of political prisoners. To expand the ranks of the people in support of the struggle of political prisoners to be free. To inform the entire Filipino people and the people abroad the situation and struggle of political prisoners and garner the widest possible support for their cause. To expand relations with the individuals, organizations, and human rights groups abroad. We wish Kapatid to strengthen its organization and fulfill these tasks with utmost success. We wish Kapatid to be ever more determined and to become a strong and effective organization for the benefit of the political prisoners in taking up their just cause and the cause of the entire people to be free from oppression and tyranny. Long live Kapatid! Victory to the just cause of the political prisoners! Long live the Filipino people! On Bandilo, June 28, 2019. It is enlightening and inspiring to read Bandilo. Limampungtula sa Madalim na Umaga, Bandilo, 50 Poems on a Dark Morning, by the poet R.B. Ababa. This is poetry on the crest of so many testimonials in prose honoring the greatness of Randy Felix Malayo, hero of the Filipino people and martyr for the just cause of national and social liberation. I am elated that the patriotic and revolutionary spirit of Carandy has found the poet to express the people's outrage over his assassination by a death squad of the tyrannical Duterte regime and celebrate his struggle and achievements in the service of the people. The poetry of R.B. Ababa focuses on Carandy, the Bandilo, town crier, and at the same time extends his significance and relevance to all others who fight for the just cause and pay the price for the ultimate victory of the people in the struggle. The poet is deeply moved by the life, deeds and martyrdom of Carandy and shares his thoughts and feelings in a compellingly poetic way. In the beautiful imagery of metaphors, similes, and allusions, he captures and combines the sense of loss felt by the people with the sense of fulfillment from the work of Carandy. The people love Carandy for having the intelligence and abilities to succeed in the ruling system, but using these in his selfless dedication to truth-telling as a journalist, to service to the people not only in a programmatic way but in concrete ways that show his caring character for others inside and outside of prison, and to the pursuit of a just peace as consultant of the National Democratic Front of the Philippines. This book is a major work of poetry to perpetuate and promote not only the memory of Carandy and his service to the people but also the Filipino people's continuing struggle for just peace and its concomitant of greater freedom, democracy, social justice, and all-round development. Greeting Manila Mayor Isko Moreno and Jackie Rodriguez at Manila Rotary Club Forum. July 18, 2019. May I express warmest greetings to my two friends, Mayor Isko Moreno and Jackie Rodriguez, President of Manila Rotary Club. I am happy that they meet again to express their views on what can be done to improve the lives of the people of Manila. I am proud to have introduced Isko and Jackie to each other in the Netherlands at the time of the fourth round of the GRGRP and DFP peace negotiations in 2017. I wish that they would help each other in order to bring about changes for the benefit of the people of Manila. I wish to share with Ka Isco the fact that German Moreno or Kuya Germs, his adopted father, was a classmate of Jackie and myself in Letran. It looks like Mayor Isco is fated to become friends with Jackie and myself. Once more, I congratulate Ka Isco for his resounding success in becoming the mayor of Manila. In so short a time, he has done so much to impress the people of Manila and the entire Philippines with his determination and effectiveness in serving the people. I presume that in the current forum, Mayor Isko Moreno is expected to give a comprehensive view of his policies and plans for the governance and progress of the city of Manila. I have only a simple concrete question. No doubt it is highly commendable that you have cleared the major streets of Manila of the graft-laden anarchy of vendors. But are there provisions for the poor vendors to peddle their goods in some permissible areas or to have alternative means of livelihood? Letter to Princess and Dodong on their 60th wedding anniversary. September 30, 2019. Dear Princess and Dodong, we share with you the joy of celebrating your 60th wedding anniversary. We highly appreciate your partnership in fighting for better conditions of the people now and in the future. We congratulate you for having been so successful in your family life, professional pursuits, and social activism. In praise, we take special note of the brilliant role of Princess in the women's movement and her success as a mother and Dodong's combination of academic excellence, intellectual courage, and militancy on the most urgent issues in the last 4 decades. We always value our close friendship in the highest and most profound way. We are thankful that we have shared a common cause in the service of the people in their struggle for national liberation and democracy and for a socialist future. We have learned from common experiences and have been inspired by shared works and encouragements. Mabuhay kayo at iyong pamilya. Stay in good health and render further service to the people. Long live the peasants and workers of the world. Preface to Tula T'Awit. October 1, 2019. As chairperson, I express the highest tribute of the International League of People's Struggle, ILPS, to the 7 comrades who were unarmed and were conducting study meetings and were brutally massacred while they were asleep by THIRD's military and police forces on August 15, 2018 in Antique Province. The ILPS joined the Filipino people and their revolutionary forces in giving their highest respects to the martyrs who included comrades Felix Salditos, El Delabing Isa, Peter Mesinas, Karen Seralvo Lizel Bandiola, Jason Talabo, and Jason Sanchez. They were engaged in areas social research, education, and cultural work. I am gratified that once more, as a comrade and fellow poet, I have the opportunity to express the highest appreciation to Comrade Felix Salditos for his resolve and militancy in pursuing the people's democratic revolution and for his excellence in creative writing and artistic illustrations that reflect and inspire further revolutionary struggle. The publication of Tula T'Awit 50 Binalebe by Roger Felix Salditos is an event highly significant to the Filipino people and to all who are interested in artistic and cultural work for the advancement of the revolutionary movement. The poems in the books are divided into 3 parts under the headings, Tumanduk, the indigenous people, People's War, and Memorial. The Tumanduks, who are mainly peasants in the mountains and hills of Panay, are the most deprived and exploited people. They are ardent participants in the People's War. Their cause and role are crucial to the development of the People's War. Perseverance in the People's War for national and social liberation involves hard work, sacrifices and victories. All these are well depicted in the poems of Salditos, often under his nom de plume Maya Daniels or Mayamar, in his rich nature imagery. He refers to the natural and social environment of the People's War and attaches revolutionary meanings and purpose to the object that he comes across. The current selection of Salditos' poems manifests the high quality of his creative writing and his serious interest in the people's needs, demands, and revolutionary struggle. He is recognized as the most outstanding revolutionary poet in his native language. May this book be the key to the further publication of his poems, which are in the hundreds, as well as his scores of narratives and abundant artistic illustrations. Salditos was the son of a poor fisherman and knew how to work as one. But he was able to go to school and reached the level of the seminary for the priesthood. Although he did not become a priest, he developed the best of relations with the religious under the auspices of the Christian for national liberation. He used his high level of education and sensibilities in the revolutionary service of the oppressed and exploited toiling masses of workers and peasants. He was effective in educational, artistic, and mass work because he had an intimate knowledge of the toiling masses. He enjoyed his revolutionary work despite the difficulties, risks to life, hard work, and sacrifices. He enjoyed it even more as he engaged in artistic work at the same time. Only a few hours before his death, he posted on his Facebook account 17 poems and illustrations for public sharing. All his revolutionary political and artistic works have become part of the revolutionary movement that continues to grow in strength and advance. His poetry and artistic illustrations will remain as concrete points of reference in the hearts and minds of the people. José María Sison, Chairperson Emeritus, International League of People's Struggle. October 1, 2019. Brief remarks at the launch of the book, Struggle Against Terrorism and Tyranny, Volume 2. October 6, 2019. I am happy and honored that my latest book, Volume 2 of the Struggle Against Terrorism and Tyranny, is being launched here today. I thank the organizers of the launch and I express warmest greetings of solidarity to all those who are present. It is quite opportune that Filipino activists who have just come from the Philippines to tell us about the situation there and to review the book that is being launched. Volume 2 of the Struggle Against Terrorism and Tyranny includes all my writings on Philippine and global issues that arose in the period from August to December 2018. It contains articles that reflect how far the Duterte regime has proven to be traitorous by selling out the sovereign rights of the Filipino people and tyrannical by its bloody acts of state terrorism and other gross crimes. It carries my article on the great achievements of the Communist Party of the Philippines and Filipino people in 50 years of revolutionary struggle and my speech to celebrate the 50th anniversary of this glorious party that has led the people's new democratic revolution from victory to victory. It comes as the latest in a series of books which has traced the tyrannical, treasonous, mass murdering, corrupt and swindling character of the Duterte regime since its beginning in 2016. The people's resistance to greed and terror covers the last 6 months of the Aquino regime and the first 6 months of the Duterte regime. It was launched in Manila and reviewed by Professor Ramon Guillermo on February 8, 2019. Combat Tyranny and Fascism covers the whole year of 2017. It was launched in Hong Kong during the 6th International Assembly of the ILPS. It was reviewed by Professor Peter Chua. Volume I of Struggle Against Terrorism and Tyranny was also launched in Hong Kong during the aforesaid International Assembly on June 23, 2019. This was reviewed by Dr. Sunny Africa. You can expect further volumes of my writings to carry my critique and condemnation of the evil character of the Duterte regime and to present the ever-worsening crisis of the domestic ruling system and the world capitalist system and the rising anti-imperialist and democratic mass struggles. So long as the Duterte regime persists, you can expect me to write against it for the purpose of defining the issues against it and for urging the people to fight it and put an end to it as soon as possible. As far as I can see, Duterte has already dug his own grave with his grievous crimes against the people. The rivers of blood that he has shed all over the archipelago are certain to bring him to an ignominious end, like his idol Marcos. The people have no choice but to do everything possible to fight his regime as it violates their national and democratic rights in its mad drive for fascist dictatorship. The very crimes committed by the Duterte regime drive the people to uphold, defend, and advance their national and democratic rights. Mabuhay kayo. Mabuhay ang Rebolusyong Pilipino. Mabuhay ang Sambayanang Pilipino.